What do you say we get down to business?
Call it a challenge.
You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
4 years of Twilight-Tober Zone. It's been an honor to traverse everyone's favorite land of shadow and substance these past few Octobers. This go-round, we cover some huge changes for the show. Not only are we finishing up Season 3, but we finally dive headfirst into the controversial hour-long Season 4 episodes. Those installments were not a part of most syndication packages for many years, and not even offered in some streaming releases in the past. Behind the scenes, the battle between Rod Serling and other executives at CBS resulted in a very different series. We'll also go beyond Season 4 and begin the 5th and final season, including a review of the fan favorite Nightmare at 20,000 Feet. But that's not all. The Dummy, Steel, Ray Bradbury's only episode, I Sing the Body Electric, and even a few infamous stinkers like Cavender Is Coming are all going to be covered. Thanks, as always, to Mark Scott Zickry's The Twilight Zone companion book and the extra features on the Blu-ray set for providing us with all the information that was going on behind the camera. So get yourself ready for another 4+ weeks of weird, odd, and peculiar stories. That's one video per day, all October long. Continue to keep an eye out for a surprise or two, and be sure you're zoned in as we walk this strange and unusual path side by side through the unpredictable terrain of the Twilight-Tober Zone. We're starting off year 4 of Twilight-Tober Zone with an episode called 4 O'Clock. Only in the zone, baby. And yet another of the numerous evergreen moral stories this show had to offer, this installment displays a few scarily strong parallels to modern times through some trademark exaggeration. Oliver Krangle is a man who lives on his own with his pet parrot, Pete. He spends his time making calls to expose people he deems evil.
Communists! Subversives, thieves, harlots, evil, all of them.
Over the years, Krangle has collected a vast filing system of names with information about them attached. He'll usually phone the person's employer to reveal their sins in hopes of getting them fired. Through a sheer act of will, he proclaims to his parrot that at 4 o'clock he'll shrink down all the evil people in the world to 2 feet tall. That way, they'll be distinguishable from the decent population and be easier to spot and apprehend by authorities. The wife of one of his targets, Mrs. Lucas, stops by to try and plead with him to stop his constant attacks of her husband, a doctor who wasn't able to save a patient. Krangle is crude and void of remorse. Seeing he's off his rocker, she leaves. Soon, an FBI agent named Hall arrives, and Krangle tells him about the conspiracy all these evil people are devising. When he mentions his plan to shrink them down to be spotted by the law, Hall questions his sanity. Krangle loudly accuses him of being a part of the conspiracy as the agent exits. Eagerly peering out the window, Oliver waits for the clock to strike 4 so he can watch his plan take effect. Rod Serling adapted this script from Price Day's 1958 short story. It first appeared in Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Magazine before being selected for the director's My Favorites in Suspense book a year later. It certainly feels like a Serling script with its message-heavy story and peculiar central player. Oliver Krangle even sounds like one of those odd names Rod would come up with. In the short story, Krangle's first name isn't mentioned, so we can at least attribute half of this guy's designation to Serling. This was director Lamont Johnson's 6th installment in the 3rd season alone, with one more to go. In fact, we're going to be talking about that one next. He did get to head up one of Season 4's hour-long episodes, too. We'll take a look at Passage of the Lady Anne later this month. Johnson seemed to work well with character pieces that focused on one eccentric lead. Nothing in the Dark and even portions of One More Pallbearer come to mind. Since this pretty much all takes place in Krangle's apartment, you can also draw comparisons to other claustrophobic sets in some of his other shows, like 5 Characters in Search of an Exit and the basement location in The Shelter. Theodore Bickle brings Krangle to life on screen with a fascinating manic performance. This is helped by his attire, especially those Coke bottle glasses that give Henry Bemis a run for his money. Krangle is equal parts obsessive, self-righteous, and, sadly, somewhat recognizable.
Because they're evil. That's it. There's nothing complicated about that. They're evil.
This is one of the more distinct lead portrayals in a TZ episode that I don't think a lot of people talk about. Bickle is all over the place in a good way, with his sheer intensity driving the story.
How does evil spread? By public transport. So I had it in mind that I might take the stiffness out of airplane propellers. Props hanging limp, like empty banana skins.
He comes off sincere in his deranged convictions, which can make his unhinged behavior read as both frightening and funny, often at the same time.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at precisely 4 o'clock, every evil man and woman will be exactly 2 feet tall. Revelation. An absolute revelation.
His constant babbling of a conspiracy infiltrating every facet of life, his harsh judging and overgeneralization of others without truly knowing their situation, the incessant phoning of not just the employers of those he deems evil, but harassing the targets themselves, and even the whole visual setup of a person alone in their home, obsessed with causing misery for others, sure as hell sounds like some spaces on the internet, doesn't it? This guy was basically a one-man Twitter mob. I think at the time the short story was written, this was a response to the infamous McCarthyism of the 1950s, where the Red Scare had accusations flying all over the place, with many people in fear of losing their livelihood. Krangle directly mentions communism several times.
A young man named Alfred Brewster. That's right, been with you about a year and a half. Man's a communist.
I'm sure part of the intention was a more general and direct cautionary tale, but the time period informs a lot of what we're seeing. That doesn't make it any less relatable to contemporary online discourse, though. As Krangle gloats over his grand scheme, 4 o'clock finally rolls around, when Pete calls for a nut.
Certainly, Peter. This is kind of a celebration.
Oliver has found himself to be 2 feet tall. Krangle's massive act of will has turned against him. He breaks down in hysterics as he reaches in vain for the glass of nuts on the windowsill. I know this is a predictable twist, but it's effective, and I really like the execution. Seeing this guy get what's coming to him is a satisfying conclusion for a masterfully crafted, unlikable main character. Bickle's over-the-top facial expressions and pathetic yelps, combined with the music cue here, make for a great finishing sequence. And I love the use of the giant windowsill set. Those shots sell the ending perfectly. The cherry on top of the sundae is Pete calling for another nut, putting into question if the bird was really insulting Oliver throughout the whole episode. This is a show that needs more love. The correlation to any era with unfair judgment of our fellow man is valid, but geez, does it feel appropriate to some of today's overall internet attitudes? What do you think? I'd love to hear your thoughts, no matter what time it is, because it's always 4 o'clock somewhere in the Twilight Zone. Hocus-Pocus and Frisby is a lighter trip into the Twilight Zone with plenty of humor and tongue-in-cheek fun. Guided by the steady hand of director Lamont Johnson in his 7th and final Season 3 show, Rod Serling's script, based on an unpublished short story by Frederick Lewis Fox, achieved a tone that Serling tried to hit several times in episodes like Mr. Beavis and Showdown with Rance McGrew. It's not one of the greats, but this was a really enjoyable watch, with the series at its cheesy best. There are several elements that make it work this well, so let's get into it. Somerset Frisby is the harmonica-playing owner of a general store/gas station in a small rural town. He's known to his friends and patrons as the biggest blowhard around. Frisby can't help himself but go off over and over about all his different supposed accomplishments. These include, but are not limited to, his status as a war hero, a meteorologist, graduating from 38 major universities, and inventing rear-engine vehicles. 2 strange men stop to get gas at Frisby's place and later call out to him with a disembodied voice. Soon, Frisby is whisked away to a spaceship where inside, the men seen earlier greet him with a whole crew of their fellow extraterrestrials. They admit that they're beings from another world who are looking for the best of humankind, and not knowing what a lie is, they consider Frisby to fit the bill. At first, the yarn spinner is happy to accept their adulation, but he second-guesses his position when the aliens say they're taking him to their home planet, where he'll be put in confinement with a collection of other exceptional species. Mr. Frisby is a delightfully dopey character played believably by Andy Devine.
I beat 'em all by 21 seconds. Old Archimedes Frisby, they called me.
Devine's voice was slightly familiar, so it wasn't shocking to see that he played Friar Tuck in Disney's 1973 animated Robin Hood movie. There's a charm and innocence to his portrayal that has you on his side, even when he's telling the most egregious lies.
Henry Ford said to me, "You are an automotive genius." And I couldn't very well argue with him on account of he was telling the truth.
Devine's acting is the biggest reason this installment is so pleasant to watch. Throwing this self-proclaimed old country boy with a big mouth into the Twilight Zone made for some really funny juxtaposed comedy. Seeing him get lifted off the ground by the aliens was hilarious. I love how they speed up the footage and the wires are still visible. Seeing the seams just adds to how endearing this episode was. When Frisby gets on the ship, things get even better. Milton Selzer and Larry Brightman play the two main aliens with naivete and earnestness. Their unflinchingly straight delivery makes the whole gag function.
There seems to be no question that your accomplishments are far and away more extensive than those of any other human being on Earth.
Mr. Frisby, we have a marvelously entertaining Venusian. He sings on 8 different pitches simultaneously and accompanies himself with his tail.
Two of possibly my favorite moments this season happen when the aliens drop their facade. Frisby doesn't like that he's being abducted against his will and fights back.
My pleasure's to punch you right in the jaw.
Upon seeing the alien's true form, Frisby faints and wakes up as their prisoner. Surrendering to his fate, he breaks out his harmonica to pass the time and relax. The sound of his playing paralyzes some of the crew, and Frisby takes the chance to escape. The extraterrestrials think his instrument lets out a death sound, so they let him go and leave Earth. Back at his store, Frisby walks in to see his friends have gathered for a surprise 63rd birthday party. He's given a trophy that names him the world's greatest liar, and when asked to make a speech, Frisby recounts his experience with the aliens. All his friends erupt in laughter, thinking their pal is just telling another one of his fantastical fictional stories as they continue to celebrate the occasion, and the episode ends. First of all, I love that punch that Frisby lands on Selzer's character, breaking a shell of his face and revealing his true appearance. I've seen that alien design show up in a few Twilight Zone promotional materials, so it's a decently well-known look. How that little sequence is edited with just a few frames of Selzer's false face before they crack it open is an attention to detail I really got a kick out of. William Tuttle and his makeup team did a great job as usual with the effect. My other favorite moment is when Frisby plays the harmonica and the ridiculous interpretive dance poses the aliens strike before falling over. I was laughing hard at that whole bit. It was the perfect goofy way for Frisby to escape his situation and a great little payoff from when he played the instrument earlier. Aside from some slightly noticeable damage to the opening shot, unless that was a creative choice for some reason, there's not much else to say about this one. It's not deep or introspective like some of the best zones, but I had a ball rewatching it. Get together with a few friends who would like this sort of thing, and have some fun laughing at how over-the-top Hocus-Pocus and Frisby is. It proves that you can even find a place to get a chuckle in the Twilight Zone.
I gotta get out of here.
Elliot Silverstein makes his return to the director's chair in the highly emotional gem, The Trade-Ins. This is a heartbreaking yet uplifting story of love persevering that's even more tragic when you know what was going on behind the scenes. Set in the near future, we see the elderly couple of John and Marie Holt arrive at the door of the New Life Corporation. Inside, a salesman named Mr. Vance shows them young human replicas that they could transfer their consciousnesses into, for a price. Mr. Holt is often in a terrible amount of pain, and both he and his wife are excited by the chance of starting their lives over from the beginning, together. The problem is, they only have $5,000 from their savings, and for 2 transfer procedures, it's double that. After failing to haggle with Vance, Mrs. Holt wants her husband to go through with it to save him from his constant agony, but John refuses to participate without her. Later, in a hidden gambling room of a local bar, Holt plays a few hands of poker in hopes of doubling his money. However, he leaves with only the $5,000 he came in with. Ruminating on his unending suffering, John reconsiders the procedure. Rod Serling was at his sentimental best with this script. It has to be considered one of his better TZ screenplays. The main idea definitely has that eerie tinge, but it's played in a much more melancholy and realistic way. It felt authentic, and you really empathize with this couple's dilemma. Rejoining the zone for this one were director Elliot Silverstein and actors Noah Keane, Edson Stroll, Theodore Marcuse, and our lead, Joseph Schildkraut. Keane was featured earlier in Season 3 with The Arrival, Stroll had a brief part in Eye of the Beholder, Marcuse played a Russian official in To Serve Man, and Schildkraut had a haunting role in Death's Head Revisited. This was high-quality talent they had involved here. Just like his first 2 episodes, especially The Obsolete Man, Silverstein's visuals were a big identifying factor. The opening shot of the Holts walking up to the New Life Corporation in shadow sets the tone for a moody story. The hallway leading to the human replicas on display is slowly revealed through segmented lights turning on to illuminate the rather large set. As the trio walk from window to window, the replicas posing in different positions give us a glimpse of a sort of twisted shopping. The gambling room where Marcuse's character pops up is also dramatically lit, showing off how tense that poker game is. As always, credit for these beautiful compositions must be shared with director of photography George T. Clements. Silverstein wasn't afraid to let Serling's script breathe in the collection of scenes we were treated to. What seemed to go a long way was setting up the tone through not just the visuals, but slow pacing and methodical acting choices. Everyone on screen kills it, and you have to give Silverstein some credit for that. In a somewhat mysterious yet sympathetic performance, Theodore Marcuse takes pity on John when he's about to lose all his money at the poker game. Holt is upfront about his intentions, and after seeing the old man suffer, the character Faraday shows he's not as gruff as his exterior might suggest.
I got 3 big ones, Pop.
Bigger than those, Mr. Faraday?
Nope.
This was a big shift for Marcuse in the zone, considering last time we saw him, he was playing a Russian stereotype untrusting of aliens. I really liked him in this one. While everyone nails their supporting roles, Joseph Schildkraut's layered turn as the pathetic but loving Mr. Holt is one for the ages. It's an effortless, natural performance with great delivery and subtle and dramatic moments.
And there would be no pain. I mean, I wouldn't have this... You remember, Mr. Vance, down there, you said there would be no pain.
I'm no good at this, Mr. Faraday. Not good at anything anymore. Just a tired, sick, old, useless man. Not worth anything to anybody.
What's most impressive and simultaneously devastating about his work is that according to Mark Zickery's The Twilight Zone companion book, Schildkraut's wife was dying as they were shooting this, and in the middle of production, she actually did pass away. However, Schildkraut refused to stop shooting, saying he'd mourn after getting through his job. When you watch him after learning that fact, it changes everything. This guy was going through the death of his wife of 30 years while playing a character who was determined to be with his spouse to the very end. I mean, how sad is that? He was even said to be crying off screen. The fact that he got through this is miraculous, but maybe some of those emotions he displayed so convincingly were driven by an unfolding real-world tragedy. Any way you slice it, this is a courageous accomplishment. With his wife's enthusiastic blessing, Mr. Holt gives in and has the operation done. After a few hours, he exits the same doors he went into as an old man as a vibrant, spry, and excited 22-year-old. He recites to Marie all the things they can finally do together before realizing his mistake.
You and I are going to begin to live. We're going to...
Holt sadly parts from his wife to sign a few papers before coming back out his old, fully aged self.
If I have to have occasional pain, amen. So be it. I wouldn't want it any other way, darling.
Their love stronger than ever, the couple slowly walk out of the facility, glancing at what they left behind, but marching forward to eternity. What a fantastic finish. Love conquers all, and suffering to be with the one you care about most is a sacrifice that was worth it for John Holt. Beautiful and brilliant. The Robert Browning quote Marie says earlier that John repeats at the end is just wonderful too.
Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be.
The last of life, for which the first was made.
Edson Stroll's scene with Alma Platt really nailed all the emotions with the appropriate energy and facial expressions. There's an interview with Edson on the Blu-ray set where he mentions Elliot Silverstein didn't feel he was getting the right reaction out of the young actor when Holt realizes he made a mistake. So Silverstein quieted the entire set and shot off a gun to capture the correct reaction. That's one way to do it, huh? In that same interview, Stroll said that both Silverstein and Rod Serling told him The Trade-Ins was their favorite episode. I'm not sure how true that is, but that's evidently what they said to Stroll. Some other little details I should quickly go over include how ghoulish it was to see John's lifeless old body before he came out as a young man. Marie's face said it all. While Schildkraut's acting is hitting on all cylinders, I feel like the makeup job for him, and to a lesser degree Alma Platt, was a little too much. The actor was already in his mid-60s at this point, playing a 79-year-old. A more subtle approach could have made his appearance less distracting. I'm assuming the music was stock since there's no credit given, but there are a couple sequences where it really shined and highlighted the emotion of these characters. I love The Trade-Ins. It's a worthwhile episode to watch or rewatch and added another exceptional installment into Elliot Silverstein's back pocket. There's so much to appreciate from a technical, performance, and just artistic level. Now, you may have to be in the right mood to watch it. It's not a downer the entire time, and the ending is truly inspiring, but make sure you're expecting a heavy drama instead of a more playful TZ story. This is where real-world circumstances collided with fiction, a story of love and courage that could only take place in the Twilight Zone.
From Khalil Gibran's The Prophet. Love gives not but itself and takes not from itself. Love possesses not, nor would it be possessed. For love is sufficient unto love.
Part of the story behind the making of the gift is more interesting than the episode itself. There are some easy comparisons we could make to at least one other installment too, but ultimately, this one feels a little too forced to take its earnest message seriously. North of a mountain village in Mexico, a metallic circular structure just crashed to the surface. A local policeman named Sanchez drags his partner's lifeless body back to the village on a donkey. He was killed by a stranger who emerged from the wreckage. Sanchez shot the figure, but it was able to get away from the scene. With the townspeople under a curfew, a man wanders into Manolo's bar looking for some wine. We see that his arm is bleeding, indicating he may very well be the stranger from the crash site. The mysterious humanoid befriends a trusting, poverty-stricken boy named Pedro and is treated for his injuries by the village doctor. The stranger has a small golden box, referred to as a gift, that he entrusts to Pedro. Manolo soon sells the mystery man out by accepting payment for information. More officers are now on their way to take him in. This was director Alan H. Miner's only episode, bringing to life an original script by Rod Serling. There are a few very nice shots, but nothing that stood out too much. The actors here range pretty wide, from passable considering the material to, not great. Greek actor Nico Menardos was the most consistent, holding the story together as best he could. Henry Corden also wasn't bad as Officer Sanchez, recounting the events that preceded our story. It was nice to see Vladimir Sokolov show up. He had a short scene as a blind guitarist featuring his trademark delivery that was reminiscent of his work in Dust. This was his last of the trio of shows he appeared in. Sokolov actually passed away a couple months before The Gift hit the airwaves. Cliff Osmond as Manolo probably had the most distinct screen presence as the comedic relief. His character was a small part of some of the more overt religious overtones I've seen in a Twilight Zone episode.
At your baptism, they forgot to give you a proper name.
What would that be, Doctor?
That would be Judas, Manolo.
If God were to come to Earth, would they find him so strange that they would be afraid, and would they shoot him?
Did not his son come once, Pedro?
And they nailed him to a cross.
And then spent 2,000 years learning to believe in him.
The townspeople later mentioned Satan and the work of the devil as well. Serling wasn't shy about mentioning God in his scripts, and there were certainly other religious themes and characters throughout the series. I mean, how many times does the devil himself actually show up? Along with a few other choice episodes, this seemed to go pretty hardcore in the Christian direction. We know Rod grew up in a Jewish family, but supposedly later joined the Unitarian Church, which is a branch of Christianity. The strange visitor has an almost Christ-like role, being a possible savior with the contents of his gift. You can't escape the symbolism. It's not even really symbolism, it's in the dialogue. Which is not performed well by Jeffrey Horn as the visitor or Edmund Vargas as Pedro. Horn's delivery came off much too pretentious for me to buy into, and Vargas was just not a very good kid actor.
I know nothing else except that he is my friend.
They try to give him this quiet, precocious worldview. Admittedly, it'd be difficult for most kids to make that kind of dialogue work. Producer Buck Houghton directly stated years later that Vargas couldn't act at all. Harsh. The story behind how Serling actually wrote this script has a few twists and turns, so allow me to cite our friend, Mr. Mark Zickery, from his Twilight Zone companion book. Quote, "At some point prior to the filming of the Twilight Zone pilot, Rod Serling wrote an additional hour-length pilot script that was never produced. Entitled I Shot an Arrow into the Air, but bearing no relation to the first season episode of the same name, the plot concerned an intelligent and sensitive little boy who was shunned by his peers because his father died in the explosion of a homemade rocket ship. His mother defends his father by explaining he was simply a man whose dreams were just a little bigger than his knowledge. The boy's solitude proves an asset, however, when he stumbles upon a wounded alien in the woods and befriends him. With his aid, the alien is able to return to his home planet. The boy grows up to be an astronaut and, years later, meets his friend once again in space. 3 years later, Serling cannibalized this script, changed the location to Mexico, and shortened it into The Gift." End quote. Considering we got hour-long episodes in Season 4, it's too bad we never saw that script fully realized. Molding it into The Gift definitely left much to be desired. With the setup of a spacecraft landing off-screen and a mystery about who or what came out of it, leaving death in its wake, this also had me thinking of Will a Real Martian Please Stand Up? It doesn't go in that same direction, but the first 10 minutes still gave me that vibe. With the police after him, the visitor goes on the run and is eventually cornered by the entire town, who burn the gift he gave Pedro and shoot him dead in fear of the man from another world being an agent of evil. The doctor picks up what's left of the gift and reads it aloud.
Greetings to the people of Earth. We come as friends and in peace. We bring you this gift. The following chemical formula is a vaccine. It's a vaccine against all forms of cancer. That's all there is. The rest has been burned. So we have not just killed a man. We've killed a dream.
So there you have it. The Gift is heavy-handed and not one of Serling's better scripts with a strong moral. It may have been salvaged with some different actors in a few roles and a slight tweak in the story here or there, but its ultimate manifestation showcases the fine line between brilliance and excessive self-importance. If I received this gift, I'd probably return it to somewhere in the Twilight Zone. The Dummy isn't the first time a similar story was in the mainstream, but this and the Season 5 episode Caesar and Me may have done a lot to influence future spins on the idea of an evil ventriloquist dummy. The episode saw the comeback of Cliff Robertson to the show in his second and final appearance after his first, Season 2's 100 Yards Over the Rim. The Oscar and Emmy winner's turn as ventriloquist Jerry Etherson is likely the more memorable of his two characters, and it's easy to see why when you watch this episode back. Aside from an intriguing performance and overall concept, this installment's closing shot is one of the most unsettling in Twilight Zone history. Jerry Etherson has a popular ventriloquist act at a small club in New York City. He and his dummy Willie don't have a problem making audiences laugh, but there's something darker going on underneath the surface. Jerry thinks Willie is alive. However, he can never prove it, which has called into question his mental health in recent years. Jerry's agent Frank sees that his client is drinking again and is sick of covering for all his missed shows. They have a blow-up that ends in Jerry deciding to use his other dummy, Goofy, from now on, and locks Willie in a case in his dressing room. After a successful performance, Etherson decides to leave town and take his new act on the road. On his way out of the club, he starts to hear Willie's voice in his head, beckoning him back to the dressing room. Serling based this script on an unpublished short story by Lee Polk. However, he was said to have also been influenced by a segment in the 1945 anthology film Dead of Night. There, a ventriloquist named Maxwell Freira believes his dummy Hugo to also be alive. I haven't seen it all myself, but from the clips, this story looks terrifying. The other influence was an episode of Alfred Hitchcock Presents called The Glass Eye, involving another ventriloquist and dummy with a kind of similar-ish ending twist. Acting in that episode were William Shatner and Rosemary Harris. That's right, man! Both Aunt May and Uncle Ben starred in different TV horror episodes about ventriloquist dummies. Will the Spider-Man parallels never cease? It's too bad Scarface is a Batman villain, otherwise we could have gotten really weird with this. Abner Bieberman directed his first Zone here, and I think he really made his mark. This episode starts off standard enough, with little hints of peculiarities with Willie and some well-done character scenes between Robertson and Frank Sutton.
Willie's alive! He's a dummy! He's a block of wood! Look at it! Does this thing look alive to you? Well, does he?
But things slowly get stranger until the camera work and lighting completely change when Willie's voice grows more prominent. I love how that whole back alley sequence looks. The shadow of the dummy fits in perfectly before things really shift. Gorgeous, heavy shadows put us in the right mood, and even some light shaky cam sneaks in there once Etherson is back in the building. It's no wonder Bieberman returned to direct 3 more installments, including number 12 Looks Just Like You, a couple years later. Continuing to hear Willie's voice and even seeing his shadow in the alley, Jerry tries to distract himself by asking out a coworker. But Noreen is frightened by his demeanor and runs away. This leaves Etherson with no other choice. He returns to the club and his dressing room. In the dark, he unlocks the trunk where Willie is and throws him to the ground, stomping on him with his foot and destroying his head. Something's wrong, though. Jerry finds Goofy's broken glasses on the ground and goes to turn on the light. Oh my God, he killed Goofy! Unable to account for how this happened, Etherson sees Willie, undamaged, on the couch, mocking him. Jerry then finally gives in to the little creature's insanity. We dissolve to some time later, where Willie and Jerry once again grace the stage. This time, it's at a Kansas City club. Only, the act's a little different this time.
A funny thing happened to me on the way over to the club tonight. I met this broad, oh now, Jerry, you don't mean broad, you mean lady. Oh, look, chum, you just write the jokes and I'll tell them, okay?
Holy shit! You want to talk about nightmare fuel? This could keep you gassed up for years. It's not just the reveal itself, but the slow swinging around of the camera until we see Willie in human form turn right at the camera and stare into your soul worse than a Nicole Kidman AMC Theaters commercial. My God, that is creepy. Credit to Abner Bieberman, cinematographer George T. Clemens, the makeup team for some subtle additions, and the lighting team for the shot, George Murdoch for that chilling smile, and the props team for the Jerry dummy. Yes, behind the Willie reveal, we see that Jerry has become the dummy. Buck Houghton talked about what a difficult process this was in an interview with Mark Zicree. Described as a top man at Disney during that time, an artist known as T. He was brought on board to make a caricature of Cliff Robertson. Once that was done, William Tuttle and his people were able to craft a believable-looking face for the audience to recognize in the last shot. It's not as blood-curdling as Murdoch's part, but seeing our main character reduced to a smiling block of wood made for a twisted finale. I might be reading into this a little too much, but the episode may have been suggesting Jerry was never really in control in the first place. We do hear Willie's voice coming out of his mouth on stage during a bit in the intro. On the other hand, the dummy directly says he's just repeating back what Jerry's always filled his head with. So who's real and who's not? Maybe the answer is somewhere in the middle.
You made me real. You poured words into my head. You moved my mouth. You made me what I am today.
I mentioned earlier the similar episode Caesar and Me from Season 5. They actually reused Willie for it. It's the exact same dummy. Funnily enough, both this and the Jerry dummy are in the care of David Copperfield at his International Museum and Library of the Conjuring Arts in Las Vegas. On a final note, it's cool as hell to see Rod just enjoying the show and the audience for his narrator part. It's one of his more fun on-screen appearances this season. What a guy. If you haven't seen The Dummy, well, sorry for spoiling it, but it's still worth watching. I mean, the closing shot alone was freaking me out during editing. That's one face I never want to run into. In or out of the Twilight Zone. Young Man's Fancy is our first Richard Matheson-written show of the year. It was also his last to air in Season 3. The same goes for prolific director John Bram. This was the one and only time these two legendary forces worked on the same episode in this series. So was the story my cup of tea? Newlyweds Alex and Virginia Walker just tied the knot and are about to go on their honeymoon. First, they stop at Alex's childhood home to pack up. They're planning on selling the house since the groom's overbearing mother, Henrietta, passed away a little while back. Everything inside has eerily been kept exactly the same, as if frozen in time. Alex waxes nostalgic about his mom, a woman Virginia despised for keeping Alex dependent on her for years. The longer they're in the house, the more Alex becomes attached. When the real estate agent, Mr. Wilkinson, stops by to get Alex's final signature to put the house up for sale, he changes his mind, to his wife's dismay. Walker goes on about his father abandoning him when he was 2 months old and how his mother lost her health caring for him over the next few decades. The argument escalates until Virginia notices a few strange things about the interior of the house. This is not bad. It's not. There are a few decently suspenseful moments, and the idea is a good one. Phyllis Thaxter's excellent performance as Virginia is by far and away the best thing about the episode.
He's mine now. You'll never get your claws on him again.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Ma Kent. Alex Nichol as her husband is fine, but didn't have that desperation a man who's kind of losing it would exude. The real estate agent, Mr. Wilkinson, played by Wallace Rooney, is the only returning actor in this small cast. He was in Season 2's The Rip Van Winkle Caper and would show up again in Season 4's In His Image. They gave him a catchphrase in this one.
Fine and dandy. Fine and dandy. Fine and dandy. Have a nice honeymoon.
Rod Serling had a significantly long narration at the top of the show that made things feel a little different. It almost reminded me of It's a Good Life with how he explained the entire setup before the characters even appeared. There are things to like here, and I came away more positive than negative on Young Man's Fancy. It's just that with a Richard Matheson script that was directed by John Bram, I was hoping for more. It's not Mr. Dingle the Strong, but it's probably second from the bottom for Bram. Across the installments we've covered so far these first 3 seasons, this is likely Matheson's worst, but even bad for him is still pretty decent. He later said in an interview that he hated the ending, and some of the performances in the finale blew the whole show. Speaking of which, the new Mrs. Walker sees that the home has fully reverted to what it looked like when Alex's mother was alive. This includes the broken grandfather clock working, Henrietta's favorite magazine sitting on her chair, and fresh fudge on the counter. Virginia rushes to the stairs to see Henrietta waiting for her at the top of them. She scowls down as Virginia looks up in disbelief. Gathering her strength, Virginia shouts about how horrible Henrietta was for her son, and that, as his wife, her love will make him strong. But the appearance of Alex's mother has little to do with Henrietta herself.
You will not have him back!
This is not my doing.
Come back to me, Mother. I want you to.
Alex. Not you.
Go away, lady. We don't need you anymore.
Heartbroken, Virginia runs out of the house. A house that now has the last piece to its living exhibit of yesteryear. So on paper, this totally works, which is why I can partially see Matheson being angry about how it was portrayed. We have this big buildup of the mom in these sneering pictures, and she looks pretty intimidating. But then she shows up in the flesh and doesn't even look mad. She just seems disappointed. That could have been a good angle if it was played up more, like she's let down that her son still needs her even after death and she can't rest in peace, his wife wasn't enough for him, and so on. But this came off like it was supposed to be this big, terrifying finale, and while Thaxter is acting her behind off in this scene, the emotion only goes one way.
Your hatred isn't strong enough now. It's not your little boy anymore.
Henrietta should have been presented as overly possessive of her son and at least yelled at Virginia for not being what he needed. Only she knows what her little boy needs. You know, make it off-putting and creepy and have this lady come across as some sort of threat. Matheson also didn't like the kid actor they got for Alex, but I thought he was fine. To make that turn more twisted, I think they just needed to shoot it a little differently. Some dramatic lighting or some more intentional camera movements probably would have gone a long way. Let's be honest, the twist itself wasn't surprising. I think most people could see where this was going. Similar concepts were already done at this point as well. Long Distance Call had a more unnerving mother figure coming back from the great beyond, and Kick the Can had a more positive take on adults changing back into kids. But as I've said, we want execution over the expected. I'm sure Matheson's original script read better than how this turned out. Again, this isn't awful. I just wouldn't go out of my way to watch or rewatch it unless you want to see Thaxter's emotional performance and a few creepy sequences. Like Alex and his mom, maybe this one should stay frozen in time. In the Twilight Zone.
Fine and dandy.
I've teased this episode for a while, and now we can finally fully delve into the disharmonious history between the Twilight Zone and legendary author Ray Bradbury. I Sing the Body Electric was the only writing credit Bradbury received for the series, but his shadow loomed large, and his influence undeniably affected what we saw across this whole show. To tell this story, we have to go back to the beginning of the series. Very soon after getting a green light from CBS, Rod Serling approached Bradbury about being heavily involved. At the time, Serling wasn't really a sci-fi writer. He had made his name on deep, realistic dramas and was upset that networks kept censoring the real-world issues he often tried to bring into his stories. Using the guise of the Twilight Zone, he was able to put a lot of those societal commentaries out there. But at this point in the late 1950s, he was looking for writers to help out. Bradbury loaded Serling up on essential reading to get him more familiar with the sci-fi genre and suggested to immediately hire 2 of his protégés. Those protégés were Richard Matheson and Charles Beaumont. Later, George Clayton Johnson was also brought on board through his association with that group. Even without writing a ton of episodes, Bradbury's impact on the series was huge. Besides just being a highly influential author across science fiction, he directly supplied Serling with a writing team that had credits on 45 episodes in total. So, why didn't Bradbury write more Twilight Zone stories? Apparently, he tried. According to Mark Zickry's The Twilight Zone companion book, Bradbury submitted a script right away titled Here There Be Tigers, based on one of his short stories. It involved a team of astronauts traveling to a sentient planet. The teleplay was too ambitious for the show, and Buck Houghton was said to have admitted shooting the whole thing just wasn't feasible. Another script was sent in called A Miracle of Rare Device, again based on Bradbury's short story of the same name. This time, it was purchased and received a production number. Director Tony Leader was tentatively assigned to direct, and yet it never happened. From what I dug up, the reason is not specifically known. Then we got to Season 3, and I Sing the Body Electric. Rod wanted to get a deal done with Bradbury and finally get an episode of his made. Bradbury already wasn't the fondest of the series since he was supposed to be a major contributor and wasn't used. Plus, there had been some negative circumstances that piled up for the author. It came down to Rod saying he'd do a few things for Ray that just didn't get accomplished. But now, they were finally going to produce a script together. Bradbury had only one condition. Not a single word of his teleplay was to be changed. The terms were agreed upon, and I Sing the Body Electric started shooting in October of 1961, with James Sheldon directing. Things did not go smoothly from there. The production team wasn't happy with how the episode was shaping up and decided to reshoot almost the entire thing in February of 1962. Bradbury was supposedly brought back in for some script revisions. Among the significant changes, William F. Claxton replaced James Sheldon, and the small role of Aunt Nidra was recast with Doris Packer playing the part. This is why I Sing the Body Electric is one of only a pair of installments to be credited to two directors. The other was Season 1's The Mighty Casey, where Alvin Ganzer and Robert Parrish shared the title. By the time the episode aired on May 18, 1962, Bradbury was said to have been excited to see it. He had some friends over to watch, but he was not happy with what he saw. Because of time constraints, they cut one page out of his script. Little did they know it was Bradbury's most important section. He claimed it contained the whole reason he wrote the story in the first place. The author was furious, and it led to negative feelings toward the Twilight Zone for the rest of his life. He declined to be interviewed for Zickry's companion book and refused to talk about his full experience for many years. One of the only quotes we have from Serling on the matter was from shortly before his death in 1975. He said, quote, "Ray Bradbury is a very difficult guy to dramatize because that which reads so beautifully on the printed page doesn't fit in the mouth, it fits in the head. And you find characters saying the things that Bradbury's saying and you say, wait a minute, people don't say that." End quote. Much can be lost from page to screen, so I understand Rod's point, but he had access to Ray Bradbury, who was ready, willing, and able to work on the show. It's disappointing that didn't come to fruition. It doesn't sound like Rod had any ill will toward Ray. He was one of his favorite sci-fi writers, and Rod of course threw an homage the author's way in Walking Distance, Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up, and To Stop at Willoughby. There's even more to this very complicated friendship, including accusations of unconscious plagiarism and additional details. You should check out the Twilight Zone companion scribe Mark Scott Zickry's YouTube video on the situation. He's obviously an expert on Rod's dealings within the show and was friends with Ray Bradbury. He told Zickry the whole story firsthand, so if you want a more full picture on the matter, watch his 24-minute breakdown. Now, let's dive into the Twilight Zone's 100th episode, I Sing the Body Electric. Titled after the Walt Whitman poem, this installment sees widower George Rogers and his 3 children in the midst of grief after losing their wife/mother. After an extended stay, the kid's Aunt Nidra is just leaving, with George now unsure what to do moving forward. His son, Tom, brings down a magazine called Modern Science and suggests checking out a company named Facsimile Limited. They manufacture electronic data processing systems that are built into human female-looking robots. Their main objective is to care for children and look after families. George brings the kids to the company's factory, where different body parts are laid out to choose the appearance of their robot. The eldest, Anne, runs out of the building after not wanting a replacement for their mother, but the 2 youngest proceed to pick their favorite parts that will make up their new nanny. Soon after, the robot shows up at their doorstep where Tom and Karen quickly take a liking to the charming humanoid machine. Referred to as Grandma, she fits in with the family perfectly. However, after the robot's been around a while, Anne still resents her and runs out of the house. Grandma chases her down the street where she attempts to get to the bottom of Anne's hatred. For all the anticipation Bradbury garnered for finally writing an episode, this unfortunately wasn't that great. You can see that there might have been production problems as it's inconsistent and not as tight as most of these shows usually are. The format strays from the standard a bit, and not in an advantageous way. Where sentimentality was a strength in many of Bradbury's works, the jump to the small screen, in this particular case, didn't land. But we can hardly blame him since that missing page was evidently so important. It does have the Twilight Zone sense of mixing the uncanny with heartfelt sincerity, yet there's something clearly missing, and the pacing of this story may have something to do with that. The acting in general isn't too shabby. David White was a welcomed presence as the dad after seeing him in Season 1's A World of Difference. Vaughn Taylor had such a wide range spanning his 5 episodes, this was his 3rd. While it's not as enjoyably wacky as Teague from Still Valley, his salesman scene is the freakiest thing here.
Eyes, soft brown, vivid blue. Any color you choose. Slender or sturdy?
Listen.
I sing the body electric.
Her voice is too high.
I celebrate myself and sing myself.
Dana Dillaway also returned after One for the Angels as the middle daughter, Karen, and the uncredited David Armstrong had very brief parts in a total of 5 TZ outings. While Josephine Hutchinson is fine as the featured player, portraying a robotic grandma in a sort of Mary Poppins role, the real shining star of this one was Veronica Cartwright as the oldest Rogers daughter, Anne.
She's not real. She's a machine. Nothing but an old machine.
She had some chops. This part called for a few emotional scenes, and she really pulled them off.
She let herself die. She shouldn't have done that to me. She shouldn't. She left me.
It's no wonder she's had such a long career, and everything from The Birds to Alien to stuff as recent as that Gotham Knights show on the CW. James Sheldon partially helmed his last of 6 episodes. He was one of the directors who covered a couple of the videotaped installments from Season 2 and has It's a Good Life to his name. With the exception of The Whole Truth, his episodes were of pretty darn good quality. As for his replacement, William F. Claxton, his 4 shows were a little more mixed, highlighted by The Last Flight and The Jungle. Point is, both these guys were very talented, and neither of them could fit the pieces together to make I Sing the Body Electric work as well as it should have. Anne admits to Grandma that she hates her mother for leaving. The death of Mrs. Rogers has hit her oldest daughter the hardest, and Anne doesn't want to go through that pain all over again with another motherly figure. George arrives just in time to see a distraught Anne walk out into the middle of the street with a van whipping around the corner. Grandma speeds to push her out of the way and is hit by the vehicle instead. After not moving for a moment, Grandma springs to life and comforts Anne. The girl then accepts her, knowing she's indestructible and will never leave her the way Mrs. Rogers did. One loving montage later, all the kids are of college age, and Grandma's job is done. The robot says her goodbyes, looking to return to Facsimile Limited, where she'll either be stripped for parts or used to help another family. But first, her mind will go into a room of voices, where she'll share her experiences with similar machines. Grandma's one hope is that after a long while, she may actually gain true life. With her final farewell, she sends the 3 adults she helped raise upstairs and emotionally goes on her way. Rod's narration taking us home. The last scene without a doubt feels rushed. The father character isn't even there, which might suggest he passed away or something, but it's never brought up. Grandma says they're all going off to college at the same time. It's just a clunky finish all around. Rod doesn't even end his final narration by saying the Twilight Zone, although he did narrate the montage before the last sequence, a rarity that outside of here only happened in Time Enough at Last, Walking Distance, and I Shot an Arrow into the Air. The big problem here is that time jump. It comes out of nowhere and really wasn't needed. You can tell where that extra sequence might have gone before the scene in the street. There's really nowhere to go after that unless this was a feature film and could be fleshed out more. However awkwardly it was handled, Anne accepted Robo Grandma and there's not much else to say. Cartwright does a good job with the material. I just thought that confronting the real reason she hated the robot was the whole story, with a side of strangely compassionate singularity. The structure and tone seem to be the main culprits holding this one back from being a heartfelt favorite. Or maybe it was Hutchinson's weird robot run. As subpar as this was, Bradbury would get another shot at seeing his story adapted in the 1982 TV movie, The Electric Grandmother. That version was about an hour long, which may have given the story the room it needed. It's definitely the more widely praised iteration, receiving multiple awards upon its release. So perhaps this was a winner all along. It just didn't hit its jackpot in the Twilight Zone.
You'll never die?
Never. I know you're thinking I'm not a robot.
She's not a robot. She's a woman.
What's that saying? If at first you don't succeed, do the exact same thing again without making almost any changes and hope it works? Is that right? No? Well, what do you know? Now get out of the way. Cavender is coming. Perennial klutz Agnes Grepp is having a rather rough go of it on Earth. In turn, the 3rd Celestial Division in charge of Guardian Angel placement brings in slacker Harmon Cavender to help her. He's warned by his boss that this is his last chance to earn his wings, or he'll be demoted. 24 hours are on the clock for Cavender to substantially improve Grepp's life and make her happy. After being fired from an usherette job, the angel appears to Agnes and explains the situation. Initially ignoring his pitch, she's convinced by Cavender performing a few miracles. Eventually, he's able to spell out what he's hoping to help her with, making her independently wealthy without the need for employment. He magically places cash into her savings account and moves her into a mansion where she has a high social status. Agnes must then adjust to her new lot in life, as Cavender celebrates his perceived victory by drinking himself silly. Thus far, this is perhaps the most frustrating, painful episode I've had to sit through for the making of one of these videos. I've seen it before, but I had very little memory of it, and there was a lot of background information to research. I watched it all the way through 3 different times because there are 2 versions and a commentary track that is overloaded with information on the Blu-ray. Before we jump into the specifics of Cavender Is Coming, let's talk about how and why this was made in the first place. If this premise sounds familiar, it's because we've talked about it before. Season 1's Mr. Beavis is very nearly the exact same plot, and that was by design. The Beavis episode was a backdoor pilot for a series that Serling was trying to get off the ground at CBS. It failed. Badly. But the idea of an angel trying to help a human buffoon on Earth was just too appealing to let go of, since Cavender Is Coming was also a backdoor pilot for a potential comedy called Sight of the Angels. The episode was actually named that at first, but it had to be changed last minute since United Artists owned the title at the time. There's evidence of this late change on Rod's coming attraction at the end of the previous episode.
Next week, Cavender Is Coming.
It's hilariously obvious that they ADR'd the new title under Serling's mismatched lips. Rod was a big fan of Carol Burnett, and the two became friends after meeting in person. Burnett herself was a huge fan of The Twilight Zone and was hoping Rod could get her onto the show somehow. Cavender Is Coming is the result of Serling writing an installment to star the comedy legend. Why Rod thought it was a good idea to reuse the same concept from one of his worst scripts, I don't know, but he wanted to give it another shot, and it missed by about 6 miles. They got well-known funny man Jesse White on board as a more playfully inept angel than the one in Beavis, with the idea being he'd help a new person every week. If the series got picked up, it's possible Cavender would have been recast with rumored replacements at the time, including TZ veterans Martin Balsam, Keenan Wynn, Larry Blyden, Burgess Meredith, Art Carney, Buddy Epson, and even Mr. Beavis himself, Orson Bean. When the show first aired, it was the one and only Twilight Zone episode to have a laugh track. On re-airings and other releases, the laugh track is not present. However, it is available on the Blu-ray set as an extra feature. I watched both versions to get a sense of if things played differently or if there was any significant improvement. Unfortunately, it's the same crummy episode with or without the canned laughter. I know the chuckles from the imaginary audience is a reviled aspect to the original airing, but I will say this. There are a lot of awkward dead spots without it. Its absence almost makes getting through the runtime tougher.
There seems to be considerable question about the damage you can do with just arms and legs, not to mention your mouth. There seems to be considerable question about the damage you can do with just arms and legs, not to mention your mouth.
I'm probably in the minority on that. Make no mistake, there should have never been a Twilight Zone that even considered this choice. Unless it was some kind of commentary on sitcoms or the main character was trapped in one or something. It doesn't help the show's content, but with it in there, it's easier to pretend we're not watching our beloved series. Cavender Is Coming plays out like a total parody. This is beyond just a comedic-leaning story. At least if it was funny, we could all get something positive out of it, but there's not a single smirk-inducing moment to be found. Everything is forced, contrived, cliched, even by early 1960s standards, and a total slog to watch. I think part of it is that we already saw this idea bombed several seasons earlier, and it felt like reliving a nightmare. That likely made my fuse much shorter with this one. Hocus-Pocus and Frisby easily proved comedic episodes could be pulled off, so it's even more confusing to see such an intelligent, creative guy like Serling make the same mistake twice. Let's get this straight. Carol Burnett is an international treasure. People have loved her for decades for good reason. She's been making people laugh for generations, and she does her best to add her charm here. However, when you have a script and directing this bad, I don't think anyone could have saved it. Serling incorporated elements from her real background at the beginning of the show, even having one of the characters shout her real last name, which I'm sure all could have been very funny in another story. I don't know if I had ever seen an uninteresting dive through glass in any series or movie, but this episode managed to do it twice.
What's the signal for I'm sorry?
When the supervisor comes to claim the bus, tell him I've resigned.
Jesse White as Cavender is just irritating. The Angel has this interruptive conversational flow with Agnes that they tried more than once, and it came off awkward both times.
There used to be trolleys here, and then they took up the tracks.
I happen to be your guardian angel. Now, I know this might come to you as rather a shock.
Used to cost a dime.
Yes, I know. As I was saying, it seems that you can't hold on to a job.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Now, the way we attack this employment
Beer.
problem is to fix it so that you're independently wealthy and don't even need employment.
Wine. I have some sherry.
The timing was off, the editing didn't help, and the fact that they repeated it came across as desperate for laughs. White had a very long and successful career. It's unfortunate everything from the direction to his character worked against him in this episode. Back directing was Christian Nibby. He had helmed another dud, Showdown, with Rance McGrew earlier in the season. Nibby was 0 for 2 and wouldn't return to direct another installment. After this piece of junk, I could understand why. While not blameless himself by any means, Rod Serling shared his opinions of Nibby's directing along with his thoughts on the episode in general in a letter to Carol Burnett before it aired. Quote, "The show you did for us is not good. And it's not bad, which makes it lousy. With a combination of talents like yours and Jesse's, it should have been whoppingly exceptional. That it isn't points up to the fact that you were done wrong by all concerned. The script, I guess, is part of the trouble, but even more culpable is the direction. This was quite the most heavy-handed, ham-fisted, squarest direction I've ever cried through. God knows when it's scheduled for, and I hope you'll be out on a ferry boat someplace and you won't have to see it. I promise you that if given a second chance, ever, I will make it up to you." End quote. Credit to Martin Grahams Jr., author of The Twilight Zone, Unlocking the Door to a Television Classic, for that passage. Agnes is quickly overwhelmed by her new surroundings and sneaks off to her old apartment while Cavender sleeps off his night of heavy drinking. When he finds her, she's saddened to report that her room has been rented out and none of her friends recognize her. Cavender admits that's the price for a new life. Grep demands things be returned to the way they were, and reluctantly, the Angel obliges. Agnes is ecstatic to see her friends again, thanking Cavender from her apartment window. Herman is summoned back to the 3rd Celestial Division, where he's reamed for his failure until his boss sees that Agnes is happier than ever. He then changes his tune and says the Angel will be reassigned to other struggling humans as Cavender gleefully walks off, mischievously puffing on a cigar. What a train wreck. maybe you think I'm being too hard on this one. Look, if I praise the great stuff, which Lord knows there's plenty of in this show, as brilliant, I have to call out the bad stuff too. And this was bad. The overly cheesy music, lazy costume design, flat comedy, inconsistent story, unlikable characters, and just plain unpleasant moments torpedoed this thing from the very beginning. It's crazy to me that they spent more money on this than most episodes and shot it over 5 days instead of the usual 3 to turn in something this far below standard. I think giving Carol Burnett and or Jesse White a more semi-serious role could have created something unique and showcased their range, like Jonathan Winters had the chance to do in A Game of Pool. A shame we never got to see a small risk like that taken and instead got a rehashing of an already dead idea to try and make yet another failed spin-off series. Do I have any final little details to tell you? Sure. John Fielder was back as another character who hates the lead. This time, I don't blame Piglet for having a temper. I think this was the first example of Rod saying "submitted for your approval" as the narrator, which became a pretty famous phrase. And there was no preview for the following week's show, which just so happened to be the Season 3 finale and a very strong episode called The Changing of the Guard. I can't wait to talk about that one. So let's get the hell out of here before Cavender finds us and drags us down to watch this on repeat with Rocky Valentine being tortured forever in a deep, dark corner of the Twilight Zone. Season 3 comes to a marvelous close with The Changing of the Guard. This was actually pretty close to being the last episode of the show in general, and it would have been an appropriate finish considering the subject matter. It has another phenomenal lead performance, this go-round by the great Donald Pleasance, and with all the uncertainty that followed, this was a very noteworthy time period for the Twilight Zone. Professor Ellis Fowler has been an English literature teacher for decades at the Rock Springs School for Boys. He's been around so long that he's even taught the grandson of one of his older students. As the institution is about to begin its Christmas break, he's called into the office of the headmaster. Fowler never responded to a letter from the school's trustees the previous week. Oblivious to the approaching bad news, he's delicately told that the trustees sent him a notice of termination after an extensive and successful career. The professor doesn't take the news well, and after arriving home that evening, he pulls a gun from his desk and contemplates suicide. Walking back to the school on a cold, snowy night, Fowler's mindset is that he's failed to make any impact on a single one of his students over the course of his 50-plus-year career. He feels he's wasted his life, but before he can end it, class bells get his attention. He walks inside the deserted school and into his classroom, where he sits down, confused by the untimely noise. After a moment, students appear at their desks out of thin air. Stranger still is the fact that Fowler recognizes all of them as former pupils from a wide range of graduating years. The professor is further perplexed by the fact that all these particular students are ones that have passed away. The Changing of the Guard is a home run in every sense of the word. It's a feel-good classic where the performances, writing, and directing elevate each other to a sum greater than their parts. Serling's script is magic, and his sentimentality bursts through the bullseye this time. Robert Ellis Miller only directed one episode, and that sucks because you can tell from his lone entry that he could have been in the same conversation as Douglas Hayes and John Brom as one of the show's best. From the staging of these shots to lighting changes and push-ins on our main character's face, it all has a distinct, graceful style. The scene where Ellis approaches the Horace Mann statue is just beautiful.
Be ashamed. Die until you have won some victory for humanity. I have won no victory. Now I am ashamed to die.
What a sequence. Horace Mann was a president of Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio, which was the alma mater of Rod Serling. We'll come back around to Serling's association with Antioch in a few minutes. Donald Pleasance is superb in that scene, but it's hard to choose a favorite when he nailed every word and expression.
I gave them nothing. I gave them nothing at all. Poetry that left their minds the minute they themselves left. Aged slogans that were out of date when I taught them.
The man had such a diverse palette of emotions to play through. The way his face drops when he finds out the school is letting him go is incredible.
It was a notice of termination. You've been on the faculty for more than 50 years.
Pleasance was only 42 years old when they shot. 42! This right here was a great example of makeup artist William Tuttle's excellent work. It accentuates the actor's aged appearance without overdoing it. But even more impressive than the makeup were all the nuances Pleasance put into his performance. Playing older can be extremely hard to pull off well, yet Dr. Loomis over here did it effortlessly. How he walks, how he talks, looks around, and even cries never betrays his true age. He has some of the most expressive eyes I've ever seen an actor use to their benefit. I swear you can almost see how vibrantly blue they are through the black and white photography. Just one glance and you can tell what he's thinking. This has got to be up there with the best performances from Season 3, heck, any season. Would have loved to have seen him back in a wildly different role. We know the guy had range after all.
I am Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
It's not just Pleasance who turns in awesome work. Both his housekeeper, Mrs. Landers, and the kids who come back from the dead to compliment their teacher are all great too.
I would be true, for there are those who trust me. I would be pure, for there are those who care. I would be strong, for there is much to suffer. And I would be brave, for there's much to dare. I never forgot that, Professor. That was something that you left me, and I never forgot it.
Each of us has in turn carried with him something that you gave him. We wanted to thank you, Professor.
I like how they set up the main kid, Artie Beechcroft, in dialogue early on. Every one of the students had a tragic demise, but the hope in their words is so powerful when you see how it affects Fowler. They're all great. I can even look past this kid's awkward smile.
You taught me about ethics and honesty.
I liked seeing Liam Sullivan back from the top-notch episode The Silence. He's got a very different role in this one and has to play it pretty straight, but he did his job of delivering the heartbreaking news to Ellis with a touch of sincerity and admiration. You understand the school's decision wasn't made out of malice.
Discharged? Oh, no, Professor. Please don't call it that. It's retirement. And at half salary for the rest of your life.
While The Silence features an unexpected ending twist, this one doesn't have anything quite so shocking. Except for maybe the reveal of the gun the professor pulls out of his desk. I forgot all about that on my rewatch and thought he was pulling out a bottle of whiskey or something. But nope, straight to the point. It's an effective little moment. Let's see how the professor's story wrapped up. Each student proves to Fowler that his lessons indeed positively affected their lives. Some were even heroes who took the professor's sage quotes with them in their final moments. Moved to tears by this outpouring of respect and admiration, Ellis watches as the young men fade away, just as he remembered them from years prior. He returns home with newfound pride in his life's work. He graciously retires from his position at the school and ends the episode with a quote from Horace Mann.
Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity. This particular changing of the guard, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Love it. There are Christmas elements in the episode, so you could consider it a holiday installment. I personally don't think it fits into the same category as Night of the Meek or It's a Wonderful Life or something, but shared themes are certainly present. The Changing of the Guard is without a doubt one of the better episodes of Season 3 and a must-watch for anyone even remotely interested. The entire show ending with the teacher reflecting on the impact he had on his pupils would have been a poetic way to go out for Rod Serling and the Twilight Zone. As we all know, that didn't happen. The show had trouble picking up a main sponsor for a fourth season, so it was replaced by another program in its time slot. Rod himself was very burnt out and had grown tired of the demands of running the show. He accepted a teaching position at his alma mater, Antioch College, for the following semester, thinking his time in the zone was finished. Subsequently, producer Buck Houghton received an attractive offer from 4 Star Productions. With it looking like the end for the show, he heavily considered the offer. Eventually, CBS renewed The Twilight Zone for a 4th season, but there would be some big changes. They ordered 18 hour-long episodes, which completely altered the well-established presentation. Even with the 4th season going ahead, Rod wouldn't back out of his new job, and Houghton accepted the offer from 4 Star. It was truly the end of an era, as Rod continued to contribute scripts, but he took a huge step back from the day-to-day operations of overseeing production. He said at the time, quote, "At the moment, my perspective is shot. I think that is evident at times in the lack of quality in some of the Twilight Zone scripts, and frankly, I'd like to do my best work all the time." End quote. Herbert Hirschman was brought in at Serling and Houghton's request to be the Zone's new producer, and the show went on with its fourth batch of episodes. They're considered controversial by many fans and critics alike. They weren't even included in some of the streaming releases of the series due to rights issues. But is this season underrated? Does it have more to offer than most give it credit for? There's only one way to find out. Come back next time, folks, as we travel to a whole new region of the Twilight Zone. On January 3rd, 1963, In His Image ushered in a brand new age for the Twilight Zone. There were some massive shifts behind the scenes that led to the series becoming a very different animal compared to what we saw throughout the first 3 seasons. As I mentioned in our last review, Season 4 was a late renewal at CBS. They greenlit 18-hour-long episodes. Breaking the traditional half-hour format and having the amount of installments was only the beginning. During the uncertain period between Season 3 and the show's renewal, producer Buck Houghton left for another job, Rod Serling became much less involved, teaching at his alma mater, Antioch College, and TV veteran Herbert Hirschman was brought in to steer the ship. Serling was against pushing the show past its usual weekly half-hour, but it was the only way CBS would renew. He also wasn't thrilled with the time slot changing to Thursday, fearing the series would lose some of its more youthful audience that had grown on its former Friday night schedule. While Rod wasn't as involved with the series as he once was, he still had a full plate. He was teaching mass media and writing in dramatic form at Antioch while still writing feature screenplays and sending in his TZ scripts into Herbert Hirschman on the West Coast. The pair would have regular conversations about every script that came through for Season 4 and argued a few times over Serling's work. Hirschman had a lot of respect for Rod's talent and felt he had to call Serling out when he turned something in that wasn't up to what Herbert felt was the prolific writer's personal standard. Since Hirschman had a directing background, he took a hands-on approach to how things were run. He stepped in to direct reshoots himself when they couldn't get the original director back, and while he wanted to leave intact as much as he could from what made the show work previously, other changes were inevitable. Shooting for an hour program doubled principal photography from 3 to 6 days, which made scheduling difficult. It wasn't possible for regular cinematographer George T. Clemens to keep up with the new heavily demanding timetable, so, at his request, they brought in Robert Pittak to DP every other episode. Pittak stepped in for Clemens before on Season 3's Person or Persons Unknown and was a trusted replacement. Clemens also joined Houghton and Serling in being wary of shifting the show to an hour every week. He feared they didn't have the type of material that would keep viewers engaged for that long. Among some of the other adjustments that happened under Hirschman was the changing of the show's name. CBS dropped the word "the" from the title and officially just called the show Twilight Zone for the final 2 seasons. This is reflected in the new opening that happens to be by far the most famous of any intro the series produced.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension.
Rod wrote and recorded the narration, but it was Hirschman who conceptualized and directed everything else about it. From the props to the overall tone, those 30 seconds may be Hirschman's biggest contribution to the series. The producer also directed all of Rod's on-screen narrator bits, which were shot on off days whenever Serling flew out to LA. They'd pack in as many as possible, a lot of the time when the episodes weren't yet finished shooting, leaving the team to hope the narrator spots still matched the finished product. Rod obviously couldn't be on set for the episodes, so they were all recorded against a generic gray backdrop. This was an unfortunate sacrifice since it was always fun to see how Serling would pop up in every installment. In the same vein, Rod stayed on to preview the following week's show by appearing on camera, but the segments were beefed up to feature extended clips. The ending credits disappointingly dropped the freeze frame from the episode that just finished in favor of a starry night sky background. This is a small but still bothersome aesthetic alteration among the more substantial ones. In the Season 4 premiere, George Grizzard returned to star as Alan Talbot, a Don Juan who's been caught up in a whirlwind romance with a woman named Jessica Connolly. Although they only met 4 days ago, the pair are to be married within a week. Before Alan meets his fiancée one evening, he travels to an empty subway station where an older woman aggressively tries to warn him about temptations of the devil and other religious machinations. Alan tolerates her at first, but as she becomes more hostile, he starts to hear strange mechanical noises that steer him into a rage. He throws the woman onto the tracks below just as the train passes by, killing her. Shocked at his actions, he runs away. With no visual remorse concerning this heinous act, Alan shows up to Jessica's with the intention of showing her his hometown. On their way, Talbot screams in his sleep about a man named Walter, which he denies when his fiancée wakes him up. Things don't get any less curious when they arrive in Corville. While Alan recognizes the town, it seems to have moved on 20 years past his memory, with someone else living in his house and old friends having passed away. There's no record of his place of work, his Aunt Mildred, or himself anywhere in Corville. This eventually leads to Alan hearing the mechanical noises again and, hoping not to attack her, he forces Jessica to go back home without him. Frightened, she complies. Directly after this event, Talbot is almost hit by an oncoming car and injures his arm. When checking on the wound, he discovers even more questions that need to immediately be resolved. Based on his 1957 short story, this was Charles Beaumont's first of 6 scripts in Season 4. The extra time gave him a chance for more setup and to establish a mood. He's known for his darker concepts, and while this one definitely has plenty of dark themes, it's not as haunting as something like The Howling Man or Perchance to Dream. It's got a great opening sequence with Talbot walking alone out of his hotel and waiting in the train station with that prophetic evangelist bearing witness to his uncontrollable violence. Catherine Squire made her comeback to the Zone after her appearance in Season 3's One More Pallbearer, playing a totally different role. She's believable in both and really sold her part in the few minutes she was on screen. Squire's not the only one who made multiple trips into the fifth dimension here. Gail Colby plays Jessica very empathetically and sympathetically after her smaller part in the Season 1 classic, A World of Difference. For better or worse, I bought that she had fallen for Alan in those 4 days.
Mr. Talbot, I didn't plan on falling in love with you. But I did. And I'm stuck with it.
Well, thank you.
She gives this heartbreaking little look when Talbot denies their romance in the cemetery scene. It was some of the best acting in the episode.
Is your wife?
No, we're just friends.
Well, Mr. Talbot, you want to tell me what you're doing in Kerrville?
Wallace Rooney had his third and final credit as the angry old man who lived in Alan's house.
I'm sorry.
You satisfied?
Well, as long as he owns up to it. Fine and dandy.
George Grizzard is awesome as Alan Talbot. It's a much meatier role than his part in The Chaser, and he got to show off his talent in a variety of ways. He had really good chemistry with Gail Colby in their scenes that range from romantic to supportive to manic. Talbot is almost in a reverse walking distance situation where he returns to his hometown to see it's the same, but somehow further along in the future. He also has to reckon with the fact that there aren't any records of his existence. Grizzard very much embodied that internal self-torture which slowly ate away at Alan from the inside out.
Somebody I never saw before living in my house. Woman I had lunch with a week ago, dead 3 years. New buildings in the town.
Perry Lafferty did a heck of a job from the director's chair. This was his first of 3 episodes, and they were all Season 4 hour-long installments. He was able to showcase multiple interior and exterior locations that made this story feel bigger than usual, utilizing them to the fullest. I loved some of these shots that Lafferty and George Clemens captured. That subway station was used in The Mind and the Matter and maybe a few other episodes, but it's given a much darker connotation here. The suspense that builds across that scene is perfect, crescendoing into a moment that leaves the audience simultaneously horrified and intrigued. The background details even highlight what the dialogue is about, with one poster advertising a men's clothing company that says it can make you look as smart as the devil.
Oh, the devil's all around us, mister. All around us, everywhere we go.
Some of my other favorite shots were this jib down and later back up past that foreground tree in the cemetery. One of those frames led to a wonderfully lit wide angle on Jessica's car driving through the foggy forested road. In a rare handheld shot, we see the moment Alan loses it and chases after his fiancée. That one was straight out of a horror movie. A moment later, that car nearly speeding right into Alan looked a little too close for comfort. Major credit has to go to the stunt team for putting it all on the line there. I was sure the stuntman's leg got clipped by that car, but when you slow it down, you see he dove out of the way with inches to spare. I wouldn't be surprised if that take was mistimed and they kept it in the final piece. After the near accident, Alan finds circuitry beneath the skin on his forearm. Baffled, he's driven back to his hotel and looks up the name Walter Ryder in the phone book. It's the same name he was shouting in his sleep and the same name that graced the headstone of where his parents' graves were supposed to be in Corville. He soon arrives at a house that has Ryder's name on the front door. It's open, so he enters the dark home only to be confronted by a familiar face.
I've been waiting for you.
Walter Ryder is a scientist who always dreamed of creating artificial life in the form of a perfect replica of himself, without the flaws. In Alan, he succeeded. 8 days ago, something went wrong with his programming and Talbot stabbed Ryder with scissors, escaping the house. Walter explains that there's a malfunction somewhere inside his duplicate that causes him to act out with murderous fury. After finding out that his old memories of Corville are what was confusing Alan, the creator tells his creation there's likely no way to fix his killer fits. Talbot tells Ryder of Jessica and the life they were trying to build together. Upon seeing the pamphlet the woman at the subway station gave him, Alan loses it again. He battles his maker in a desperate fight for life as we dissolve to Jessica's apartment before we see the outcome. Alan soon returns alone to his fiancée. They reunite, trying to forget their strange ordeal and move forward. We dissolve back to the destroyed lab where Alan's mechanical body is laid out, deactivated. Walter is the one who gets to live his life with Jessica as the original, flawed, but human version of himself. That's right, Grizzard gives not one, but two strong performances. He plays off himself well in some very convincing split screen, and the back of the body double they got made the interactions between Alan and Walter pretty seamless. It helps that Walter is a totally different character too. Where Alan is confident, Walter is reserved. Where Talbot fights to find out what's going on, Ryder is resigned to his own shortcomings.
That's the story of my life, right down the line. Success in the little things. Failure in the big ones.
The lab sequence has a few nice exchanges, and the unveiling of these face casts of Grizzard got a little laugh out of me, but this is where things started to drag. It just feels like their conversation goes on for much too long. From Walter's reveal to the ending fight is about 15 minutes. Again, there's great work happening in that time frame, especially the impressive destruction of the laboratory, but it feels like this sequence could have been accomplished in half the time. I guess you could say that about every episode this season, though. I don't like how they dissolved away from the scuffle either. Lafferty had already shown he had a great eye for detail. A simple close-up of one of the failed duplicates with debris and sparks falling around it could have lent itself to a nice transition. We just needed something more meaningful than what we got. It felt a little out of sync with the rest of the show. Overall, this wasn't too bad. Considering it was the first hour-long show, it's far from the worst and set a decent standard. Beaumont's themes of self-improvement, maybe some irresponsible procreation, and a sort of ambiguous happy ending shine through. You can look at the finish several different ways. It's the chance for Ryder to finally live a life he's wanted, and Jessica is out of danger. But Alan ultimately gave in to his mechanical demons and was left in a literal heap. Perry Lafferty's direction, the cinematography, performances, and some well-done effects make this a recommendation despite minimal pacing issues. Take a look for yourself and see what you think of this expanded incarnation of the Twilight Zone.
Not a robot.
Not a robot!
Stop it, Walter!
All right, sorry. The 30 Fathom Grave was Rod Serling's first hour-long Twilight Zone script to reach the airwaves. With Perry Lafferty back directing again after In His Image, and a few familiar faces acting on screen, the second episode of the fourth season continued to ease audiences into these longer stories. Out on the Pacific Ocean in 1963, a United States Navy destroyer becomes wrapped up in a mystery when sonar detects an immobile submarine on the ocean floor. When they listen in, the sound of distinct hammering clangs seem to be coming from the sub. The captain, Beecham, is notified, and the strange noises lead him to send Boatswain's mate McClure down 30 fathoms to check it out. In the middle of all this, Chief Bell has been acting more and more disoriented the closer they've gotten to the submarine. He faints and ends up in the sickbay, cared for by the ship's doctor, where the tapping noises start to affect him greatly. Underwater, the sub shows evidence of taking heavy fire. The tapping inside the hull responds to McClure hitting the outside with the end of a knife. Later, the sub shifts, revealing its number, 714. It matches up with a U.S. model that was sunk in action on August 7, 1942. Bell just so happens to have been on that sub when it was attacked during World War II, and the longer they're floating above it, the more strange things he starts to see, beckoning him. Interestingly, the first 3 Season 4 episodes to air were directed by Perry Lafferty. This one is very different aesthetically from his first, but there's still the story connection of a main character being plagued by indescribable interior assaults that ultimately affect the world around him. They shot this episode on a pair of real Navy destroyers, which helped a lot with the believability of the piece. Serling made sure to drop in plenty of technical language too, which also aided the authenticity. The underwater shots added some visual flair to an otherwise purposefully claustrophobic atmosphere. These look really good and sold the predicament this crew found themselves in. I could be wrong, but this might have been the first underwater footage shot for the Twilight Zone. It's not anything crazy with a shark chasing McClure or something, but it made the show feel a little different. I'm sure Serling's experience in World War II colored a lot of his perspective here. He wasn't in the Navy, but he was said to have almost died in battle and would live with resulting nightmares for the rest of his life. Other wartime episodes also displayed his thoughts, but the survivor's guilt present in the Bell character may have informed some of his real feelings on his time served. There are many who aren't big fans of the 30-fathom grave for a methodical pace over its 52 minutes. While length is certainly a problem with a few of these Season 4 episodes, I actually found myself enjoying how this story was presented. Yes, it's a bit slow, but it gave me the feeling of a show you could pay half attention to while doing something else and never lose interest. When one of the big turns in the story happened, I was instantly invested again to see what came next. It's not a stride I'd want to see very often, however for this tale, it worked. A bigger cast than usual was used, featuring solid performances by everyone involved. Simon Oakland was a convincing captain with the most screen time of anyone. He's got that hard-nosed delivery that's not easy to pull off genuinely.
Sit down, Marmer.
He's a serviceable authority figure to have in there after seeing him play a criminal in Season 2's The Rip Van Winkle Caper. Henry Scott double-dipped as well, playing a role in Season 1's The Big Tall Wish. I liked John Considine as McClure, reacting to the sub's mystery close up and reporting back with confusion and sometimes terror. It was fun to see a young Bill Bixby perform some very straightforward delivery, too.
Could be a sub, sir, and we could be hearing it. It's only about 30 fathoms.
Out in the middle of the ocean, you gotta make sure that guy stays calm. McClure finds Bell's dog tags at the wreck site and, disturbed, hands them over to his captain. After seeing apparitions of his former crewmates on the destroyer and receiving his dog tags back, Bell admits to Beecham it was his fault the sub was attacked that day. He was charged with putting an infrared filter on the signal light so the Japanese wouldn't see them. Bell accidentally dropped the signal light and the filter fell off, exposing his boat to the enemy. They were already surrounded, so the sub was decimated. He was flung into the water during the attack and could hear his crewmates screaming for help inside the hull as they sank to the bottom of the ocean. Bell was the lone survivor, and the guilt has eaten him alive since. He blames himself for the destruction of the sub and the death of the men on board. He thinks the noises from down below and the visions he's been getting are his crewmates calling him back to where he should have died all those years ago. Beecham fails to convince the chief that it wasn't his fault and the boat was already doomed. He doesn't listen. Not able to take any more, Bell dashes up to the deck and dives into the water. His body is not recovered, but McClure and the rescue team do get inside the submarine's hull to see the remains of 8 men. The periscope shears were cut in half, with part of it swinging loosely, possibly explaining the clanging. However, one of the men still held a hammer in his hand. I love when Rod would give a more realistic out to explain what was happening, yet leave the door open to draw our own conclusions. It's always more fun to buy into the supernatural stuff though, isn't it? Those shots of Belle seeing the ghosts of his crew signaling to join them in their watery grave were great. The doctor finding a patch of seaweed in the corridor added a perfect touch as well, even if the line added in post was a little forced.
Seaweed.
I'm kind of split on Mike Kellen's performance as Chief Bell. He acts disoriented very well, repeating words and just looking off, but sometimes he overdoes it. I think part of the problem is that this episode is longer, so we sort of saw all his tricks recurring after a few scenes. When he finally snaps towards the end, it feels a touch hammy.
I could hear the voices of our guys. They were, I was screaming!
The children were screaming!
I really like that scene overall, with Belle recalling what happened to the sub and Beecham doing his best to absolve the chief of his guilt.
The facts are that sub was dead in the water and surrounded by enemy craft. That was a crew that was doomed. Do you understand that?
In the final sequence, the captain talks a bit about how Belle's guilt ultimately killed him.
Funny thing how long it takes some men to die. Sometimes I think that's the worst thing there is about war. What it does to the minds. So rest in peace, Chief Bell. I think it's your due now.
The 30 Fathom Grave is a ghost story in a unique setting for the show, pretty much on par with something like Season 1's Judgment Night. I think it might be slightly underrated. Dive in and see what your opinion is. Just don't dive too deep, or you might sink to the very depths of the Twilight Zone. Perry Lafferty directed his final episode with Valley of the Shadow. Taking 3 bites at the apple in a row in airing order gave us a good sense of how this director worked, especially with a trio of very different stories that redefined how Twilight Zone was produced in Season 4. After seeing these back to back to back, I think this is my favorite one. There might be superior individual moments and definitely some stronger performances in his image, with a more interesting location/mystery in the 30 Fathom Grave, but Charles Beaumont's second script of the season asked some important questions, which play out in a way that makes you consider a bigger picture. It's not the most visually compelling installment, and you'll either like or dislike that the characters aren't starkly good or bad. However, with the hour duration, I found it was able to build on those gray areas and even establish a decently believable romance. Valley of the Shadow is a pretty vague title, so let's shine some light on it. Newspaper reporter Philip Redfield has lost his way driving out in the country with his dog Rolly. He stops in a small town called Peaceful Valley to get some gas and find lunch. Once there, his dog hops out of his car to chase a little girl's cat. The girl becomes angry and uses a strange device to make Rolly disappear. Philip saw this happen and is naturally upset, but is also confused. The girl's father pretends to find the dog around back when he uses the same device to make the hound reappear. Grateful, yet still wanting some food since the only restaurant in town is closed, he goes to the local hotel, where he meets a woman named Ellen working inside. There seems to be a budding attraction between the two, but Ellen tells him to leave since there are no vacancies and no place to grab a bite. Redfield's inquisitive nature is piqued. It's obvious she's hiding something, and the only newspaper in the lobby is from 10 years ago. Angry at how he's been treated by the townsfolk, Philip splits. He doesn't get too far, though, as his car rams into an unseen obstacle and kills Rolly. Disoriented, he's brought to a building where 3 men in suits assure him his dog is fine. One of them is the eccentric mayor of Peaceful Valley, Dorn. They question Redfield on the odd things he saw and seem to know a lot about him. The trio eventually tell him he won't be allowed to leave. When he tries to escape, Dorn uses a machine called a dissembler to place him back in a chair and explains the origins of his community. 104 years ago, a man or possible extraterrestrial being came to Peaceful Valley and bestowed on its people equations and technology that are light years beyond anything on Earth. In exchange for entrusting the town with his secrets, the people who live there can never share any knowledge with the rest of the world until it's achieved total peace. Redfield is shown some of the gadgets that they have available, including a computer that can generate anything, how the dissembler can heal grave wounds, and the original book the visitor left with all his equations inside. Philip argues that by not sharing this technology with the rest of the world, the preventable deaths of humanity are on their hands. Dorn and his associates argue that mankind is simply not ready. Mass destruction would result in releasing what they have. Philip is then given a choice to either die or join them by living the rest of his life in Peaceful Valley. I can see why people might not be a fan of this episode. It's a little hard to follow at times and is intentionally more of a moral debate than a compelling story with memorable characters. Like most other TZ episodes, this was all shot on MGM's backlot, and it's more noticeable that these locations are repeating. The dirt road surrounded by trees was just used in his image, and the gas station area of Peaceful Valley is very recognizable from Hocus-Pocus and Frisby. This is really just because I'm watching everything so close together. I doubt most people back in 1963 noticed these things. Despite those shortcomings, I think this cast elevated the material, and the question being posed is interesting enough to warrant such an exercise. I like Ed Nelson as Philip. Usually, a character in his position is a wide-eyed innocent or has clearly cruel intentions. Redfield has neither. He's a take-no-BS kind of guy who was just thrown into a really weird situation, and he doesn't stand by and let it happen to him. He immediately tries to figure out what's going on. That made him more believable. As a reporter, he's hardwired to find the truth when he smells something is off, so it all matches up. Plus, he's relatable to anyone who's gotten lost after printing out MapQuest directions. Or maybe Bugs Bunny drew that map for him.
I listened to a friend of mine. He told me I could cut a couple hours off my trip to Albuquerque by taking the back route.
Am I a stinker?
Considering how bad of a day this guy was having, I think the townies were just lucky Redfield didn't go all John Wick when that crash killed his dog.
My dog is dead.
Natalie Trundy as Ellen does a lot with subtle facial expressions and a subdued delivery. Known for her Planet of the Apes movie appearances, she was the most intriguing character to watch here. The slow development of her fondness for Philip isn't something that could have been accomplished as well in the half-hour format. Residents of Peaceful Valley are kept a very close eye on, and she's obviously suppressing her emotions throughout the show. She doesn't know how to process what she's feeling, and she tells Redfield as much in an impressive scene.
When I saw you leaving Peaceful Valley, and I've thought about you since then, Philip. Even asleep, I've thought about you, and it hurts. I don't know why, but it hurts. Do you know why? I can't make this feeling stop.
David Opatashu had a quirky delivery as Dorn. He was a fun watch opposite Nelson and represented one side of the main argument.
The same power that can be used to heal sickness can also be used to destroy the innocent.
Familiar faces include Sandy Kenyon from Odyssey of Flight 33 and The Shelter, Morgan Brittany, aka Suzanne Capito from Nightmare as a Child and later Caesar and Me, and Dabbs Greer from the previously mentioned Hocus Pocus and Frisby. Greer plays Evans as the often vexed member of his trio. He also takes the most abuse from Philip, absorbing a badly whiffed punch and a few direct insults.
If we kill this man, in what way do we differ from the outsiders?
For we do it out of necessity, not out of choice.
Thank you, Adolf Hitler.
It is for the good of the world.
This was his only Zone appearance, but a pre-Star Trek James Doohan joined William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and later George Takei as another main TOS cast member who popped up in this series. Robert Pittick shot his first Season 4 episode to air as director of photography with this one. There wasn't much of an opportunity to do anything overly dynamic with his camera work, but there are a few noteworthy visuals. Dorn stabs Evans in the chest at one point and heals the damage by reversing the film. It's simple, but looks pretty smooth and gets the point across well. Before that, we saw Redfield crash into a force field featuring a brutal-looking effect. They used two identical cars, destroying the front end of one for the later shots. The first was chained to a tree and jerked back to create the illusion of a crash into nothing. Turns out, this effect may have been a little too realistic. Even though the car was only going 12 miles per hour, the stuntman injured himself by hitting the wheel and had to be taken into the hospital. At least it looked good. It was cool to see that shovel break against the force field outside Redfield's new house, too. An easy trick to pull off, but practicality can go a long way. Redfield chooses to live in the superficially quaint town, but sees that he's caught on the property of his new home by an invisible force field. Ellen visits him often, and a delicate bond begins to form. With next to no contact with the outside world and her emotional growth stunted, Ellen has fallen in love with Philip. She's able to drop the force field around his house and waits in his car to leave with him. But Redfield can't help himself. With no one inside the town hall, he creates a gun with their computer and steals the visitor's book of equations. Dorn and his cronies arrive to stop him, but Philip shoots them dead and drives off. Before he gets too far, he tries to confess what happened to Ellen, but she hands over the book, filled with empty pages, and brings out a device that transports him back into City Hall. Ellen, Dorn, Connolly, and Evans all explain that this was a test, and they can't trust Redfield. He's unapologetic for his actions, thinking himself in the right. Regardless, Dorn states he'll be executed, and Connolly brings out a glass bowl. It places him back to the moment when he first arrived in Peaceful Valley, and he leaves with no memory of his experience there, as a heartbroken Ellen looks on. The thesis question put forth is without a doubt the most compelling element in this script. Redfield's perspective is basically a with great power comes great responsibility stance. Peaceful Valley has the means to help humanity, but doesn't. They use their tech mostly as trinkets for convenience. There's also a personal angle on this argument that comes out during his intimate scene with Ellen.
What could the outside world have to offer that we don't have?
That's not the point, Ellen. It's what you have to offer the outside world. I mean, right now, at this very moment, thousands and thousands of people are starving. Well, you could feed them.
Nelson did well in driving that point home, and Trundi's reactions steal the sequence. You can see the effect that this all has on Ellen. Her stare of longing as Philip drives away at the end means a great deal, since we heard her expound on the pain she felt when he tried to leave the first time. She didn't want to betray Redfield. Both she and Dorn were confident that Philip would make the nonviolent choice. That brings us to their point of view.
The history of civilization has been written in blood.
They have all of human existence to point to, even directly mentioning the atomic bomb. Man is incapable of coexisting when the threat of mass-murdering superweapons are available. In a microcosm of this point, they bring up the fact that the first thing Philip did when he was free was create a gun and kill Dorn, Evans, and Connolly. Philip's counter is basically that the ends justify the means if the possibility was there to save millions of lives.
I did the right thing. I'd do it again.
This debate was fun to see play out in a Twilight Zone episode. Could there have been a more interesting story surrounding it? Yeah, and I do wish we could have seen more of Peaceful Valley and how its 981 residents live with their miraculous technology, but the diverse performances are pretty good and the script is trying to say something important. While it basically answers the main question by giving the opinion that humanity isn't nearly ready for what equations like these could be capable of, the other side was given some solid logic. Again, you may not be into this one. It is very different in that the themes are more important than the story and characters, but I really enjoyed this odd meditation on how we as humans should balance power and our duty to help others. It's a debate that's reflected through the twisted mirror of the Twilight Zone.
Anything wrong? No, but I saw somebody I knew, that's all.
The first time I watched He's Alive, I loved it. It was one of my favorite episodes from the whole show. While there is a lot to like here, including its core message and leading performance from a 20-something Dennis Hopper, I found myself a bit less enthralled on the rewatch. Why is that? Let's dive in and find out. Peter Vollmer is the leader of a small group of neo-Nazis who are regularly ridiculed during their open-air hate sermons. At their latest one, Peter fails to captivate the few who have gathered to listen, and a brawl breaks out. Hurt physically and emotionally, Volmer retreats to the apartment of an old friend, Ernst Gans, for a place to spend the night. We learn that Peter was a mistreated child from an abusive home, and Gans has been a father figure to him for years. Clashing with his fascist ideals, he claims that Ernst, a Holocaust survivor, is the only person he has any love for. Gans can't help but see the boy he once took in and begrudgingly tolerates his hateful way of life by letting him sleep on the couch once in a while. In the middle of the night, Volmer is awakened by a man in shadow calling to him from the street below. The figure says they share the same beliefs, and he coaches Peter on how to capture a crowd's attention to spread their message. Soon, Volmer is filling a local hall with bombastic speeches that seem to connect to an audience. The shadowy figure continues to pop up, paying for the group's rental fee and instructing Peter on how to grow his movement. The next step is creating a martyr, which Volmer reluctantly orders through the murder of one of his followers. The tactic works, gaining sympathy for the group and leading to even more people showing up to hear Peter speak. Disheartened by his surrogate son's growing influence over the community, Ernst barges into one of their meetings to shatter Volmer's mystique. By today's standards, He's Alive could be seen as a very surface-level and heavy-handed story. When it first aired, the episode stirred up some controversy, both with the viewers at home and behind the scenes for different reasons. Rod Serling was particularly happy with his teleplay and was said to be upset with producer Herbert Hirschman for cutting it down for broadcast. There was supposed to be an extended scene where Volmer is running through the streets only to be met at every turn with Nazi imagery. Serling also wasn't allowed to show a swastika in this episode, which is why Volmer's organization has a more generic logo. There were more changes, including Peter's original last name, that were outlined in the August 1986 edition of Twilight Zone magazine. In both that issue and the following one in October, an extended script was published showing how much more Rod wanted in the story. He pitched Hirschman on developing two versions of the episode, one that would air on TV and a longer feature cut that would be released in theaters. With the show's budget already stretched thin, this plan was rejected. When He's Alive hit the airwaves, Serling and CBS were sent thousands of letters. Some praised it, others condemned it on a few different grounds. There was apparently confusion over the intention behind Volmer's group using anti-communist sentiments to identify with some of those who opposed them. They also spoke of a return to freedom in the United States. This upset folks that correlated those sentiments as comparisons to conservative groups in the country at the time. They didn't think the opposition of communism or speaking on the country's freedom should put them in the same league as fascists, who, during that period, were not considered as much of a threat to the U.S. as subversive communism. Remember, this wasn't too long after McCarthyism and the Red Scare of the late 1950s. Serling responded to a newspaper review expressing this opinion by saying any link to responsible conservatives was not intentional. He offered that many of the letters he received were from white supremacists who hated the episode and were, in fact, very anti-communist. It's kind of wild to think that even in 1963, a mere 18 years after the end of World War II, these factions were still so prominent and bold as to write into the show and admonish He's Alive with hideous racial insults, some of which are directly quoted in the magazine article. It seems that Serling, the former angry young man of Hollywood, still had it in him to rattle the cages of audiences across the country. For the record, I would have loved to have seen the feature version of this. There's a lot about it that worked and connected with me on that first viewing. I think all the elements are there to make a great story, and by the end, it's an entertaining and unsettling at times personal cautionary tale. But it just doesn't have the same impact all the way through on repeat viewings. Hopper's performance is at times pitch perfect and at others eccentrically overdramatic. Part of that is just Dennis Hopper's acting style. It didn't always come together, but I came away from this thinking he did a good job.
They say that we hate the minorities! We are the minorities! Patriotism is a minority. Because love of country is the minority.
I know it's supposed to be serious, but I always chuckle at those big posters they made of Hopper's face. I wonder if they still exist somewhere. Some of the best acting in the episode goes to Ludwig Donath as Ernst Gans. His relationship with Volmer is such a contradiction to both their backgrounds and beliefs, yet it's an effective way to show where Peter came from, where he's going, and the seemingly endless forgiveness of Ernst.
I should close the door on you. Perhaps this is my sickness. I only see the boy, not the man.
You're like a father. You're the only thing in the world that I've ever loved.
They do their best to explain the connection between the pair in a scene early on, but I think their unique relationship would have been the main beneficiary of an extended incarnation of the script. Most of the other actors did a fine job with the material. Returning faces included Paul Mazursky, Jay Adler, and Bernard Fine. Stuart Rosenberg made a comeback to the series after Season 1's I Shot an Arrow into the Air. He'd also direct the following installment in Season 4, Mute. He's Alive is a good-looking episode. Everything is shot at night, either on the street set at MGM or inside a dramatically lit building, including that podium with torches framing it. How they kept the shadowy figure in an opaque silhouette added to the dread that was building to his reveal, and it just looks great contrasted against the lighter black and white background. Gans succeeds in tearing down Peter's views from the stage and is viciously slapped for it. He leaves, with the crowd in silence. Later, alone in the hall, the man in shadow scolds Volmer for letting Ernst get the best of him, and finally divulges his identity.
I invented darkness!
Shocked at the sight of Adolf Hitler, Peter at first runs away before returning to the hall to listen to the Führer pontificate.
This is just the dawn. It will be a long, long day!
Inspired by his ominous words, Volmer is given a gun and does as he's told. He marches up to his surrogate father's home and after a short argument, shoots him dead, killing off the neo-Nazis' last bit of decency. Back at the hall, the voice of Hitler warns Peter against sentimentality and instills him with a feeling of impenetrable steel.
It felt like I was immortal.
Mr. Volmer! We are immortal!
Just then, police bust in, aiming to arrest Peter for his complicity in the murder of his follower, Nick Bloss. Volmer flees and is shot off the staircase in the back alley, where he lays bleeding to death.
You've made a terrible mistake. I'm made out of steel. You understand that I'm made out of steel?
Hitler's shadow is then seen walking out of the alley as Rod's narration bluntly warns us about where the Führer's message of hatred may show up next. Seeing Hitler step into the light like that was a heavy moment. Kurt Conway's performance has the anger, manipulation, and gravitas needed to pull off this story's iteration of the long-dead German leader. I almost wish he was kept in shadow the whole time, or we just saw his face for a moment at the very end. It's not that Conway doesn't deliver, it more has to do with how intimidating that shadow itself was. We knew who was under it. Also, having the actor stand directly in front of a large image of the real guy can take you out of the moment for a bit. Interestingly, in the script that was published in Twilight Zone magazine, Hitler is described when seen in the light for the first time as thus, quote, "The face is lined and old, the hair is oyster white, but the man is Adolf Hitler, and there can be no question of this," end quote. So there, I'm guessing it was meant to be a more age-appropriate Hitler, like he survived the bunker or something. In the episode, Conway has the darker hair, and it's more obvious this is some sort of evil spirit, which I think fits a bit better. The arc of Ernst and Peter was an absorbing one. Their exchanges and how Gans stands up to what his young friend has become has a lot of depth to it.
You can never kill an idea with a bullet, Peter. Never. I'll tell them about a quaking, whimpering boy who cried on my couch, who still cries on my couch.
Put him down.
Yeah, put me down. Put me down. Shut me up. Stifle me. Why don't you? Why can't you?
Seeing Volmer succumb totally to his inner darkness by killing Gans is the proper emotional payoff. He's been infected by the seed of hatred for too long, and it led him to kill the one person he said he loved. certainly makes sense from a narrative perspective. So, I can't say this is in my top 5 episodes like it used to be. It just doesn't hit every single note the way I thought it once did. However, He's Alive is still a very strong episode, and one that I consider required viewing. Not just as a Twilight Zone story, but for a wider view of society, spotlighting how a movement so reprehensible could garner the favor of the masses. Under the final shot of that menacing shadow advancing is one of Rod's most straightforward and powerful ending narrations. And it's one we should all be reminded of. I'll leave you with his words in his voice.
Where would he go next? This phantom from another time, this resurrected ghost of a previous nightmare. Chicago, Los Angeles, Miami, Florida, Vincennes, Indiana, Syracuse, New York. Any place, every place. Where there's hate, where there's prejudice, where there's bigotry. He's alive. He's alive so long as these evils exist. Remember that when he comes to your town. Remember it when you hear his voice speaking out through others. Remember it when you hear a name called, a minority attacked, any blind, unreasoning assault on a people or any human being. He's alive because through these things, we keep him alive.
Mute is the first hour-long Twilight Zone episode where I really felt the length. There had been some pacing issues in the ones that preceded, but this here clearly stretched a concept that might have been okay at a half hour into a pretty dull 52 minutes, containing some questionable moral complications. As with any Zone installment, there are things to admire about it, though. Let's take a look. The year is 1953. In Dusseldorf, Germany, a secret society, believing man's ability to communicate telepathically was once commonplace, has a final meeting. Each couple is going to raise a child to develop telepathic faculties. They plan on going their separate ways, but the hope is to one day all reconnect and live together in a community where the main form of communication is mental. One couple, the Werners, express apprehension about if this is truly in the best interest of their children. The leaders of the group, the Nielsen's, assure them that it must be done. In fact, they owe it to their offspring to raise them to their full potential. We cut to 10 years later. The Nielsen's are now living in the US with their daughter Ilsa. A fire destroys their house, leaving the young girl the only survivor of her family. With no place else to go, the sheriff, Harry Wheeler, and his wife Cora take in the traumatized girl. They're troubled by the fact that Ilsa wasn't raised to speak, but do their best to care for her. The Wheelers lost a daughter some years back, and Cora quickly grows a motherly attachment to Ilsa. This causes strife between husband and wife, with the more stoic Harry trying to find relatives for the girl to live with, as Cora sabotages his efforts to keep her new surrogate daughter. Confused and overwhelmed in a completely new world with no verbal way to communicate, Nielsen hopes that one of the other European families from the society will come to get her. However, she soon starts school for the first time, and her twisted teacher, Miss Frank, makes life even more difficult. Stuart Rosenberg's follow-up to He's Alive, which immediately preceded Perry Lafferty's trio of episodes, is not a poorly directed show. The performances aren't too bad on the whole, and there's plenty of nice camera movements with a few dynamic set pieces to keep things interesting once in a while. Something as big as a full house fire was rare to see on this series after all. Robert Pittick does his best to shoot some creative visuals that excel when portraying Ilsa's sense of stress or when she's using her telepathy. My favorite shot is probably when Ilsa tries to mentally reach out to her parents before she knows they died, which takes us to a handheld POV following a firefighter. He walks into the scorched house, and they show the dead bodies of her parents in the wreckage. Combined with Fred Steiner's music, it's a haunting and kind of morbid moment. Another compelling series of visuals starts when Ilsa first arrives in Miss Frank's classroom. They jump cut from a close-up of her face from the previous scene to a drawing of a jack-o'-lantern. The camera slowly pulls out to show her walking in with Cora, then goes right into some moving slanted angles. A nice tracking shot that traverses the aisle between two rows of desks comes after. It's all very effective at showing what a scary place this is for the girl. The performances are a mixed bag. Recognizable faces like Robert Boone, the talented Oscar Baregi Jr., and an uncredited William Cha Lee, who, by the way, is given a totally pointless character to play, did little to heighten the intrigue. Charlie's appearance is one of quite a few empty moments where the episode just seemed like it was trying to fill the runtime. Anne Gillian as Ilsa is undoubtedly the standout. Her nonverbal acting doesn't ever feel forced, as she's naturally conveying distinct emotions with just her face and body language. There are also times where we hear her thoughts, and she has to match them with her expressions. It's all pulled off well on her end. Frank Overton was back after his great role as Martin's dad in Walking Distance. Unfortunately, he's as blank as a plank of wood here. Harry is supposed to be the restrained counter to his wife's anxious energy, but he goes too far that way and just looks like he doesn't want to be there. Walking Distance is one of my absolute favorites, so this was a bit disappointing. In contrast, Barbara Baxley as Cora does what's asked of her in an excessively emotional and obsessive performance. This lady was burning her husband's letters to some of Nielsen's only known friends just so she could have a replacement for the daughter she lost. I don't like how this character is portrayed within the narrative because by the end, they sort of acknowledge her attachment to Ilsa as being a good, healthy thing, which it most definitely is not. They also added that glossy finish to some of her close-ups, and it became jarring after a while. This was a common practice for actresses back in the day. It just didn't fit the style of the episode and was wildly inconsistent, popping up seemingly at random. Irene Daly's Miss Frank is unsettling. She is as creepy and straight-up mean as almost any character we've seen on the show. There's a sense of dread that follows this lady around, and she comes off as deeply unlikable.
In many ways, the fire was a blessing of her life.
What?
They gave her a little backstory that I'll talk about in a minute, which gave Daly an opportunity to really show off her chops, but the crux of the scene came out of nowhere. Her character also highlighted the theme of educators in past generations having no patience for children who learn differently or fall behind. It's hard not to see Ilsa's nonverbal state in school as a damning rebuke of how children with neurological and developmental disorders or learning disabilities were mistreated in the classroom. I'm sure this still happens, but back before the turn of the last century, there really wasn't a lot of common knowledge concerning most of these disabilities, and tons of kids suffered because of it. At school, Ilsa is put through humiliation after humiliation, with Miss Frank trying to force her to speak her name in front of the class. There also seems to be another motivation for Frank's cruel nature. She says her father put her through a similar process, and the teacher is determined to help Ilsa.
My father tried to force me into the same thing when I was your age. They've been training you to be a medium, trying to distort your innocent mind to communicate with the dead.
This only makes things worse, as Frank has the class repeat Nielsen's name by thinking it. The process is a torturous one for the little girl. Ilsa's previous wish of another family from the society coming to rescue her might finally be coming true in the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Werner. They came out to the US after not hearing from the Nielsens for quite some time and never receiving Harry's letters since Cora burned them. While they're disturbed to discover their friends are dead, the visitors soon see firsthand the damage Miss Frank's lessons have had on Ilsa. Once the pupil with the highest potential of the entire group, her telepathy has been heavily damaged, leading the hysterical child to scream out her first words.
My name is Ilsa! My name is Ilsa!
Cora comforts Nielsen, joining her in a breakdown of tears as Mrs. Wheeler snaps at the Werners.
You can't take her away from me. I won't let them. I love her. She loves me. She needs me.
Deciding to forego their legal rights to take Ilsa in, the Werners are dropped off by Harry and discuss the little girl's situation. They say she'd be an outcast with the other telepathic children at this point. Mrs. Werner believes that Ilsa's father treated her as more of an experiment than a daughter, and she'll be better off with the love the Wheelers are willing to give her. Walking down the block together, we watch as Cora and Ilsa happily stroll to a bright future as mother and daughter. The big problem here is Richard Matheson's teleplay. It was his first of only 2 season 4 scripts. Mute was based on a short story of his where a boy was in Ilsa's position. I haven't read the short story, but maybe it reads better in that format than as an episode, or at least a 52-minute one. It really does feel pulled well past its limit. The ending with the Werners trying to put a band-aid on Ilsa's horrific predicament is an uncharacteristic bungle by Matheson. This isn't a happy ending, and trying to characterize it that way feels like a bit of an insult to the audience. We just watched this little girl break down from being tortured day after day at school, and now she's pretty much lost her gift. I know they try to spin this as a good thing because she lost her telepathy, but gained love since her parents didn't really care about her, but there's no indication that they mistreated her outside of their isolated lifestyle. Who says they didn't love her? Cora is a whack job running on grief and tears that comes off so possessive that it's inevitable she'll ultimately scar this poor girl. There's also no comeuppance for Miss Frank, which is a massive injustice. We needed to see this lady at least fired from her job for tormenting the kid. That also leads me to the whole medium thing. Daly's performance in that scene is great, but what? Her father raised her to be a spirit-communicating medium. Why? How does that serve the story outside of Frank harassing Ilsa from inside her head as well as outside of it? Serling's narrator appearance also comes off a bit strange since he has to explain that the whole opening scene was a prologue and we're not going to see any of these people again, although the Werners do show up later to eat up some extra runtime. Altogether, Mute is dour, drawn out, and despite some good work from some of the cast and crew, Matheson's worst episode this far in. I can't recommend it, but maybe you'll see something I didn't if you check it out. Look it up under C for Conformity. In the Twilight Zone. Death Ship, or as Prime Video calls it, the Date Ship, seriously, what the heck is up with that? Saw the return of one of the great Twilight Zone directors and several on-screen stars. Based on another short story of his, Richard Matheson also penned his second and final hour-long script for Season 4. Ton of talent involved in this one. But did the space drama deliver where other extended installments failed? In the distant year of 1997, a spacecraft from Earth is on a mission to collect samples from other worlds to determine if they're habitable for colonization. The headstrong Captain Paul Ross and his small crew, consisting of Lieutenants Ted Mason and Mike Carter, land on a planet after Mason spotted a glint on the surface. When they land, the trio see the remains of a crashed spaceship eerily similar to theirs. Upon investigating, they discover the 3 dead bodies inside look a bit familiar. All 3 men have deceased doubles on the ship. In contrast to his panicked crewmates, Captain Ross is determined to find a logical explanation. He has several theories, including a time warp, which leads to an order that keeps the ship grounded indefinitely so they don't crash upon trying to leave. This isn't very popular with Mason and Carter, who say they have people to return to on Earth and can't live on the unnamed planet permanently. With the communication scrambled, there's also no way to let anyone know where they are. Things are further complicated by visions Carter and Mason have. Mike finds himself back home looking for his wife, and Ted reunites with his own family on the side of a serene body of water. What can't be figured out is how these elements tie together with their current situation. Death Ship was the 5th and final episode directed by Don Medford. He started his career in the Zone with Season 1's A Passage for Trumpet, and along the way helmed the very entertaining The Man in the Bottle, along with the disturbing yet poignant Death's Head Revisited. He had a diverse set of episodes and scripts to work with. Adding a dark mystery set in space to his credits further validated his versatility. The look of Death Ship, with the different sets, dynamic lighting setups, and impressive effects, made it stand out from other off-world episodes. Cinematographer Robert Pittick captured many impressive visuals throughout. They do a decent enough job with the split screen and other shots attempting to sell that the same actor was on screen with himself simultaneously. It's not the most seamless effect this time around, as a hard shadow distracts from the illusion, but the camera movement up from the dead Mason character to his live counterpart was ambitious. It goes by so fast that you can't tell it doesn't quite match up unless you're looking for it. While the flying saucer used as the trio's ship is indeed from 1956's Forbidden Planet, all the shots with it were made especially for this episode. Producer Herbert Hirschman supervised the effects shots himself and gave the production a bigger budget than usual to convincingly pull off the material. They look great and were a highlight of the installment, so money well spent. Combined with a few background paintings across the runtime, a lot was done from an art direction perspective to keep the situation feeling as tangible as possible. I love those recliners they use in the control room. The body imprints are just great. The costumes also borrow the uniform shirts from Forbidden Planet, and apparently everyone on Earth dressed in metallic clothing in 1997. Not too far off, I guess. The music here is from the CBS library and other TZ episodes, but a few moments really nailed the tone. Like when they go inside the identical ship and Jerry Goldsmith's main theme from Back There is playing. That ominous feeling it created in its original story is matched just as well in this episode. When Mason wakes up to find his wife and daughter, some music from Bernard Herrmann's Walking Distance score is used, and it also enhances the moment. So good. That's still some of my favorite music from the whole show. Reteaming with director Don Medford was Jack Klugman in his third Zone appearance. The pair had worked together on A Passage for Trumpet, where Klugman delivered an excellent performance and a much more sentimental episode. A Game of Pool was another classic for the actor to sink his teeth into the previous season. His role in Death Ship was not only a departure for him scenically, but Captain Ross was very different from the other characters he played on this show. Ross is a real jerk, showing almost none of the vulnerability or emotion that made Klugman's other work shine.
Try the radionic signal.
Captain, it's not going
Will
to
you
work.
do what I tell you once?
He does well in the part, but I think most fans remember him more for his other roles. Also returning from A Passage for Trumpet was Mary Webster. She had a memorable scene with Klugman at the end of that episode and gets a more ethereal romantic sequence here. This time she plays Ross Martin's character's wife, Ruth. That scene is possibly the best in these 52 minutes. I love how the mood shifts once she notices Captain Ross is there.
Ted, why is he here?
Speaking of Ross Martin, he's just awesome. The guy really gave his all in this performance, and it was good to see him make a return after Season 1's The Four of Us Are Dying. Martin had a lot more room to flex his acting muscles playing Mason than he did in his previous appearance. His interaction with his character's daughter means even more when you find out what's really going on, but even not knowing the full context, it's an emotional moment.
Oh, baby, is it you?
What's wrong, Daddy?
Nothing, honey, nothing. I'm just happy to see you, that's all.
Martin was going through a separation from his wife at the time and didn't live close to his daughter. He said in an interview years later that it was easy for him to find the motivation for that scene. He had also worked with that child actress, Tammy Merrihew, on a TV episode a few years prior, so the comfort level and familiarity they shared aided the dramatic exchange. The third lead, Fred Bear, is sort of out of his league. He's not bad, but Klugman and Martin were at the top of their game, leaving Bear to come off much more over the top in his delivery and expressions. Everything about his acting is big, from how he emotes to even how he runs in his sequence back on Earth. Those few minutes on screen are by far his best work here, by the way. All three actors had to simulate the G-force the characters felt when taking off in the ship at one point, and it looks weird. A simple shake of the camera could have solved this. Shooting it straight on made it look like they were making funny faces in the mirror. This was Richard Matheson's final of only 2 Season 4 episodes. It's much better than his previous, Mute, and made use of the extended runtime, going in deeper on the characters instead of just padding it out with superfluous scenes. Matheson had to stretch out his short stories, so extra credit to him for pulling that off by making it feel natural. At the time, Matheson wanted to mix genres. Death Ship ended up being a combination of sci-fi and horror. He compared the explorers seeing themselves in the darkened, destroyed ship to a haunted house. Matheson had much success across his long writing career experimenting with different genres, and this was no exception. After snapping Carter out of his vision of home, where the lieutenant only finds a telegram describing his own death, Ross notices that Mason has gone missing. In the middle of a reunion with his wife and daughter, the captain shows up to violently drag his subordinate back to the ship. It's then revealed that Mason's wife and daughter died in a car crash some time ago.
The wife and daughter of space pilot Ted Mason died early this morning on the car that... You weren't there. They're dead. You're alive.
Ross thinks aliens on this planet have mind-controlling powers that cause the men to hallucinate. If they stay there, they can't report back to Earth and possibly colonize their planet. After some debate, the captain orders they take off, and the trio are successful at re-entering space. However, knowing he was right, Ross immediately decides to return so they can fulfill their mission and collect the samples. Following a fight for the controls, they land back on the surface to discover that the ship is still there. Mason then finally has a realization.
We're dead, Paul. Let us die.
I don't accept it! We're gonna go over it again until I find the answer!
The first scene then runs again, as it's plain to see Ross's iron will has held not only himself, but his crew from accepting their fates. They did die on that ship. Carter's vision of his death telegram was real, and Mason actually did briefly join his family in the afterlife. Yet, they are doomed to replay the incident in an endless loop with the captain controlling the narrative. They're all trapped on a death ship, with no escape. Pretty good stuff. It's honestly a little better than I remembered, with Medford's direction, Pitak's cinematography, some great spaceship effects, and Ross Martin's performance pulling us through a solid sci-fi mystery from Richard Matheson. The twist didn't go down the simple route and even had Captain Ross calling out the other possible story reveals to throw us off. It's well worth your time and has some strong rewatchability once you know what's actually playing out. I wouldn't consider it a top-tier installment, but it feels unique enough to recommend, and the hard work the production team gave us is admirable. Hop aboard the Death Ship, everyone! Maybe the Date Ship is a more digestible title. Just not in the Twilight Zone.
Picture of a latter-day Flying Dutchman sailing into the Twilight Zone.
Earl Hamner brought his signature Southern flair to his only hour-long TZ script, Jess-Belle. This story of love and witchcraft is a more nuanced trip into the zone with a line blurred between protagonist and antagonist. A prolific director and well-known stars rejoined the show for this production. So, did it have enough juice to top Hamner's 2 previous teleplays? Set in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, Billy Ben Turner and Elwyn Glover are set to be wed. At a celebration of their engagement, Billy's old flame, Jess-Belle, walks out, scolded by the fact that Billy never proposed to her during their romance. Desperate, she goes to Granny Hart, a mysterious local woman rumored to be a witch looking to somehow buy Billy's love. With no money to pay her, Granny says she does hold something of value that will be taken soon and hands over a potion. Jess-Belle drinks it as Granny casts a spell. The young girl is unwittingly transformed into a witch herself. Upon seeing Billy again, the man can't help himself. He's fixated on Jess and leaves his own engagement party to be alone with her. However, Jess quickly finds out that she transforms into a leopard every night and struggles to get away from Billy before the metamorphosis. She begs Granny Hart to release her from this curse, but the witch refuses, telling her to embrace her darkness and take the love she paid for. Conflicted, Jess-Belle goes back and forth on what to do before giving in to her new evil side and agreeing to marry Billy. One afternoon, Jess is warned by Ellie that some of the men in town are going to hunt the big cat that's been roaming around lately. That night, Jess-Belle's mother discovers her secret. However, she fails to keep her daughter's request, unable to keep Jess's leopard form inside her room overnight. Ellie and the townsmen eventually corner the leopard in a barn and shoot it. Instead of falling over dead, it disappears in a puff of smoke, leaving only the engagement ring Billy gave Jess. With the spell broken, Turner refocuses his attention to Glover, but the question remains, is Jess-Belle really gone? Directing his 8th episode for the series was Buzz Kulick, who said he loved Hamner's teleplay. That admiration for the material extended to the cast and even the writer himself after seeing how the finished product turned out. It is a unique tale for the Zone, with Jess-Belle being presented as a tragic, somewhat relatable character to feel sorry for. She fights her curse valiantly at first, but Granny Hart's words eventually get her to accept her fate.
Take what you paid for. Take what you paid for.
Anne Francis, coming back to the show after the season 1 classic The After Hours, carries the episode on her shoulders, covered by a black wig, to contrast Laura Devin's fair hair as Ellie. She's portrayed as sympathetic for most of the story, and it's easy to see the character's point of view on the Billy-Ellie relationship.
He was mine for a while. Kept it quiet what went on between him and me. Never took me any place for the world to know. He made me promises. And the fire in me burned as hot as the white sun.
The fire's turned to ashes now, Jess.
It still burns. Here.
But it's different with Elwyn and me. I love her in a quiet way.
She's also misled into the bargain with Granny Hart, where the older woman exploits her naivete and genuine love for Billy Ben.
What is the price?
You'll know in the midnight hour of time.
Jeanette Nolan 100% steals the show as Granny Hart. Her first shot sets up this dark, evil figure, but a moment later, the woman looks fairly normal to answer her door. Then you start to hear her talk and use those facial expressions, and it's obvious this lady was having a ton of fun. She's my favorite part of the story.
Be a witch. Take a witch's pleasure. Take the man you bargained for. Give him a witch's love.
Hart was a huge departure for Nolan from her first TZ episode, The Hunt, also written by Earl Hamner. This character just bathed in her own demented, dark charisma and was supremely entertaining.
Ain't I a beauty? How'd you like me for a sweetheart?
Laura Devin as Ellie isn't given anything too memorable to play with, except for one moment we'll get to later, but she does a good job holding down the fort as the only real straight-laced main character. James Best made his third and final appearance as the affable Billy Ben. Even though his character isn't exactly squeaky clean, he tries to do right by his own commitments. You feel sorry for him and Ellie when Jess puts him under her spell. He really becomes a plaything for a while as the new witch goes back and forth on what to do, struggling with her own conscience. Best was a noteworthy part of the episodes he was featured in. Always a natural presence who was fun to watch on screen. Some other returning zoners were George Mitchell, Jim Bowles, and John Lormer. The leopard that Jess turns into was apparently a bit of a hassle for Buzz Kulick and the film crew. The animal was said to have just laid around whenever they tried to get their shots. It definitely looks comfortable laying up on that roof, but they got a few decent takes with it, the best one being when it breaks out of the window shutters to Jess-Belle's room. That was actually quite impressive. I know the transformation into this big cat was supposed to be disturbing, but it just looks like the most docile, chill feline after Jess transforms. Looks are deceiving when it comes to wild animals, but the visual just took away from the mystique a bit, I guess. Earl Hamner said in a few different interviews that he originally wrote her to turn into a tiger and also a panther. I'm not sure which is correct, but the panther probably would make more sense considering Jess-Belle's jet black mane. The witch rules in this episode I'm not very familiar with, but I'm sure the transformations, weakness to silver, and all that were a part of some legends somewhere. Usually, you hear about the silver thing when dealing with werewolves and some vampire myths, but they're all kind of connected, right? Also, you could just make up your own rules depending on the story. In a refreshing original score, Van Cleef provided some well-placed music across the installment. It definitely aided the atmosphere, especially that little folk song that kept popping up.
By day she knew a woman's form, by night a witch's spell. For love of Billy Turner, accursed was Jess-Belle.
A year after Jess-Belle's death, Billy and Ellie have finally reached their wedding day. Before the ceremony, Jess's mom, Ozzie, visits Turner to warn him about her daughter's return. She says she found a wart toad in Jess-Belle's room a few months ago, and when she tried to get rid of it, it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Ozzie hands over a silver hairpin of her daughter's that she hopes Billy will use to protect Ellie at the wedding. Silver is said to be the only thing that can scare a witch. After seeing and killing a spider on Ellie's wedding dress when they're exchanging their vows, more strange things happen at the newlyweds' home. Glover's hand is momentarily moved by an unseen force attempting to scratch her husband, and a rat is spotted on their clock. Billy hands Ellie a Bible to protect her and rushes to Granny Hart's to try and find a way to be rid of Jess-Belle's evil spirit. The old witch tries to trick him at first, but Turner pays with coins for the secret. However, he returns home to see that Ellie has been possessed.
Come on, Billy Ben. Dance with me in the moonlight.
Running into the house, he dresses up a mannequin in Jess-Belle's unused wedding dress and stabs it with her silver pin. The young witch appears in the dress for a moment before dropping dead and disappearing. Ellie is knocked out at the door from the ordeal, but is ultimately unharmed. The couple then see a falling star overhead, which is said to only happen when a witch dies. The story finishes up with the folk song that was played throughout the episode.
Fair was Ellie Glover, dark was Jess-Belle. Both they loved the same man, and both they loved him well.
Creepiest part of the story was Ellie's possession. This was Devon's one big moment to shine with Frances's voice spilling out of her mouth. She nailed it. When Jess finally dies, there's a smile on her face before she falls over. I think we're led to believe her death was sort of a mercy killing. She did mention to Granny Hart that she'd rather be dead than a witch at one point.
What you are, you're going to be till you die.
Then I hope I die soon.
A tragic yet welcomed fate for a perennially lovesick young woman. There are some things that kind of bug me about the show, like how quickly Ellie and her family gave up on Billy Ben and accepted his attraction to Jess-Belle as witchcraft. I mean, this was mere seconds after he walked out with her. Wouldn't the Glovers have at least gone after them once before deciding that?
Jess-Belle bewitched him.
To be frank, Jess-Belle isn't one of my favorites. I'm more of a fan of Hamner's Season 3 episode The Hunt if I was to pick from his 3 scripts this far in. But I've grown to like this one more and appreciate the craft put into it over the years. It's worth a recommendation for some really fun performances and a very different atmosphere from most other installments. Rod Serling doesn't even have an ending narration. Jess-Belle herself is also a morally gray character that stuck out from a lot of the other leads on the show. She's not exactly the Jezebel her name would suggest. Give this episode a watch and see if it's your cup of tea, or in this case, Witch's Brew, made especially in the Twilight Zone.
Warm was Ellie Glover, cold dead was Jess-Belle, and husband would be Billy Ben of the one he loved so well.
A young Robert Duvall stars in Miniature. This Charles Beaumont-written episode was the target of a copyright lawsuit and barely aired for decades. Is it a lost gem? Let's take a look. Charlie Parks is a 30-something-year-old man who works hard at his job, lives with his slightly overbearing mother, and is loved by his family. But there's always been something different about him. Charlie is awkward around most people and usually keeps to himself, causing him to be labeled a square peg. One day, he travels to the Burton County Museum, hoping to get lunch from their cafeteria. However, it's closed, and he's pulled along down the stairs with a tourist group, ending up in a room with a very detailed mini model of a 19th century townhouse. The label says it's a copy of the Boston home of a Mr. and Mrs. Copley Summers. The wood doll inside represents their daughter Alice, and the whole display was carved from the house's original balcony. He soon hears music being played, and turns around to see the wood doll inside is alive. The security guard on duty is confused when Parks asks how this trick was done. No one else can see what Charlie sees. Upon returning to work late, he's fired for not fitting in at the office. With his family worried about him, his sister Myra sets her brother up on a date with one of her coworkers in hopes that some female companionship will result in Charlie finally and truly starting an adult life. His brother-in-law, Buddy, also sets him up with a job at his place of employment. Both these attempts at helping Parks fail, and he returns frequently to the museum where he watches scenes play out inside the dollhouse. The woman there is courted by a suitor who eventually attacks her maid and carries a fainted Alice up the stairs in a lustful rage. Trying to stop the assault, Charlie breaks the glass covering the display and is eventually sent to an asylum to be cured of his supposed delusions. Robert Duvall is absolutely one of the biggest stars who ever appeared on The Twilight Zone. It's crazy to think that his lone installment was only aired once and left out of syndication for decades, but because of a lawsuit, that was the case. I'm sure I've mentioned once or twice across these videos that Rod Serling and the series were targeted by many writers who sent their work into the show, erroneously complaining that their ideas were stolen. Most of these kinds of complaints compared their piece of work to a TZ script, which bore little to no resemblance. In this instance, it was a story called The 13th Mannequin. From the descriptions, this idea sounded closer to the Season 1 episode The After Hours, which aired well before this script was ever submitted. Like many other similar situations, the case was dismissed, but for some reason, Miniature was affected to a greater degree. After it first ran through CBS on February 21, 1963, this episode wasn't seen again until the show's 25th anniversary special in 1984. For that airing, they colorized all the scenes taking place inside the dollhouse. Surprisingly, those sequences appear as an extra feature on the Complete Definitive Collection DVD set, but not the Blu-ray release, which is super confusing. I thought pretty much all the extra features from the DVD collection were transferred over or updated for the HD discs. Apparently I was wrong. When colorized, those shots don't add a ton to the experience of the episode. It's just a cool little detail to see them try. If you've already watched this installment in its original form, and you can find it, I'd say the alternative presentation is worth checking out for fun. Those shots inside the dollhouse made Miniature distinct from many other shows. When displayed from the outside perspective of the museum, each of the 4 rooms are rear projected with wide shots of a specially made set. Rear projection is usually easy to spot, but this was still applied well and a big positive attribute to the look of the episode. When showing the dollhouse from a closer point of view, we get a mixture of high angles and camera movements that glide from room to room smoothly. Keeping most of the angles wide helped maintain the illusion that we were watching a scene play out on a small scale. Shout out to the production team and cinematographer Robert Critic for the execution. What takes place in those scenes is a story within itself, containing no dialogue or sound effects. It comes across as a silent film, with only music being heard. This made everything feel a bit eerie, yet not devoid of charm. The Alice character plays Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11 on a miniature harpsichord, and that tune is rearranged throughout the runtime, adapted by composer Fred Steiner. Hearing Duvall whistle it was also pretty funny.
Dum, da, 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 da. Did you hear it?
We see the male suitor meeting with Alice in one scene, and everything looks fine. The next time he pops up, this old-school mustache twirler looks like he's about to tie the girl to some train tracks. Except, it seems as if there's a different nefarious act about to take place. The suggestion is made but never confirmed that Alice maybe met some kind of tragic end at the hands of this guy, and her spirit is trapped in the wood of the original home this display was made out of. That detail isn't the most important to the overall plot, and I like how Beaumont didn't spell it out. Duvall's performance as Charlie is a quirky one. You can tell he made a big effort to create a character here. His voice, expressions, posture, body language, and overall demeanor go a long way.
What do you see, mister? Oh, nothing. A man doesn't stand for 4 or 5 hours at a stretch looking at nothing. Well, I'm not breaking any rules, am I? No. Then, leave me alone, please.
Sometimes he's a touch unsettling. There are also points where it seems he's overdoing the quiet weird guy bit, but it evens out since this story calls for such a personality. There are moments of humor mixed in with the gloomy mood that seems to follow Charlie around. He's a misfit that is directly told he doesn't fit in anywhere. One thing I really liked was how much his family was shown trying to help him. His mother is clearly a little possessive, but she does tell Charlie she wants to see him move out, meet a girl, and raise a family of his own. His sister is very type A, attempting to start him on a path to a more independent life by arranging a date that goes awry, but hey, she tries. Even his dopey brother-in-law is nice to him, putting his own neck on the line, trying to get Parks a job on multiple occasions. But these acts of kindness do little to help Charlie feel less like an outsider. He mostly just wants to be left alone, which is why he forms a one-way bond with Alice that grows into more of an infatuation.
I guess you're about the prettiest girl in the whole world. I don't mind saying that because I know you can't hear me. But I think I'd say it even if you could.
The returning actors from this one were Chet Stratton, John McLiam in a solid role as the security guard, and a pair of players from big past episodes, William Wyndham and Barney Phillips. Wyndham is unrecognizable without his mustache from 5 Characters in Search of an Exit. He plays Charlie's psychiatrist, Dr. Wallman, and is fine in the role, but it's not much compared to his previous work. Phillips portrayed Parks' boss, V.E. Diamel. This was also his least interesting part, but it was just nice to see him. This was his last of 4 appearances, the most memorable being his role in Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up? Making his one and only trip into the zone was director Walter E. Grauman. He was mostly a TV director with dozens of credits, and his contributions to this shouldn't be overlooked. Everything about his shot compositions and the way he depicted Charlie's plight was effective from a visual standpoint. There are a lot of subtle anxiety-inducing moments that you can feel in how he framed these angles. After initially resisting, Charlie completes his program at the asylum and is allowed to go home, healed of his mental health crisis. Parks is saying all the right things and performing all the right actions, but the evening he returns to his mother's house, he escapes his room and heads back to the museum. He's revealed to be hiding out after the facility was closed for the night. Charlie's family calls his psychiatrist, Dr. Wallman, who leads everyone to the museum, onto his patient's game. Meanwhile, Charlie has been talking at the melancholy Alice, who looks distressed. When his family shows up with a security guard and a cop, Charlie is nowhere to be found. But the guards soon spot something strange in the dollhouse display. It's Charlie and Alice enjoying each other's company in a live-action scene playing out in front of the onlooker. Knowing no one would believe him, the narrator says the guard never told anyone what he saw, and Parks was never found. Ending our story. I like that finish, but I think it's a little weird that the guard smiles at Charlie and Alice like that. In my opinion, it should have been an ambiguous feeling finale where the audience decides if Charlie ending up in the dollhouse is a good or bad thing. The good side is pretty plain to see. He's with someone who he thinks understands him, while serving a similar purpose to Alice. But he never figured out the real world. Parks leaves his loving family completely behind and gives up trying to find his natural place in society. He's basically living with a ghost who doesn't talk. So you can view it through a positive or negative lens for the character. The hour-long format wasn't an issue here, and the pacing rolled along nicely. It's one of Beaumont's more intriguing premises that doesn't have all of his usual dark undertones. Give it a view for Duvall's performance and how they handled the dollhouse scenes. Ultimately, it's a bizarre love story that fits perfectly inside the Twilight Zone.
I love you, Alice. I love you. I love you.
My personal favorite Twilight Zone actor, Burgess Meredith, made his 4th and final appearance in Printer's Devil. Charles Beaumont's script, based on his very first published short story, was an example of Season 4's hour-long format actually working to a story's advantage. While similar Deal with the Devil concepts had been used in this show's past, including a few from Beaumont himself, Meredith's performance makes this one an absolute blast to watch and sets it apart from the pack. Titled after the old job at any printing place, Printer's Devil follows Douglas Winter, the editor of the Dandsburg Courier, a newspaper that's on its last legs because of rival rag the Gazette. After losing their last employee, Andy, who ran their linotype machine, Doug and his girlfriend Jackie Benson see the writing on the wall. That night, Doug drinks himself into a dark place and drives up to a local bridge where he plans to jump. Just before he does, a strange man in a fedora and smoking a twisted cigar interrupts. He convinces the down-on-his-luck editor to give him a lift downtown, and the pair get to talking at a local bar. The man's name is Mr. Smith, and he coincidentally was looking for Doug to get a job at his paper. As a reporter and linotype operator, he thinks he can drag the Courier out of the gutter. Reluctantly, Winter gives him a shot at the office, seeing that the speed of his typing is almost inhuman. Smith offers to pay off the Courier's debt of almost $5,000, and to keep in business, Doug accepts his loan. In the following days, Smith starts scooping the Gazette on several big stories, reporting on them almost immediately after they happen. This leads the Courier right back to the top. Soon, the owner of the Gazette, Mr. Franklin, stops by to offer to purchase Doug's paper. Winter turns him down, and the next day, a fire destroys the Gazette's building. Smith reported on it so fast that Franklin thinks the courier committed arson. Smith, however, denies the accusation when confronted by Doug. Jackie suggests there's something not quite right about Mr. Smith, but seeing the success of his paper, Winter refuses to let him go. Eventually, the reporter/linotype operator approaches Doug about signing a contract.
I, Douglas Winter, agree to relinquish my immortal soul to the bearer upon my death in exchange for his services.
Smith presents the contract in jest, needling Doug about a silly belief in the devil after a few drinks. Finally, to shut Smith up and prove he's not a superstitious man, Winter signs it. Business continues to boom until Smith makes an advance on Jackie, who forcefully rebuffs his attentions. Suspecting Smith really is causing horrible things to happen so he can report on them quickly, Winter questions him again. The charismatic newsman basically confirms that he is in fact the devil, and presents Doug with an ultimatum. He has to move on to other clients and can't collect the editor's soul until he's dead, so he suggests Winter kill himself to save Jackie's life. Smith just typed up a new story on the linotype machine. Benson is set to get into a car accident that very night, but her fate is not yet written. That all depends on Doug's answer. This was director Ralph Sinesky's only episode. He established a look and tone that wasn't overly stylistic, but everything felt more cinematic than your standard Zone affair. Making full use of MGM's backlot, we get a real sense of space for what Dansburg was supposed to be. With George Clemens behind the camera, some exceptional shots were captured. The scene on the foggy bridge and this reflection of Smith in Winter's office window were highlights. I think what helped set the vibe at the very beginning was the music. Now, like 11 other installments this season, Printer's Devil did not feature an original score. It was comprised of music from other episodes and tracks from the CBS library. But throughout the first few scenes, compositions from Jerry Goldsmith's The Big Tall Wish play, and it fits perfectly. Without hearing much of the dialogue, Doug and his failing paper are set up clearly and sympathetically. That first scene leads right into his contemplation of taking his own life on the bridge. The flow of these sequences are one of the strongest aspects this installment has going for it. While many of the hour-long stories felt stretched out, Charles Beaumont's script naturally moves from point to point without much wasted motion. The dialogue scenes are well written and interesting while pushing the narrative along, and were also treated to a healthy amount of high stakes with a ticking time bomb element as the episode ramps up toward a very exciting finish. Without a shadow of a doubt, the very best thing about Printer's Devil is Burgess Meredith's magnetic performance.
Run and get those drinks, will you? And tell Mr. Foster to make them strong. Will you do that? Run, girl, run. That's a lush one, isn't it? Full of fire, too, I'll wager.
You can't take your eyes off this guy for a single second. He's always entertaining to watch, whether he's talking or just emoting with his expressions and body language.
What have I got to lose? That's right. What have you got to lose?
I love the scene where Smith convinces Doug to sign the contract. It's done in a much more believable way than most other similar stories, and showcased how slick Smith really was. He's a trickster to the highest degree, and can pull the wool over your eyes without much effort.
You're the devil. As a sophisticated, intelligent 20th century man, you know that the devil does not exist. After all, what good is the soul anyway? It's sort of like an appendix these days, particularly since it doesn't exist in the first place. And if you do not sign this, I'll have to resign and, well, just not even consider such a proposition. After all, you don't want to go visiting that bridge again, do you? Hardly. No. And if you don't sign it, it'll be admitting fear and belief. You're not afraid, are you? Fancy that. A grown-up man who believes in the devil. That stupid thing.
In terms of his appearances on the Twilight Zone, this was a big departure for Meredith. In Time Enough at Last, Mr. Dingle the Strong, and the Obsolete Man, he played characters that ranged from intelligent and strong-willed to dopey and overly meek. As Mr. Smith, he's let loose, going over the top in a manipulative yet charming fashion.
You and I are going to be great friends, my dear.
This was the only time Burgess acted on the show in a script not written by Rod Serling. Beaumont's darker and at times more layered storytelling fit Meredith like a glove. It makes you wonder what other characters Beaumont or even Richard Matheson could have come up with in subsequent episodes. The guy could seemingly play anything, so the possibilities were limitless.
I didn't bargain for this.
Oh, yes, you did. But you put it out of your mind. You thought you'd get everything for nothing. That's not the way life works.
Burgess apparently picked out his own wardrobe, and I think the simple but devious look of the character was subtle enough to set him up as a veiled threat. The fedora, thin tie, cane, curled eyebrows, haircut, and especially his twisted cigar added a lot. There were plenty of proto-penguin shots in here too, with Smith chomping down on that stogie and speaking mendaciously through his teeth. A small but impressive effect went a long way to show us Smith's otherworldly presence. On 2 occasions, he lights up his cigar through a flame on his finger. This was achieved by running a wire through Burgess's clothes and dipping his finger in freezing cold water and lighter fluid. You can see the wire a bit the first time he lights up, but this was great. A little risky, sure. It seemed worth it though, since Meredith wasn't hurt. In an interview for Mark Zickery's The Twilight Zone companion book, Burgess said he was encouraged to ad-lib by Sineski. He also loved this script, and it was a toss-up between Printer's Devil and Time Enough at Last for his favorite episode. His excitement for the story and character certainly showed on screen. The rest of the cast play their parts very well. Robert Sterling as Winter is a solid, smart protagonist, led down the wrong path on several occasions. Jackie, played by Pat Crowley, was a little unlikable at first for admonishing their longtime employee, Andy, for leaving the paper after 8 weeks of not being paid, but she had an important role to play in ensuing scenes, and Crowley excelled in her exchanges with Meredith.
Will you mind your own business?
This is my business.
I am no longer connected with the Courier, Mr.
Miss
Smith.
Benson, I wish you'd reconsider. The fact is, I've developed a very special fondness for you.
Will you please get out of my way?
You'll be sorry you did that.
Smith hands over a gun to Doug, who instead of shooting himself, tries killing his tormentor. The bullets have no effect. With only 1 hour and 15 minutes to find Jackie, Winter rushes out of the office. Not long after, Jackie returns to the Courier building to apologize to Smith for slapping him and attempts to convince him to quit the paper. Surprisingly, Smith accepts and asks if Benson can drive him to the airport. They leave together, with Smith in the driver's seat. Not able to locate his girlfriend, Doug arrives back at the office and takes control of the linotype machine. He types up a quick story that reads, Mr. Smith, former star reporter and chief linotype operator for the Courier, resigned his position and left Dansburg for his home at 11:29 this evening. His contract with Mr. Douglas Winter was declared null and void, only to Mr. Winter's incomplete understanding of the terms of the document. He completes the write-up just before Smith wildly drives into another vehicle on the road. Fortunately, Jackie and the other driver are unharmed, and the devil disappears. Benson and Winter emotionally reunite, with the editor soon getting rid of the linotype machine and proclaiming he'll continue to take on the Gazette without the help of a certain supernatural entity. Props to the stunt team for that car crash at the end. Excellent payoff. Yeah, I love Printer's Devil. It's probably not a top 10 episode for me, but it might be just under that. From the script to the direction and performances, it fills out its 52 minutes without a problem. Burgess was just the man. He could pull off whatever was put in front of him. While this was his last appearance on screen for the series, he did return to narrate the movie in 1983. You should really check this one out. It's a great time watching these folks work, and I think any fan of the show would get a lot out of this on the first or even fifth viewing. It's a ton of devilish fun in the Twilight Zone.
Exit the infernal machine, and with it his satanic majesty Lucifer, Prince of Darkness, otherwise known as Mr. Smith. He's gone, but not for good. That wouldn't be like him. He's gone for bad.
No Time Like the Past fits in with an episode like The Gift, where Serling was trying to say something important about humanity, but it comes off much more preachy than sentimental or poignant. As the title suggests, we also see the time travel concept used again, which isn't something I'd usually complain about. The premise just wasn't used in a way that made for an overly interesting trip into the zone, although there are a few components to the overall episode that work well. Let's take a look. With the help of his friend Harvey, a physicist named Paul Driscoll is set to go back in time. A large machine has the ability to place him at certain moments throughout history, where he plans to stop disasters from happening. First up, Driscoll arrives in Hiroshima, mere hours before the atomic bomb is dropped.
This is not just a request. It's in the nature of a prayer.
He pleads with the police captain to evacuate as much of the city as possible, but the captain doesn't listen, and the city is still destroyed with the same amount of human casualties. Next is Nazi Germany, 1939. Driscoll plans on assassinating Adolf Hitler during one of his speeches. He fails after a hotel maid enters his room, and later when his rifle malfunctions. Paul escapes to another time period before Nazi officers can nab him. Finally, he arrives aboard the RMS Lusitania in 1915, minutes before it's to be torpedoed by German forces. The ship's captain hears Driscoll out, but has him taken away when he dismisses Paul's warning as nonsense. Returning to the present, the time traveler resigns himself to the possibility that the past may not be capable of being significantly changed. His friend Harvey brings up that if he did alter something, it may create an even bigger calamity. Fed up with mankind's more recent penchant for blood and suffering, he decides to retire to a town called Homeville, Indiana, in the year 1881. Hoping for peaceful living for the rest of his days, Driscoll plans on not heavily affecting anything from the time period. When he gets there, he soon realizes that the temptation to right historical wrongs is stronger than he thought. He regretfully lets President James A. Garfield be shot the day after he arrives, and soon finds himself in debates with people of the time period who lack his hindsight. After meeting a school teacher named Abigail Sloan, Driscoll begins falling for her, while trying to resist the temptation to become too involved. His resolve is put to the test when he realizes the local school is to be set ablaze by the lantern of a runaway carriage the next day. Children will be inside, practicing their singing for the 4th of July celebration. With this weighing heavily on him, Paul must decide to interfere and save the kids, or preserve the timeline and watch it all happen. While curiously, no producer is listed, director Justice Addis was back for his third and final Zone episode. In terms of his direction, there is stuff to like. I love how that opening scene looks. Actually, pretty much any time the main character is in the present, it looks great. That vast room this giant time machine is located in gave me the Obsolete Man vibes. The symmetrical shadows gracing the wall and spotlight on Driscoll filled in this nebulous void perfectly. I know the Harvey character is just standing on a big cylinder, but it's the composition of the shots and how they're lit that really look fantastic. Also, whenever Paul time travels and the fog kicks up, especially the first instance, it was a fun watch. The framing of some of these angles gave the whole setting a sense of elegance that really pops in black and white. Addis's other installments were strong in their own right, but he didn't have anything that looked quite like this. Huge credit to the lighting team and director of photography, Robert Critic, for these beauties. There are a couple other notable visuals. At the end of the Hiroshima sequence, we see the effects of the bomb going off from inside the police captain's office. The window explodes and debris fills the room, leaving only a picture of the captain's wife and daughter, which also is destroyed after a moment. This was actually an impressive practical effect. However, the timing of it comes off a little strange. Driscoll leaves the room after begging the captain to heed his words, and 10 seconds later, the explosion transpires. It was just a little quick is all. Some of the most notable shots here aren't even original to the show. Adolf Hitler shows up for real in archive footage. I believe you even hear his voice in the background during the Germany scene. At one point, you see Hitler through the scope of a rifle. There's one other shot in particular in there that is a bit off. When the hotel maid enters Driscoll's room, the camera pans over, following her put a new towel in the bathroom. It looks like Critic or the camera operator slipped or something because it tilts up for no reason that I could see. At almost a minute and a half, it was a long cut, so I wouldn't be surprised if this was the best take from a performance angle, and the editor just went with it. Not a huge deal, but it was kind of weird to see an error like that. The Germany sequence in general was a bit of a letdown. If you're gonna try and kill Hitler in a Twilight Zone episode, go all the way with it. Would have been an interesting choice to see Driscoll try and get close to the leader, attempting to take him out in more of an espionage type way. The gun not working when he had the shot was also kind of lame, although the Nazis who barge into the room do speak actual German with the hotel maid and not just English with a German accent, so points for that, I suppose. The Lusitania scene is the least of these three. It's pretty much the Hiroshima sequence with a different type of bomb going off. I think a lot of these scenes would have been improved with a different lead actor. Dana Andrews seems charismatic enough, and I'm sure he had other interesting roles, but he seemed miscast as Driscoll. Maybe a slightly younger actor with a bit more pep could have made everything more watchable. He had absolutely zero chemistry with Patricia Breslin, the actress who played Abigail. Maybe it was the 22-year age difference or the fact that their romance is so forced, but it came off like these two had the same level of attraction to each other as Green Lantern and the color yellow.
I wish I could come in.
Why can't you? Everything is possible. Everything.
The one really well-performed scene is when Paul stands up to a local man in Homeville named Hanford. This guy is very pro-imperialism, among other things.
We should take the American fleet, send it over to the Orient, and plant the American flag. Planting her deep, planting her high, planting her proud. All this silly conciliatory nonsense about giving the Indians lands. As if you could actually make savages understand treaties.
Building up since Driscoll's long-winded monologue at the top of the show, he lets this guy have it. You can feel Rod's personal feelings flowing through Andrews in this sequence, and it made for a compelling exchange.
I'm just some kind of sick idiot who's seen too many young men die because of too many old men like you who fight their battles at dining room tables. I take offense at armchair warriors who don't know what a shrapnel wound feels like, or what death smells like after 3 days in the sun.
Unfortunately, that's about all the positives I could muster up about this one. Rod's script doesn't have the gravity to successfully portray a still valid message this time around. He could be hit and miss with this kind of thing. When he hits, we get something really special. When he misses, we get something closer to No Time Like the Past. It feels like Driscoll is just complaining the entire installment while wagging his finger so close to the audience's face that he's picking our nose.
We live in a cesspool, a septic tank, a gigantic sewage complex.
The keeper of the sewer?
Man. Everything he designs as an art for dying is his excuse for living. We live in an exquisite bedlam by the fact that we don't recognize it as insanity.
What was needed was a personal touch, and although they tried with Abigail's inclusion, we never came close to that. Even Serling's 1958 script, The Time Element, which was a quasi-teasy pilot that aired as an episode of Westinghouse Desilu Playhouse, has a better setup with Pearl Harbor as the event to be stopped. Before we get into the twist, I should mention who showed up here from other episodes because it is a handful. Patricia Breslin returned after the Season 2 classic Nick of Time opposite William Shatner. Again, she's fine, but without any connection to Dana Andrews, her role fell flat. Malcolm Atterbury and his unique look made his second and final appearance after Mr. Denton on Doomsday way back in only the third episode of this series that was aired. Robert Cornthwaite was back after Season 3's underwhelming showdown with Rance McGrew in a much more memorable small role that he filled well. Marjorie Bennett showed up in her third and final zone. Bennett was fortunate enough to have a part in his seminal Kick the Can episode the previous season. Paul can't help himself. He tries to stop the carriage that's set to destroy the school building by unhitching the horses from it. He gets in an argument with Professor Elliot, the snake oil salesman driving the carriage, and ends up causing the very accident he was trying to prevent. The building burns, with the children inside. That evening, Abigail meets him in the town square, where Paul cryptically explains how he knew the building was going to be set on fire. After an emotional goodbye, he travels back to the present and recites to Harvey that what really needs to be changed isn't the past, but the future. Yesterday is sacred and set in stone, but tomorrow can still be saved.
The school building. Oh, my God. My dear God.
Apropos of nothing, I just love how ridiculously over the top that zoom was. Anyway, Driscoll's ending speech tries to tie everything into a nice bow about learning from the past to change the future.
Do something about the tomorrows. They're the ones that count. Tomorrows. God, let there be tomorrows.
It's a nice thought, delivered a bit tediously. After going on a somewhat drab adventure with this character, the moral just rang hollow. No Time Like the Past has a few decent crackles of life hidden beneath an hour of slow-moving story, but that still places it far from a recommendation. Driscoll's statement at the end is right. Tomorrow is what counts. Leave this one in the past, floating around somewhere in the Twilight Zone. The Parallel used a concept that's been popular for decades, but has really taken over superhero films in the mainstream as of late. Back when this aired in 1963, it wasn't as common a trope. Looking back on it now, does the episode hold up to modern viewing? Astronaut Bob Gaines is sent up to orbit the Earth for longer than any man before him. Not long after takeoff, Gaines loses contact with ground control and a bright flash blinds him. He wakes up in a hospital bed, and almost right away, things seem just a bit off. He's a full colonel, where before he was a major. There's now a fence in the front of his house. Nobody knows who President John F. Kennedy is, and little details in history books have changed from what Gaines remembers. On a personal level, the more time he spends with his wife and daughter, the more they get the feeling their husband and father just isn't the same. Bob's daughter Maggie is especially confused.
Daddy, you're different. There's something wrong.
Maggie!
Back at the military base, they discover that the ship Gaines returned to Earth in looks identical to the one he left inside of, but has many small, insignificant differences beneath the surface. Because of this, Bob's friends and cohorts start to take his ramblings about how things have changed much more seriously. This was the first episode aired to be produced by Burt Granit, who replaced Herbert Hirschman. According to Scott Skelton and Jim Benson, the authors of the book Rod Serling's Night Gallery and After Hours Tour, Hirschman was fired by CBS after heavy creative disagreements with Serling. However, Hirschman told Mark Zickery in an interview for the companion book that his contract was up and he had an offer to produce a show overseas. Whatever way it actually happened, Burt was brought in and ended up having a similar contentious relationship with Rod. Granit held the job for a total of 5 Season 4 installments and 13 Season 5 installments. Alan Crosland Jr. helmed his first of 4 episodes with a methodical style that let plenty of little moments here breathe. There are some notable shots he and cinematographer Robert Pittick collaborated on, like this tilted tracking angle that sees Gaines in spotlight when he wakes up in the hospital. And later, a similar trick with Colonel Conacher and General Eaton that effectively eases us into a feeling of anxiety. However, a lot of the weight is on the actors to sell the situation they're in. Funnily enough, Steve Forrest, who plays Major Gaines, is the younger brother of the previous episode's lead, Dana Andrews. Forrest portrays Bob pretty darn straight. Even though an unbelievable situation is unfolding around him, he's remarkably calm through the whole ordeal. The only time we see sustained fear on his face is in one scene at the beginning of the last third. I won't say he turns in a bad performance, but his even-keeled attitude does get a little dull in the hour format.
There is something different about me. Child sensed it. You have too. You have, haven't you?
The actors around Forrest respond a bit more to the increasingly odd occurrence. Frank Alliter is solid as Gaines' friend Conacher, with a returning Philip Abbott as the more dismissive General Eaton. It's Bob's family, though, portrayed by Jacqueline Scott and Sherry Lee Bernath, who have the most interesting scenes to play with. Before Gaines even starts to suspect something has gone very wrong, his wife reacts to their first kiss since he arrived back home with discomfort. Great nonverbal acting by Scott there. The Maggie character is much less restrained in her feelings about her father's identity.
I don't know who you are. He's not my daddy. I don't know who he is.
Nobody is totally freaking out in hysterics, which works. It's played like confusion and an unexplainable repulsion to Bob. This is when the story is at its best. Morgan Jones and Paul Comey come back to the show after previous appearances. It would be the last TZ credit for both, with Comey having a slightly bigger role as Bob's psychiatrist. He gets to start the big President Kennedy exchange.
President who?
Kennedy. Someone named John Kennedy.
Who's John Kennedy?
I share your bewilderment. I never heard of him either.
Serling's script isn't a stinker, but the intrigue that was built so well in the first half of the episode becomes tired by too many repeating beats later on. The scenes reiterate the same thing for the most part without really justifying their place in the narrative. It ended up just feeling like padding to get the installment to a full hour. I've said this before and might say it again, but in the show's once and future half-hour runtime, I think this would have been an easy winner. While not on the same level as the similar Season 1 episode and When the Sky Was Opened, also penned by Serling but adapted from a Richard Matheson story, it was engaging enough to have made for a fine, shorter teleplay. Upon being called back to base to analyze the ship he landed in, Bob starts hearing the voices of ground control. He steps closer to the spacecraft and all of a sudden, he's back inside, orbiting the Earth. The bright light from the beginning of his journey fades, and we see him interact with Colonel Conacher over comms as if he never left. Gaines then ends up in a very similar situation. He's in a hospital bed with his superiors inquiring about what happened during the mission. They say they lost contact for 6 hours, yet Gaines claims to have been gone a whole week. They don't believe his story about a parallel Earth until a few minutes later, when a report comes in of another spacecraft reaching out to ground control. The man inside identified himself as Colonel Robert Gaines before the communications and radar dropped out. We then see Bob finally arrive at his true home. His wife and daughter greet him with open arms in front of their fenceless Florida home. I thought for sure they were going to do another twist where Gaines discovers that he's on another parallel Earth with different little alterations to history and so forth, but Serling didn't go down that road this time. It was a pretty straightforward happy ending for our main character, which is fine, just not the most compelling finish. The multiverse is such a big-time premise for superhero movies these days. Of course, all those stories were told in comics decades ago, and those stories were playing off of others that sci-fi writers implemented even earlier. However, The Parallel was one of the first true multiverse episodes of TV. There had been scripts in the Zone that played with the idea in other ways, but the title and several lines of dialogue go further to directly address the concept.
It's as if there were another world parallel to mine. As if this world were almost a twin, except for some minor differences that happened somewhere along the line of evolution.
There's another world parallel to ours. The same people, the same places, one that exists alongside but which we can't see. It's the world I stumbled into.
Overall, this installment is okay, but it's on the border of a recommendation, which tells me it's probably not worth watching or rewatching unless the story really hooks you from the description or you want to check out how they handled the multiverse in 1963. I'm sure there are parallel Earths out there that contain better and worse versions. This one is located somewhere in the mediocre sector of the Twilight Zone. Not to be confused with the 1960s sitcom I Dream of Genie, this episode title starts with a G. Too bad that didn't stand for good. This was a formidable challenge to get through in one sitting. The thing about installments like Mr. Dingle the Strong or Mr. Beavis or even Cavender Is Coming is that they're usually over before your brain melts. This could have been just a run-of-the-mill subpar show at a half hour, but at an hour? This one really tested my patience. As always, I'll try and highlight some of the stuff I did like here, but it's a short list. George P. Hanley is a mousy, self-proclaimed jerk who's looking to get a birthday present for the attractive secretary at his office. He wanders into a gift shop where a wily salesman unloads a freshly imported Moroccan lamp on him. He chickens out on giving it to the girl, named Anne, when his co-worker Roger approaches her with a more form-fitting gift. At home with his dog Attila, George tries cleaning the lamp and unwittingly releases its genie. This genie is a little more modern, dressing in contemporary clothes except for her shoes, and only offering a single wish instead of the usual 3. He warns George against wishing for financial wealth or love and tells him to sleep on it before making his decision. That night, Hanley dreams of what his life would be like if he was with Anne, who's also become a famous movie star in his vision. Things don't turn out well, and he wakes up hoping to wish for something else. At work the next day, George fantasizes about being rich. While nice at first, he's soon accused of being both ostentatious and subversive for spending and not spending his money properly. He snaps out of it when Roger announces he's just gotten the new promotion at work. Saddened, George later fantasizes again. This time, it's about if he wished for power and position. He's just been elected the President of the United States and will wield that power responsibly. In the Oval Office, Anne, now an older mother, begs Hanley for a presidential pardon of her son, who's to be executed after falling asleep on guard duty while in the Army. George graciously concedes, but when his staff rush in with news of spaceships from another planet landing on Earth, he's urged to either destroy them or make peaceful contact. Overwhelmed at the responsibility, he returns to reality. First and only time TZ writer and director John Faria Jr. and Robert Gist turned in an episode that probably epitomizes why these extended shows weren't sustainable in the long run. The series could be hit and miss with its more comedic-leaning stories, and honestly, they're already at a disadvantage when this kind of tone is taken. Where I Dream of Genie truly fails, it's in its redundancy and waste of potential. The script isn't anything groundbreaking, especially after seeing a pretty decent Genie episode in Season 2's The Man in the Bottle, but it could have been a lot more entertaining than it was. Producer Herbert Hirschman would admit as much years later. When Jack Albertson's Genie shows up, he straight up tells Hanley not to wish for the very things we spend nearly 20 minutes of the episode watching play out in George's head. His fantasy about power is something not mentioned earlier, but we already saw a similar situation pay off in one of the best over-the-top Zone moments ever in the aforementioned Man in the Bottle.
I'm Hitler. I'm in a bunker. It's the end of the war.
You're not gonna top that. Anyway, having this all happen in Hanley's mind gives absolutely zero stakes to most of the story. Nothing is on the line in these sequences, so why are we wasting our time with them? Maybe Furia wanted to avoid the trope of seeing a character learn this lesson in a stereotypical way, but it's still the same basic format, so I don't see the point. This is where the length really hurts. We spend so much time on sequences that go nowhere. In a half-hour format, we'd be in and out of these in a flash and could move on, good or bad. Furia had experience with writing for hour-long anthologies on TV and was approached by Herbert Hirschman to whip up a script. In an interview on the Blu-ray, he says he wanted to write an episode that wasn't in the sci-fi genre and thought of The Twilight Zone as a show that appealed to the emotions of a broad audience, not sci-fi fans specifically. In an interesting tidbit, he wrote Rod's narrator lines, a task that Serling sometimes did himself. There's not much of a noticeable difference, so Furia, at minimum, captured that voice well enough. Robert Gist seemed to be just as well known for being an actor as a director. He appeared on screen until 1971 in projects like Strangers on a Train and Rawhide, while directing episodes of The Untouchables, The Fugitive, Mission Impossible, Hawaii Five-0, and Star Trek. I Dream of Genie looks fine, and the actors I think do their best with the material, but there's not much for them to work with. Howard Morris is frustratingly bland as Hanley. I'm not sure if going bigger with some of his deliveries would have improved anything, but it at least would have given me more to talk about. He's not a character that you really root for. This guy may be the underdog in his daily life, yes, but George is kind of conceited in his fantasies, and so uninteresting out of them, it's no wonder nobody really talks to him. Jack Albertson is okay in his short sequence as the Genie, but he barely shows up for 3 minutes and is nowhere to be seen after. Having Albertson as a bigger part of the story would have upgraded things immediately. I wonder why they left him with just a few lazy jokes, considering how solid he was in Season 3's classic The Shelter. Maybe this was during his transitional phase, before he just lived in a bed until his grandson found that golden ticket.
Who are you expecting? Who? I'm the genie in the lamp, that's who.
Patricia Barry returns from Season 1's The Chaser and pretty much plays the same part. Although, in a couple of George's fantasies, she does get to do something different, pulling off the persona of a staunch assistant and grieving mother pretty well. I will say, her introductory scene as the office secretary is a little of its time. The men all goggle around at Anne, and the Roger character makes out with her in front of the cheering crowd. Even the boss, played by Loring Smith from The Whole Truth, gives her some uncomfortable attention.
To the best-looking and the hardest-working secretary I ever had.
The one saving grace of these office scenes was Bob Hastings just being there. It was his only Twilight Zone, but I found myself leaning in to see if I could hear any hint of the future Commissioner Gordon's distinctive voice.
This Joker makes so much dough that he sweats more than $98.50 every time he ties his shoelaces.
The last returning actor with a substantial role was James Milholland, starring in his last episode after showing up memorably in The After Hours and Mr. Dingle the Strong. By the way, Hanley's dogs throughout the installment are adorable. The first one we see is the best. Just look at him. Upon arriving back at home, Hanley is struck with an idea. He finally knows what to wish for and quickly grabs the lamp. A while later, we see a homeless man take the lamp out of an alley trash can. The genie that emerges is more traditional looking than the one we saw earlier, at least at first.
At your service, sir.
What? He learned to serve others? Is that it? That's what's briefly mentioned in Rod's ending narration, I guess, that he's being altruistic, but why? Was this just a process of elimination and the only wish where he wouldn't get screwed over? Why would he want to be trapped in the lamp and grant wishes that no other people will appreciate the way he kind of does? He brings the wishes back to 3 from 1, so I suppose he is trying to help people? Or maybe he just pulled a Jafar and wanted the power. That would make more sense, honestly. George was always stepped on by other people, even in his own fantasies. So the story ending with his possession of mystical power and not figurative authority would line up with the character's arc. I like this shot of Hanley climbing up a ladder, peeking over a set wall to see his dream wife cheating on him. The transition of him waking up was also kind of clever. That's the best I got for positives. I Dream of Genie drags on for way too long, the main character is unlikable, they barely use the great on-screen talent they have, there are creepy scenes, including one where George has a romantic conversation with a supposed underage girl.
I am under the age to drink. In the years I am a child, but I think I am mature. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think you're mature.
And the unsatisfying ending is just out of nowhere. This episode is among the worst this series has to offer. Stay away from it. If you ever see Grandpa Joe show up as a genie, run the other way, because you might be in the bad place. Or the Twilight Zone. The new exhibit exploits a concept that always seems fertile for a spooky story. Inanimate humanoid figures coming to life. Charles Beaumont is credited as the writer here, but that's not exactly true. Did this script, combined with the comeback of perhaps the best Twilight Zone director and a familiar face returning to star, make for a Season 4 winner? Martin Lombard Senescu is the curator of the Murderer's Row exhibit at Ferguson's Wax Museum. He goes to great lengths to care for the wax visages of some of history's most well-known killers. Senescu leads tourist groups with a sense of pride and a clear emotional attachment to the figures themselves. Mr. Ferguson, the owner, tells Martin that the facility will be shut down immediately as they aren't making enough money to continue. Devastated, Martin lobbies to take the wax figures of the murderers home, hoping to care for them until they're purchased by an appropriate buyer. To his wife's dismay, Senescu has all 5 shipped to his basement, where he acquires an air conditioner and runs up their bills for weeks. Martin planned on opening his own museum, but he was unable to find an investor, and the Senescus have run out of money. His wife, Emma, goes to her brother Dave for help. He spots her some cash and suggests Emma break the air conditioner so the figures will melt and Martin will finally go out and get another job. The husband's obsession with maintaining the sculptures have put a large wedge between the couple, so Emma decides to go through with her brother's plan. However, when she sneaks into the basement late one night, the figures prove to be more than just a frightening sight. The new exhibit is a ghoulish angle for a TZ story to take, at least in the overt sense of the themes directly dealing with murder and murderers. The script itself is pretty decent in my opinion. What brings it up a few notches are the direction, visuals, and performances. John Bram directed his only Season 4 episode, putting a heavy focus on George T. Clemens' uncanny cinematography and the acting skills of a returning Martin Balsam. There isn't much in the way of flashy camera tricks here. Most of the creepiness comes from how they lit the actors playing the wax figures. The makeup jobs on them helped too. Effective still images were used for the close-ups of these guys, but for most of the full body shots, I have no idea how they were able to remain that still. I'm 99% sure the majority of those wider angles still feature the actors, but they barely move. There are only a few shots where we do see movement, which makes me think the costumes had some kind of frame built into them so we wouldn't see the usual slight shifting like in Elegy or Still Valley. However Bram and the production team pulled it off, it's damn impressive. The small expression and lighting changes to David Bond as Jack the Ripper are just freaky. Martin Balsam gives us an understated unhinged turn as Sinescu. He plays it straight, and that totally works for this character. There are just a few moments when we see this dude go off.
Get away from there! Those figures are not to be touched.
You've been around those wax dummies for so long, you've forgotten how to be a human being.
No! What kind of a friend do you think I am? I can't desert them now. After all these years, they need me. They'd be lost without me.
Otherwise, he's making small talk with the wax figures and having fairly civil conversations with his wife. I think that added to the intrigue of what was really going on here. This was his last part in the original show, but Balsam would later act in a couple episodes of the 80s Twilight Zone series. Will Kaluva was the other prominent returning player as Mr. Ferguson, while Marcel Hilaire, Milton Parsons, and Robert McCord previously turned up in credited and uncredited roles. Maggie Mahoney, aka Margaret Field, did a fine job as Martin's understanding but creeped out wife. If she looks familiar, it's because she's Sally Field's mom. The resemblance is pretty strong there. William Mims plays the sort of wise guy brother-in-law well enough. I think both he and Maggie's best moments were their shocked faces when they saw the figures move. Charles Beaumont is credited as the new exhibit's writer, but it was actually his friend Jerry Soule who penned the entire script. A mix of Beaumont's advancing illness and an overwhelming amount of deadlines led to Soule taking over. Beaumont had the initial idea for the story and collaborated on the plot with his friend before Soule was given full reign. They split the payment 50-50, but this kind of uncredited arrangement wasn't allowed by the Writers Guild, so officially, no one knew Soule was ghostwriting for Beaumont. Jerry was invited to the set when this episode was shot, and John Bram was said to have thrown his arm around Beaumont, saying, "Chuck, you've done it again," right in front of the teleplay's reel scribe. This wasn't the first time Chuck used a ghostwriter. O.C. Rich actually wrote Beaumont's Season 3 script, Dead Man's Shoes, and Soule would be brought back in the same role twice more the following season. After Emma and Dave are murdered by the wax figures and Martin buries the evidence, Mr. Ferguson shows up to tell his former employee that the sculptures have been purchased by Marchand's Wax Museum in Brussels. Disappointed, Sinescu runs upstairs to make some tea while Ferguson takes a few measurements for shipping purposes. The figure of Henri Desiree Landru then springs to life and chokes Ferguson to death with the rope in its hands. Martin soon discovers the scene and finally snaps on his lifeless friends, vowing to destroy them. But before he can strike, they all slowly begin to move toward their caretaker.
No, Martin Sinescu, it was you. You murdered your wife.
It was you who used my axe to kill your wife's brother.
No! You are the murderer. You killed them all. No!
We dissolve to Marchand's Wax Museum, where a tour guide highlights the murderous wax figures, ending with a depiction of Martin himself. Sinescu is said to have killed his wife, brother-in-law, and boss, forever living on as a monster, just as infamous as the real men behind the sculptures he looked after. I very much enjoyed the new exhibit. It's got a slower pace, but I don't believe that affected the story since Martin's slow decline worked well in the hour format. Our villains rarely moved, making the scenes when they did more suspenseful. Their blank stares and minute expression changes do quite a bit to instill a sense of silent terror. The Martin character spoke early on about the hell of living with an uncontrollable urge to kill, and how these murderers are immortalized when regular good people are forgotten.
To take a life with your hands, again and again, and not be able to stop oneself. Can you begin to imagine the horror of that? Future generations will know, or you'll be here, immortalized in wax, remembered as you and I will never be.
This is likely foreshadowing, since the script directly tells us Martin was the killer all along. I'm not fully convinced of that, though. As screwed up as Sinescu's actions were, it would probably be an even darker twist that these sentient wax dummies really murdered those people. Think about it. They forced Martin to cover it up, killed him, and now he's remembered for the rest of human history as one of them. That just seems even more twisted. Plus, it would make Sinescu's final admonishment of his pals more desperate and tragic.
You've murdered Mr. Ferguson. He was the only man who was my friend. He was my best friend. I'll break you into little pieces. I'll turn up the heat so that you melt down into little pools of wax.
This one is a definite recommendation. Its premise is hard to forget and unsettling from multiple perspectives. Give it a look. But be certain what's peering back isn't a dead-eyed evil that can only be found in the Twilight Zone.
Who knows what evil lurks in the heart of the man standing next to you?
The shadow knows.
What are some of the Twilight Zone's favorite tropes? Time travel, visiting an idyllic hometown, deals with the devil? Well, all three of those make up the premise to Of Late I Think of Cliffordville, another one of those signature Rod Serling titles. They do handle some of these cliches in a different way, but does combining them make for a good story? The elderly William Feathersmith is the ruthless leader of a major company. He mocks his old rival, Mr. Diedrich, by buying out a massive loan he owes, forcing Diedrich to pay it back immediately and driving his whole life's work out of business. Late that night, Feathersmith talks with an old janitor named Heckett, who grew up in the same hometown, Cliffordville, Indiana. William muses about his days climbing the ladder and how the true pleasure was getting what he has, not actually having it. On his way out, the elevator drops him off on the wrong floor, where he sees an unfamiliar office. It's labeled Devlin's Travel Service, and upon entering, he meets the beautiful proprietor of the establishment, Miss Devlin. She soon reveals herself to be the devil through small horns sprouting from her head. A deal is suggested for Feathersmith to return to the Cliffordville of 1910 and work his way back up to the top all over again. His only conditions are that he retain all his current memories and he look as he did in those days. Since Miss Devlin says they've already acquired his soul through his heartless business acumen and destruction of others' lives, she charges him nearly his entire $36 million fortune. With only $1,412.14 left, a sum worth much more a half-century prior, he agrees and is sent back to Cliffordville, appearing as the young man he once was. Hoping to use his knowledge of the future, Feathersmith purchases land rich in undiscovered oil and attempts to woo a woman he always remembered as beautiful. However, he soon realizes Cliffordville isn't exactly a nostalgic paradise primed for another climb to success. I have to address the makeup first. Albert Salmley's old man look is about as convincing as a community theater production, and that is one of the worst bald caps I have ever seen. There were more convincing hairpieces in All That sketch. Look, these episodes were originally seen on tiny TV sets decades before high-definition television was even a thing. Can't blame them too much for that. Still, I don't know what's up with the inconsistent age makeup on this show. Sometimes it looks so good, and others it looks like this. I guess it didn't help that Salmey's performance was off.
You said Bill Feathersmith. I like your style, boy. I want you in with me. You remember that afternoon, Mr. Dietrich?
A forced gravelly voice, lip-smacking, and head-bobbing don't make for a convincing older character. John Anderson and Wright King do a better job of keeping the illusion, even if the makeup doesn't help. Serling gets better once he sheds the latex and starts interacting with the people of Cliffordville, but it's still a far cry from his performance and execution or even a quality of mercy. Wright King is back from shadow play, but doesn't have a big role here. He does get to show off some range, portraying his character at different ages and life circumstances. John Anderson is as consistent as ever, playing Diedrich. You pretty much know what you're going to get when he pops up, and he does his job fine. I doubt anything in this series surpassed his portrayal of Gabriel in A Passage for Trumpet, but we do have one more appearance to go, so we'll see. John Harmon and Hugh Sanders also showed up in previous installments. Julie Newmar as Miss Devlin brings a totally different flavor to the Deal with the Devil story. Her version of the Evil One is oozing with sexuality and is a much more convincing tempter than a few of the past incarnations from the Twilight Zone. It would have been more interesting to have seen her use that seductive spirit on someone who she needed to convince to sign away their soul. Feathersmith was down for his deal without even having to think about it.
Now, as to the price.
Yes, Mr. Feathersmith. As to price.
Someone should draw that. The horns were a nice aesthetic touch, and you can't help but compare them to the ears she wore for her time as Catwoman on the 60s Batman show. Newmar is by far the best thing about this story, and I bet she would have done well in other episodes if she was ever brought back.
A very succinct suggestion of the services I render, Mr. Feathersmith. Travel. Time travel.
David Lowell Rich directed his only TZ show with Of Late I Think of Cliffordville. There's not too much of a sense of a distinct style here. Only a few short scenes are lit in an attention-grabbing way. We do get a few canted angles and a spinning one when Feathersmith starts to lose it, but with the narration that accompanied that sequence, everything just felt more confusing as the story got a little lost. Feathersmith tries to rub his purchase of the oil-rich land in the faces of the previous owners, a younger Mr. Diedrich and his partner Gibbons. However, they already knew the land had oil. The problem is, it's so far beneath the surface, there's no way to get to it until modern drills are invented in 1937. Feathersmith kicks himself for forgetting this detail and strikes out into the streets, trying to convince workers to construct future inventions they could all get rich off of. Stumbling through the town, Feathersmith can feel that something's wrong. He looks like a young man, but he still feels like an old one. Miss Devlin appears and explains that the terms of the deal only stated he outwardly appear like he did all those years ago. On the inside, he's still a 75-year-old with all the health ailments of one at such an age. Also, his rose-colored memories of his hometown blinded him to the reality of what it was. The beautiful girl he pined for wasn't what he expected. The people cruelly laugh in his face when he speaks of future inventions. Devlin chastises him for living an ugly life, filled with horrible acts that hurt other people. He begs to be taken back to 1963, but owes a $40 surcharge. After agreeing to return to the present of his current version of the past, he recalls that all his money was blown on the land deal. Frantically, he sells the property to the first person he sees for $40. We then dissolve to decades later. Mr. Heckett, the beneficiary of our main character's desperate sale, is now the leader of the company we saw at the top of the show. Feathersmith is shown to be the janitor of the building, apparently working at the job for over 40 years. Heckett fondly recalls Cliffordville before mocking the custodian and laughing at his position in life, tying an ironic bow on the end of the story. Okay, so the one thing that I loved was the Return to Oz Princess Mombi shot of Miss Devlin in the shop window.
Inside, I'm all the way I was.
Yeah, that's freaking great. Credit to David Lowell Rich and Robert Pittick for capturing Julie Newmar at her best there. She should have had a more prominent role in a different story.
You, Mr. Feathersmith, are a wheeler and a dealer, a manipulator, a raider. Because you are a taker instead of a builder, a conniver instead of a designer, a user instead of a bringer.
Rod Serling wrote the teleplay based on a short story called Blind Alley by Malcolm Jameson. He changed a ton from the source material but kept the basics. The ending is a little different because in Blind Alley, the Feathersmith character forgets to request his youth when he's transported back in time and dies in the past as an old man. What they did in the episode was much more confusing. If William was always 75 on the inside, including organs and all that, how was he so spry until the very end? It felt like that twist came out of nowhere. The narration playing under the montage leading to his final confrontation with Miss Devlin makes me think something was cut.
She didn't change me inside. That's why I've been so tired. Why I can't function, why I can't operate.
I think you could stand skipping of late, I think of Cliffordville. Rod seemed to try and tie it into the theme that made Walking Distance and A Stop at Willoughby so successful, but throwing time travel, devil dealings, bad makeup, and more into the same production failed to produce something terribly worthwhile, especially in the hour format. Maybe look up the Julie Newmar scenes. You can find them under M for Missed Opportunity in the Twilight Zone.
This is nothing more, no less than a gesture of, sympathy. Hurts me to mouth the word.
The Incredible World of Horace Ford was written by Reginald Rose, the scribe behind 12 Angry Men, as a 1-hour live TV episode of a series called Studio One back in the 1950s. It starred Art Carney from The Night of the Meek as the titular character. Other installments of that series were directed by Twilight Zone producer Herbert Hirschman. Hirschman remembered Rose's story from his Studio One days and bought it, thinking it would make a good Zone episode. Thus, it was adapted in 1963, starring Commissioner James Gordon, Pat Hingle, as the main player. Horace Ford is a man-child who designs toys for a living. His boyish personality has kicked into high gear recently as he constantly reminisces about his blissful childhood, so much so that he's beginning to fall behind at work and get on the nerves of those around him. His wife Laura, mother, and friend Leonard are planning a surprise party for his 38th birthday, but it's clear there's something going on with Horace. After an argument with his family one night, he decides to visit Randolph Street, the neighborhood he grew up in, and to his delight, everything is exactly as he remembered it. Kids are running around, couples are happily strolling outside, and street vendors are selling hot dogs for 3 cents. He's taken aback when he spots his old friend Hermie Brandt with a group of kids. Hermie stares directly at Horace, but doesn't speak to him. Freaked out at the ageless anomaly, Ford runs back to his apartment, blabbering about what he saw. His wife and mother think he's starting to lose his mind, and soon, Horace once again returns to Randolph Street. Things play out exactly the same way. Every detail is unchanged from his first visit. This time, Horace follows Hermie and the other kids to see them talking about a birthday party they weren't invited to. They make violent threats for being snubbed. Witnessing this, Horace again runs away. Even more obsessed with what he's seen, he's fired by his boss, Mr. Judson, leading to a huge argument with his wife and mother the night of his surprise birthday party. Overwhelmed and upset no one believes his story, Horace storms off to Randolph Street just before guests arrive for the celebration. I really want to like this episode. I think it has an interesting moral that wasn't explored all that much in the Twilight Zone, and there are scenes that I enjoyed the visual appeal of. But it really all comes down to how much you can stand Pat Hingle's performance.
Boy, I love cat pistols. And they got a great smell. Smell it.
Apparently, his turn as Horace Ford was well reviewed. I just never could get on board with it. No one would want to tolerate this guy. He'd have no friends, much less a wife and boss that permit his incessantly annoying behavior.
His favorite thing was Shakespeare sucking ear.
Well, the eyes don't have to light up.
Sure, the eyes have to light up. What, do you want to ruin the whole thing?
And I know he's supposed to be acting like that for the story. The character is basically a kid in a man's body, but come on. There are more subtle ways to play this where he could have come off a little more likable. I don't care how much hidden trauma he has, and I don't want to spend an hour with this guy.
You're almost 38.
So what?
You don't act 38 sometimes.
So what?
What was the point in shouting at my secretary on the phone?
She was shouting at me.
I'm afraid you can't work here anymore.
All right, then I can't work here anymore. Hey, Mom, you remember Mr. Corey? Bing! Bing! Horace. Bing! Why don't you just be quiet for once, will you?
Unlikable main characters can and have been pulled off well in this show. There just has to be something interesting about them, or they have to be hateable enough for the audience to want to see their comeuppance. Ford isn't really a bad guy. He's supremely irritating, but he's not trying to ruin anyone's life. He's not a villain. He's a delusional man trapped in the memories and behaviors of a childhood he idealizes. So I don't think we're supposed to dislike him. And look, I like Pat Hingle a lot. Of course, I grew up watching him in the Batman movies and would often see him on my many rewatches of Sam Raimi's The Quick and the Dead, but I don't think he was the right choice to play this kind of guy. I haven't seen the Studio One episode with Art Carney in the role, however, I can imagine him pulling this off much better. If Horace really was written to be this abrasive, then I wish we had more focus on his wife Laura. She does play a big role, but getting more of her perspective from start to finish may have made the Horace character easier to take. Nan Martin, who would later show up in the 1980s Twilight Zone series, does a good job in the part. One thing I don't like about the character's presentation is how the same kid comes up to her door twice to bring back Ford's watch, and she never brings that up as a way to at least consider something is strange about her husband's excursions to his old neighborhood. Maybe she was ignoring it in the same way Horace was shown to be ignoring some things, but I found it odd such a level-headed character didn't acknowledge that until the very end. Ford's mother, played by Ruth White, is an intriguing presence, not only because she looks so young, only 10 years older than Hingle, but because of how the character acts in certain scenes. Whenever Horace brings up a memory from their old life on Randolph Street, she doesn't remember it the same way.
Listen, how come you never remember anything about Randolph Street?
It was a terrible street. I just want to forget it.
In general, Mrs. Ford seems like a pretty normal mother who lives with her son and daughter-in-law. After Horace gets fired for being a complete jerk, though, her demeanor completely changes.
What did I do wrong? Ever. In my whole life.
She's outed as a bit of a selfish, manic drama queen here, and has to be set straight by Laura.
What's gonna happen to me? Shut up!
This uncovers the probability that she wasn't a very good mother to her son, and may have contributed to Horace retreating to a childhood that he wants to relive in a more positive way. I like that wrinkle to the story, but it's not developed beyond that one scene. Philip Pine made another Zone appearance after his first in Season 1's The Four of Us Are Dying. He was pretty good in that episode, but he's not given much to do here except try to pull Horace out of his childish tantrums. Vaughn Taylor played his fourth of 5 TZ roles in the very sensible and understanding boss, Mr. Judson. Some of his scenes with Hingle are the most frustrating.
I still run this firm, Horace.
You are not taking my stuff!
What employer would allow that? Ford would have been gone from the company much sooner. I think the implication is that his personality has only gotten this bad lately, but he doesn't seem to have any problem insulting his boss. I doubt this was a rare occurrence. Jerry Davis as Hermie Brandt had one creepy stare. They blacked out one of his front teeth for a menacing smile, and the way he interacted with Laura was appropriately unsettling. Even how he turns his whole body like that, it's spooky. This kid did well with his small but pivotal character. The biggest saving grace for this show are the scenes at Randolph Street. They look great and properly capture that nostalgic spirit Horace was looking for. There's almost a dreamy quality to how they play out, and Ford is trapped in the middle of it. At first, he likes to play along, but the more he goes there, the less control he has over the situation. His friend Hermie ominously looks his way, but those kids don't otherwise seem to realize he's there. It's like he's a ghost that some people can see and others can't. This was obviously trying to recreate the youth Horace insisted was so wonderful. It's complete with vehicles from the 1930s lining the avenue. Credit to director Abner Bieberman and cinematographer George T. Clemens for how well that was done. Bieberman would re-enter the Zone for his final 2 episodes the following season. When Horace gets back to Randolph, the events transpire in the same sequence as his previous 2 trips, but now he forces himself to be heard when Hermie and the boys are talking about assaulting the kid who didn't invite them to his party.
Come on, what are you giving me the treatment for?
Will you listen? Will you please listen to me? Well, if it ain't Horace Maxwell Ford.
Why didn't you invite us to your party, Horace Maxwell Ford?
We're gonna mobilize ya.
Horace is now a little boy again, and is brutally jumped by the group of kids. Back at the Fords' apartment, Hermie shows up to deliver a watch to Laura, just as he did the previous 2 times Horace went to the old neighborhood. However, Laura sees the delivery on his 3rd appearance is a Mickey Mouse pocket watch, just like the one Horace claimed to have as a kid. Laura leaves the waiting party and arrives at Randolph Street to see it completely deserted. After a moment, she finds the boy who was attacked face down in an alley. Confused, she turns around to gather herself. When she peers back, adult Horace is in the kid's place. She helps him to his feet, and Ford admits his childhood was actually awful. It wasn't at all like how he remembered it. Picking up his fallen watch, Horace leaves with his wife, moving on from a past that wasn't as rosy as he thought. Hermie hangs out on the light post, watching the couple walk off as Rod's narration completes our story.
Exit Mr. and Mrs. Horace Ford, who have lived through a bizarre moment not to be calibrated on normal clocks or watches.
That 4th wall break isn't quite as freaky as the dummy, but it still gives me the heebie-jeebies. Having him show up in that position at the end of the final shot was an effective way to finish the episode. We also don't know what his true intention was. Was he trying to help Horace accept reality, or just beat up on him one more time? I like those kinds of unanswered questions in my Zone stories. Reginald Rose's original teleplay had a darker ending. It wrapped up with Hermie delivering the Mickey Mouse watch to Laura at the party, and Rose preferred it that way. Hirschman asked if he could make it a more upbeat ending for the purposes of this adaptation, and we got the final scene here. I do like the last exchange the Fords have about how many of us prefer to remember the good times over the bad, sort of editing our own pasts so we could live with them. It's a poignant way to close out, but the darker finale may have worked better. Rose didn't protest changing it since his script already aired on TV the way he wanted it. Several elements and characters in the incredible world of Horace Ford worked to pretty good effect. Nevertheless, I can't recommend it because of Hingle's obnoxious performance. That's just my take. You may not mind it or even really like how he played the lead. From the clips I've shown you, you should be able to make up your own mind on if you want to check it out. As for me, I hope Horace's incredible world is in another solar system, far from mine, in the depths of the Twilight Zone.
We're gonna mobilize ya!
Season 4 isn't devoid of good material, but On Thursday We Leave for Home may be the only truly great episode of the bunch. Rod Serling's teleplay, Buzz Kulick's direction, and James Whitmore's lead performance are brought together masterfully, creating a story that matches the quality of the best this series had to offer. In 1991, a colony from Earth, hoping to escape the self-destructive nature of humanity, landed on a harsh planet with 2 suns that never set. 30 years later, a group of these travelers scarcely survive, led by their self-appointed captain, William Benteen. A month ago, they were finally able to make contact with Earth, and after a particularly difficult day, a rescue ship arrives. Colonel Sloan is the commanding officer, bringing hope to the long-suffering colony. Benteen slowly sees that his grip on power over his people is slipping, and this leads to clashes between the captain and the colonel concerning the details of the group's salvation. Despite this, in just a few days, the ship will be taking off back to Earth, no matter who is on board. One of the reasons this works so well is because there's ample time to show Benteen's downfall. For about the first 15 minutes, he's displayed as nothing but a compassionate, strong captain. He's constantly working to better the lives of his people and motivates them to keep holding on in the darkest of times. There's a scene where he's leading a funeral after another one of their own commits suicide. He argues with Al, who advocates for the right to death over living in their horrendous conditions. Benteen stands firm and gets the demoralized group to stay positive.
Say it out loud! There's a ship coming!
There's a ship coming!
There's a ship
coming! There is a ship!
There's a ship coming!
He saves the lives of a few folks in the ensuing meteor shower, nurses the injured back to health, and even encourages their spirits with tales of a beautiful Earth.
I remember streams of water that flowed down hillsides, and the water was sparkling and clear. I remember night skies. Night was a quiet time, Jojo. when the earth went to sleep, like a cool hand, just brushed past tired eyes. And it was good then. It was right.
Benteen was only 15 years old when they arrived on their abysmal new planet and still remembers what it was like on mankind's homeworld. As he tells Colonel Sloan later,
I've been confessor, governor, father figure, if you will. Those are my people, Colonel. Do you understand that? My people.
The creeping turn that happens for the character is preluded by a few passing lines of dialogue with their arriving saviors. Benteen and Sloan continue to butt heads as the Colonel steadily discovers that there's a bit of a god complex at play here.
Here, in this place, I'm in command.
Now, Mr. Benteen.
Captain
The captain's gradual loss of control over his children is convincingly portrayed by actor James Whitmore. He gets to play just about every emotion in the book and has a powerful character arc through the story. It's just a negative change instead of a positive one. As his foil, Tim O'Connor plays Colonel Sloan with a real sense of patience until he's pushed too far by Benteen's overly dominant attitude. When the group's best interests are no longer being served, Sloan finds himself reluctantly stepping in to fight for the colony's safety.
I'll tell you what Earth is. It's a race of men struggling for survival. But it has one thing that you don't have. One thing. It lets every man be his own master. And when you pray to God, his name won't be Benteen.
Great drama, great conflict, great exchanges. I very much enjoyed seeing these two in a figurative tug of war over the fate of these people. If you haven't noticed, the cast is massive for a TZ outing. Credited returning actors included Russ Bender, Joe Helton, Paul Langton, Shirley O'Hara, Lou Gallo, and possibly the director's son, Daniel Kulik. I found contradictory sources on if Daniel is regular Zone director Buzz Kulik's actual offspring or not. They spell their last names differently, so I don't think it's true. One thing I know for sure is that the actor playing Al is Matthew Broderick's father, James Broderick. This was Buzz Kulik's 9th and last trip through the Zone. He had plenty of good episodes in his filmography. This one is up there, but my favorite is probably A Game of Pool. He and George Clemens collaborated on some great-looking shots that gave us a sense of who these people were and their changing roles across the story. The episode wasn't shot on location in the desert like The Lonely or the Rip Van Winkle caper, but the soundstage at MGM was good enough for these exteriors. The cave set especially was humongous and added much to the production value, as did that familiar spaceship piece and those astronaut shirts from Forbidden Planet. The shots of the ship landing and taking off are from the previously reviewed Death Ship episode. The post-production team added composited meteors falling during the storm scene, and largely, they look really good. The only issue that comes up is if the camera moves, so does the effect. Speaking of flubs, a boom mic is in plain view for quite a while during one of the opening dialogue scenes. I didn't notice it on the first watch, but it's pretty clear to see once you know it's there. Following multiple arguments between Benteen and Sloan, the colony loses faith in their once unquestionable leader. In a last-ditch effort to hold on to power, he tells his people of the evils of Earth, hoping to dissuade them from going and to stay on the barren planet with him for the rest of their days. Every person goes against the captain's wishes and boards the ship on Thursday. In the colony's cave, Sloan and Al fail to find Benteen and have to take off so they don't lose their orbit position. Left alone on the desolate rock, the captain begins to fall into madness, addressing an empty cave as if the colony were still there. His mind is then inspired by his own words of what the Earth really is. Home. Benteen runs outside to see the ship ascend out of the atmosphere as he pathetically calls for them to wait. This was a sad ending for a character who let his influence over these people cloud his better judgment. He served a noble purpose looking after them, but they didn't need him anymore, and he just couldn't live with that.
We must stay together. All of you. Together.
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 Together. Together.
He'd rather them all suffer under his authority on that forsaken sphere than see his own power lost. Ben Teen mentioned to Sloane at one point that he never took a wife or had children, so he really doesn't have anybody if he's not leading this colony. It's a sentiment that one can sympathize with and humanizes the character even more. The ending high-angle shot pulling back from the captain is the perfect way to go out. It was a difficult feat to properly execute, since the night before that shot, the production team had to rush to cover the tops of the shacks and fix up a few other things as the entire set was going to be seen. The work was well worth it and ends the show on a poignant note. Rod Serling called On Thursday We Leave for Home the best installment of Season 4. I can see why. I'm not sure if it's my personal favorite, but from an objective point of view, I think he's likely correct. The story is engaging and doesn't drag. The characters are interesting and played exceedingly well in James Whitmore's case. Throw that in with the visuals and Serling's moral, and you've got something special here. Check it out, because every day is Thursday in the Twilight Zone. Passage on the Lady Anne was sailing toward a positive review. There are great shots, fantastic acting from a large and talented cast, plus a story I feel like most people could get behind. Then this ship just stopped. Stopped dead. Is the charm and goodwill it built up throughout most of its runtime worth a recommendation? Alan and Eileen Ransom are a young, troubled married couple on the brink of divorce. As a last-ditch effort to save their relationship, Eileen insists on making a vacation out of Alan's business trip to England. At a travel agency, she books 2 tickets for the Lady Anne, a ship so old and slow the travel agent does his very best to deter them from going. Thinking the long voyage will give her time to reconnect with her husband, Eileen stands firm on her decision. When they arrive aboard, a few of the passengers are surprised and confused at their presence. They even try to offer them thousands of dollars to get off the ship. The couple refuses and sails off with the rest of the travelers. Alan and Eileen soon see that everyone there, from the passengers to the crew, is over 75 years old. They have a few nice chats with Toby and Millie Mackenzie, one of the sweet older couples on board, and are told that this is the Lady Anne's final journey across the sea. The ship brought together most of the couples who have gathered and was known as a romantic getaway for young lovers in its prime. These folks all took this trip as a goodbye to the vessel, some alone, as their spouses have passed away. While they slowly get closer with the passengers, there's obviously something being kept from the Ransoms. At one point, Eileen gets upset over hearing and seeing the stories of lifelong love while her marriage to Alan is falling apart. While getting some air on the deck, she disappears. Mr. Ransom worriedly looks for her as the crew and other couples seem unconcerned. There is a massive amount of talent in this episode. So many noteworthy stars appeared that they had scrolling credits for the first time in TZ's history at the end. Wilfred Hyde-White had just this one role on the show, but he made it count. He's delightful as the Ransom's eventual main confidant on the ship, Toby Mackenzie.
The fact is that old Millie and I have spent many fine hours on this old scow. Hours one can't forget easily.
Joyce Van Patten as Eileen in her Only Zone part delivers one of the most natural performances I could remember for a main character. She had such a presence about her. Van Patten's effortless line reading when arguing with her husband completely sold their strife as the story's main conflict.
You're supposed to sip those things, not guzzle them down.
I'll tell you something. I am so tired of begging for a little bit of your time.
Oh, shut up. Just shut up.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You'll have all your business deals to keep you warm, and you won't have any silly woman picking at you. And won't that be marvelous, huh?
Yes. Yes, it will be.
Alan Napier, better known as Alfred from the Adam West Batman series, has a short couple of scenes as the Lady Anne's captain, Prothero. He only shows up toward the end, but there's a confidence about his delivery and expressions that made him stand out among the large cast. It probably helped that he towered over the rest of the actors at 6'6". His character also seemed to tie into the mystery transpiring on the ship. All the other bigger roles in this one, like Jack Rain as the safety officer, featured performers that popped up in other episodes. Lee Phillips as Alan was a dispassionate contrast to Joyce Van Patten, and the pair looked like they worked well together. Alan's arc was highlighted by how Phillips handled his character's change in attitude across the runtime. He came back to the Zone for one show the following season. Cecil Kellaway brings a dichotomy of lighthearted wisdom and melancholy drama to the role of Burgess. I loved Kellaway's other installment, Elegy, from season 1, and this character gave him a lot to sink his teeth into. Burgess just lost his wife weeks before its final voyage, who he traveled on the Lady Anne with in their youth. Burgess decided to still take the trip, and his grief boils over in an excellent monologue.
The beasts are at the gates, but we're too old to fight them. And now they're going to scrap the Lady Anne. But I warn you, how are we going to stop them from scrapping the whole world?
Played with a very believable tipsy demeanor, Burgess outlined a lot of what this story was about. Besides aging itself slowing us down as we get older, a lot of us find ourselves wanting to take our time to enjoy every moment we can.
The speed's the only thing that matters. Come, quick, hurry, faster, get it over with. Why? Why the rush?
Cyril Delavante played his fourth and final TZ part as an officer on the ship. He only had a few lines, but the actor was an indelible face in the episodes he acted in. Personally, my favorite appearances from him came in his first pair of installments back in Season 2. After his incredible turn as Dan Hollis in Season 3's classic It's a Good Life, Don Kiefer returned as Mr. Spirito, a peppy travel agent that fails to discourage Eileen from booking tickets for the Lady Anne. The character is shown to be a bit eccentric, and with how he tried to change the Ransom's plans, I wonder if he was in on what was going to happen to the vessel. An interesting thing to watch for on multiple viewings. Finally, Gladys Cooper made her second of 3 memorable appearances, this time as the wise and enigmatic Mrs. Millie Mackenzie, who has 1 or 2 lines that up the intrigue factor.
What my husband is trying to say is that you won't have to die after all.
Of boredom, Millie means, don't you, dear?
Oh, yes, of course.
Re-teaming with Cooper from Nothing in the Dark was Lamont Johnson. Lady Anne was his last of 8 installments directed, and it's one of his best looking. There is some gorgeous black and white photography on and off the ship. The shots at the port especially are just beautiful. Many of the compositions on board were accentuated with a haze that gave these sequences an eerie and dreamy extra detail. Cinematographer Robert Pittick and the rest of the production team captured the gorgeous imagery. When it was all said and done, Johnson became one of the Zone's signature directors. 7 of his 8 episodes came from Season 3, with the most talked about still being 5 characters in search of an exit and Kick the Can. I'd add his first show aired, The Shelter, to that list as an underrated favorite as well. Charles Beaumont penned his last script of the season here. It was based on a short story of his called Song for a Lady. We'll talk more next year about the illness that ended his life prematurely and greatly affected his work. Most of Beaumont's Season 4 scripts were said to be the final ones he wrote himself before his friends stepped in to ghostwrite the rest. This is a well-written story with a strong premise and relatable characters. I only wish the ending was slightly extended. Eventually, Eileen is found on the bed of the Ransom's room, somewhere her husband checked previously. Rededicating himself to their love, Alan tosses his watch out the window and decides to live in the moment, reconciling with his wife. At a big party soon after, they rejoin their new friends and grow even closer to them. A while after the engines stop, the Ransoms are informed by the ship's captain that their belongings have been packed and they're being kicked off the vessel. After questioning why, they're moved at gunpoint onto a lifeboat and assured a rescue team is on their way with their coordinates. The passengers on the Lady Anne reiterate it was nothing the young couple did. In fact, they've all grown quite fond of the pair, which is why they're being removed. As the lifeboat sails away from the ship, Rod's narration kicks in. He says the Lady Anne never reached port. When the Ransoms were rescued, they tried looking up what happened but could never find a definitive answer. The Lady Anne and everyone on board just vanished, never to be seen again. Yeah, that rushed finish is my only real complaint. The idea is great. These people are sailing off to oblivion together, and the Ransoms throw an interesting wrench into their plans. I really love that shot of the passengers waving the couple off, and the music there by Renee Garajuwank and conducted by Lud Gluskin made the moment even better.
Upper left,
problem is, the episode wraps up out of nowhere. Rod's narration does all the heavy lifting explaining what happened to the ship, and that shouldn't be the function of his voiceovers. They're more there to bookend the story's moral and send us off with a thoughtful quote. I don't know if they ran out of time and couldn't shoot a proper ending, or it was cut to fit the format, but I feel like this really needed an extra sequence to tie things up. The Lady Anne seems to have some kind of magic to it, as Eileen's disappearance is presented as a romantic mystery. She shows back up in a nightgown given to her by Mrs. Mackenzie, which Millie wore on her honeymoon. It's all very intimate, as Alan recognizes how much he missed and worried about his wife in the time she was out of his sight. There's also that picture the passengers reference at one point, which indicates the possibility that the Lady Anne was a real person whose loving spirit has filled the ship. They never go into detail about that moment, but I think it's enough to suggest a sort of supernatural aura engulfs this vessel. There are a few life lessons from an older perspective that felt appropriate coming from such a charming supporting cast. Their likable personalities make those sentiments easy to swallow, and when juxtaposed against the Ransom's fraught relationship, it made for a wonderful love story that we didn't see very often, specifically not from a Beaumont story. Regardless of my issues with the finale, I'd still recommend Passage on the Lady Anne. It's a tale that sails straight into your heart, right through those rare, pleasant waters of the Twilight Zone.
Looks like we're in time for the orgy.
What's that? What?
We've come to the end of Season 4, and with it, the hour-long episodes wrap up in The Bard. This is a comedy featuring black magic, William Shakespeare, Burt Reynolds as a parody of Marlon Brando, satirical takes on Hollywood politics, and some returning Twilight Zone stars. As I've mentioned in other reviews, Rod Serling's comedies didn't always land. Does this one work as a send-off to the expanded installments? Julius Moomer is a former streetcar conductor and current fledgling screenwriter. He persistently pitches story ideas to his agent, Mr. Hugo, who tells him to give up due to his wild stories not selling. However, to finally get Julius out of his office, Hugo gives him one final shot at writing a script for a series on black magic. Moomer leaves straight from the office to a bookstore, looking for a volume on the subject. Serendipitously, one falls from the shelf, and he takes it back to his apartment. He then conjures up a spell with replacement materials from what's described in the text. Julius utters a few magic words, but nothing seems to happen.
Oh, man. What do they think I am, William Shakespeare?
After getting over the shock of the playwright's sudden emergence, Moomer decides to use Shakespeare to write his script for him. The teleplay is a hit with the network and their sponsors, who put it into production. Julius becomes a popular writer in Hollywood, but Shakespeare starts to feel like he should be getting credit for his work. This leads to the out-of-time character showing up to the set of the episode he wrote. Moomer tries to explain away the stranger's appearance, and the ensuing interactions cause some hijinks with the cast, crew, and executives present. It's pretty easy to see what Serling was going for with at least part of this script. He was able to make fun of the process it took to get any piece of fiction on screen at the time. His experiences in Hollywood back in those days, I'm sure, informed his exaggerated portrayals of sponsors, actors, and executives. Serling went on record about his distaste for dealing with sponsors specifically, so it's no surprise how they're mocked here.
An onion will do well for such a shift. Sponsor conflict.
Concur. Could we make it, turnip?
Everybody knows about turnips. You say turnip to the lady in Dubuque, she's with you. I like it.
Road schmodes. I sell soup. I don't know nothing about actors.
Well, he was brilliant in Streetcar Named Desire.
What was he, a conductor?
Now, she don't stick herself with a shiv. Instead, she runs away with the space fiddler from Hardy Shaw's Gramercy 5.
That was my wife's suggestion.
And an inspired one at that.
The hard-to-deal-with actor is a trope in plenty of stories you've probably seen before, but this episode's specific focus on Marlon Brando was pretty hilarious.
Rhodes is my name. Rocky Rhodes. You probably saw me in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. What is my tertiary motivation here? I mean, like, I walk through the door, and I see her. Why?
Why what, Rocky? What's the question?
Exactly. What is the question?
Burt Reynolds made his only Zone appearance, and his impression of Brando makes the 11 minutes he's on screen almost worth seeing the Bard for. John Williams as William Shakespeare, the actor John Williams, made for some fun moments. Just seeing how he interacts with the world around him and how he talks to people was entertaining.
To be or not to be, Mr. Moomer, that...
Henry Lasco as Mr. Hugo was pretty decent too. He's playing the straight man in his scenes with Moomer and holds down that side of those exchanges as well as one could. Jack Weston as Moomer himself? Well...
Don't you dig? I'm conjuring, baby, I'm conjuring. I mean, Monday I knocked myself. Tuesday I knocked myself. Wednesday I knocked myself.
You guys already know my thoughts on obnoxious main characters. There has to be some kind of growth for them as the story goes along. They can't just act like a jackass the entire time, or it gets to be too much. Having said that, if they're successful in being funny, I could look past that previous statement. And hey, comedy is subjective, blah, blah, blah. If you find Moomer funny, that's fine. We're not all going to have the same tastes. It just seemed to me like Weston was trying way too hard to get a laugh, and that's usually when these kinds of antics fall flat. Fred Steiner's overly prominent musical cues didn't help either. I don't even dislike this actor, by the way. He was a successful entertainer in his day, and I liked him a lot in The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street. Plus, he got to act with his wife here, Marge Redmond, who played Mr. Hugo's secretary.
That don't grip?
Why don't you go downstairs and cross the street against a red light?
That was a fun detail to discover, but the material Weston was given wasn't the strongest, and it feels like they just rolled on him in a few scenes to pad the runtime.
Scub-a-dub-a-doo, I love you. Put me on the stage.
That same sentiment can be applied to the Cora character in the entire bookstore scene. Just time wasters to reach the hour quota. Some of the blame can be placed on one-time TZ director David Butler. He was well known within the industry in previous decades for helming some popular films. Outside of a few moments, this is a pretty flat-looking show. Then again, it didn't call for anything too visually dramatic. I will give him and the production team credit for shooting the bus scene on location and having it look distinct from most other similar sequences within the series. Insulted at the changes to his work, Shakespeare argues with pretty much everyone on set and ends up decking rocky roads across the room.
To you, Julius Moomer, lots of luck.
With that, Moomer is on his own. Sometime later, Mr. Hugo takes a meeting with Julius. The writer's follow-up is supposed to be a series on U.S. history. Using his book on black magic again, Moomer's conjured up Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Pocahontas, Daniel Boone, Theodore Roosevelt, and Benjamin Franklin. He presents them to Hugo as his writing staff, since the new series is supposed to be as authentic as possible. Best thing in the show was Rocky Roads getting KO'd by Shakespeare. That was fantastic. I can't say I hate the Bard. It does have some humorous sequences and performances. Unfortunately, the premise of black magic and several setups in the script don't really pay off. Many elements are introduced and dropped, while Moomer's arc goes nowhere. The subject matter of writing for the screen is very interesting to see Serling address directly. I only wish we got a better story to go along with it. This falls short of a recommendation, but it might be worth it to look up some clips of Reynolds' take on Brando. In the spring of 1963, CBS renewed Twilight Zone for a 5th season, which would end up being its last. The goal of lengthening the episodes to an hour was mostly in hopes of drawing bigger ratings. That didn't happen, so the network moved the Zone back to its original half-hour format. Many fans would say the show was better off for it, and Rod Serling agreed. He spoke on the 4th season as such. Quote, "Our shows this season were too padded. The bulk of our stories lacked the excitement and punch of the shorter dramas we intended when we started 5 years ago, and kept to for a while." End quote. Are these Season 4 productions as controversial and substandard as a lot of folks say they are? In my opinion, not really. Yes, the series works better in half-hour installments. Yes, there are episodes where you can really feel the runtime. But in general, these aren't that bad. Some of the standouts for me were On Thursday We Leave for Home, The New Exhibit, Printer's Devil, and portions of He's Alive. There's other good stuff to be found too. A higher percentage than usual of mixed to bad material did make it to the screen though. How did Season 5 wrap things up? We start our journey to find out next time we visit the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone's last season kicked off with In Praise of Pip. This episode also ushered back in the half-hour format and felt like a classic melancholy trip into the fifth dimension. Speaking on these later installments, Rod Serling was quoted as saying, "Toward the end, I was writing so much that I felt I had begun to lose my perspective on what was good or bad." Serling wrote 16 of the final 36 episodes, so let's see if his first one met the standard he set for himself years before. Max Phillips is an alcoholic bookie working for local collector Mr. Moran. His son, Pip, is in the military, currently stationed in South Vietnam. Pip has just sustained a serious injury that he may not live through, as his father receives a phone call about the situation while in a meeting with Moran. Devastated that he never spent enough time with his son because of his alcoholism and shady employment, Max lashes out. In a struggle to protect a young acquaintance who couldn't cover his bet, Phillips stabs both Moran and his thug, but is shot in the gut during the scuffle. As his son's life hangs in the balance following surgery, it's obvious that Max's wound is also life-threatening. He stumbles down to the empty amusement park below Moran's office and begs to the sky for an opportunity to see his son once more. The gates to the park then open, where Max sees an image of his boy when he was just 10 years old. Pip and Max reunite as the park lights up before their eyes. Jack Klugman closed out his 4-episode run here. One could make the argument that he's as identifiable with this series as pretty much any other leading actor. The only other name that comes to mind right away is Burgess Meredith. While Klugman's installments might not be as synonymous with the series as Meredith's, he didn't star in any stinkers. A Passage for Trumpet is great, A Game of Pool is probably his most recognizable, we just talked about how good Death Ship was, and with In Praise of Pip, Klugman played a character closer to his first 2 appearances. A complicated, street-level, hurting soul. Is it his best performance on the show? Maybe. He does turn in a few effectively dramatic moments.
Moran, if your boy is reaching for a cigarette, you tell him the smoke bothers me. And if he's reaching for anything else, you tell him I'll cut his heart out before he halfway reaches it. And then I'll go to work on you.
Hey, Pip! I've been waiting!
Hey, Pip!
Serling's sad story about a lost father-son relationship doesn't come off as too cheesy or schmaltzy. It's sold very authentically by Klugman and the rest of the cast, while director Joseph M. Newman, cinematographer George Clemens, and the production team created quite the stunning set of visuals. You can also add Renee Garrick-Coink's music, conducted by Lud Gluskin, to the distinct sense of style In Praise of Pip exuded. Newman would come back to direct 3 more episodes this season, including the last original Twilight Zone to ever air. Another face heavily associated with the series was Bill Mumy in his final of 3 appearances. He portrayed young Pip with the mix of happy-go-lucky and creepy that made his other performances so successful. His first 2 episodes may be more well-known, but in his swan song for the show, Mumy was still a part of a well-crafted production that gave him a chance to show off his advancing skills in front of the camera. Connie Gilchrist as the compassionate Mrs. Feeney, the returning Russell Horton from The Changing of the Guard, and Bobby Diamond as older Pip all did solid jobs in their smaller parts too. In the commentary tracks on the Blu-ray set, it was said that this episode was the first American drama to speak of U.S. casualties in Vietnam. Originally, Serling had written the country Pip was fighting in to be Laos. This was corrected by the research team who suggested Vietnam as a replacement and even changed a line of Serling's from "there's not even a war there" to
"there isn't even supposed to be a war going on there."
The amusement park scenes were shot at Pacific Ocean Park in Santa Monica, California. The whole place was rented out for 2 nights to shoot. With its wetted-down streets and deserted atmosphere, some of the cast admitted it made for an appropriately creepy feeling. I love how amusement parks and carnivals look on screen, especially in black and white, so I really enjoyed the look of everything there. The Hall of Mirrors sequence also hit that balance of unsettling and heartfelt that this show was known for. With Klugman and Moomie's acting mixed in, we were treated to quite the climax. After being featured in multiple TV shows and movies, Pacific Ocean Park closed up just a few years later. After having a ball together like the old days, Pip suddenly leaves his father's side and walks into the Hall of Mirrors. Max searches for his son among the reflections until he finally locates the solemn boy. Phillips professes the love he has for the kid, as Pip lets his dad know the hour is up. Pip is dying. After shattering one of the mirrors, Max bargains with God outside. He offers himself to be taken in his son's place. A moment later, he collapses, dead. We dissolve to another day. The park is filled with people on a bright afternoon when Pip hobbles in with Max's landlady, Mrs. Feeney. Feeney mentions Max's death and that the amusement park reminds her of him. Nostalgic, Pip walks over to the shooting gallery and repeats a few of his father's old adages, ending the show on the memory of happier times. In lesser actors' hands, Max's ending speech could have easily gone off the rails, but you feel Klugman's commitment to the role and believe his desperate plea.
I give you the sodden carcass of an aging, weak idiot. All you have to give back is Pip. Please, God, don't take my boy.
It's a bittersweet ending for Pip. He gets to live out a longer life, but there's no real chance for his father to right the wrongs from their past. Their spiritual reconnection at the amusement park ended up being their final encounter. Despite the regrets and issues they may have had, Max got to show his son he loved him just one more time. And that's an emotion Pip still feels in the concluding scene.
Hey, Pops, you're my best buddy. You always were.
On a presentational note, while the opening from Season 4 remained, the closing credits reverted to showing a still from the episode along with a shorter musical cue. It was a welcome change back to a staple of the show. Overall, this was a good way to start Season 5, and with just one successful sentimental story, Rod back on set as the narrator, and some emotional performances, the half-hour episodes returned as if they never left. There's plenty more this set of installments had to offer, so stay tuned as we inch toward the light at the end of the tunnel that is the Twilight Zone. According to Mark Zickery's Twilight Zone companion book, Steel was writer Richard Matheson's favorite episode. Based on his 1956 short story, it takes a simple yet intriguing premise to unexpectedly compelling heights. Returning stars, makeup, solid direction, and a very good score elevated what was on the page to one of the most memorable Season 5 installments. In 1968, prize fighting was banned across the country, leading to the rise of robot boxers taking the place of their human counterparts. By 1974, the newest models, referred to as B7s, reign in the ring. Former heavyweight contender Steel Kelly owns his own robotic fighter, battling Maxo. Unfortunately, Maxo is a B2 and in disrepair. Kelly was called to provide a replacement for the destroyed opponent of a top B7, Maynard Flash. Steel and Maxo's mechanic Pole wheel the janky hunk of bolts into the arena that evening. The cash this fight provides will finally get the B2 fixed up. Pessimistic is Pole, who argues with Kelly about the state of their fighter. When a spring is busted in Maxo's left arm, the pair scramble to come up with a solution. No fighter equals no money, and no way for them to even travel back to Philadelphia. Solemnly, Kelly decides to step into his robot's place and fight Flash himself. The only people in the building who saw Steel were the promoters, and they never watched the fights. The crowd doesn't know what Maxo looks like either, so after threatening to kill Pole if he reports his plan, Kelly suits up to trade punches with the mechanical monster in a mad mission to collect their cash. If you guys remember that Hugh Jackman movie from the early 2010s titled Real Steel, this here is what it was based on. I remembered liking that film okay, but the Twilight Zone episode is by far a superior realization of the idea. What goes a long way is how the robots are presented. Makeup artist William Tuttle created latex mugs to place over the actors' faces. Covering their eyes were sections of ping pong balls painted black with pinholes in the center to provide some kind of visibility. When combined with the automated rigid movements of the actors and mechanical sound effects, you get an oddly convincing result. Maynard Flash was played by Chuck Hicks, and his performance especially made the dire situation Kelly was in believable. The boxing action in this works well. We get close-ups of actual contact, and Lee Marvin did a good job of showing us how his character was a real brawler in his day. They darkened his hair, put eyeliner on him, and gave his face a sort of rubbery finish to sell the illusion he was one of the robot fighters. Speaking of Marvin, this was his second and final Twilight Zone episode. He turned in a good performance in Season 3's The Grave, and is very likable in Steel as a former bruiser who was never knocked down. You're really rooting for this guy, even before we know he's going to battle the bot.
I used to be a heavyweight myself. Before the law was passed, of course.
Just as good was Joe Mantell as Pole. Seeing Mantell again was more than a welcomed sight. His dual performance in Season 2's Nervous Man in a $4 Room is one of the all-time greats. He plays a different kind of character here who's more of the blunt voice of reason behind Kelly's often gung-ho determination. Their chemistry is fantastic, leading to some intense exchanges. Pole also relays to the viewers just how dangerous fighting one of these robots is.
It's a B7. You'll get mangled. I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm gonna...
You're gonna help me, or I'm gonna beat your brains out.
You'll get killed, Steel.
Then I will.
Two other credited returning actors were Merritt Bond as Nolan and Frank London as Maxwell. Van Cleve's music was a fun combination of loose jazz with more serious and quirky strings. I love the music played when battling Maxo is started up. Helming Steel was another one-and-done director, Don Weiss. There's quite a bit to admire about the look and feel of this episode, and Weiss deserves a lot of credit for that. The build-up to Kelly's fight, along with that whole atmosphere of the arena, created a suspenseful and entertaining sequence. There weren't too many extras in the audience, but you would never know because of how contained they kept the visuals. Fog, a dark background mixed in with the black and white cinematography, sound effects, and some choice close-ups of the spectators hid the minuscule crowd. George Clemens was behind the camera on this one, and it's another fine addition to his credits. Kelly battles with Maynard Flash and only lasts 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Mangled from the brawl, he's wheeled to the locker room where Pole worries about the severity of his injuries. Steel yells for the mechanic to retrieve their money from the promoters, but when Pole returns, we find out they paid the Maxo team half of the agreed-upon amount since the fight didn't go a full round. Disappointed but optimistic, Kelly lays out a plan for how they can return to Philly and still pay for their robot's repairs.
Rusty pile of junk! Get out of here!
I feel as if there are multiple layers to Kelly's journey. Being a former fighter himself, I'm sure there was a chip on his shoulder about being replaced all those years ago. He seemed to have something to prove outside of just collecting that money. No delusions of grandeur were indulged, as the character knew he was going to get the living crap kicked out of him, but there's this sense of raw determination that follows him into the ring. It made him that much more likable. One could also tie this into the overall theme of older athletes exiting their prime. Often, boxers particularly, are prone to holding on well past their expiration date until they're a mere shell of their former selves. And much goes along with a decline in performance. In the case of prize fighting, a crowd that was once singing your praises can turn on you fast when they sense those abilities are no longer sharp. Then it becomes about what's next, and the older athlete's hurt pride is disregarded. This can sometimes lead to a boxer making a play at redemption when logic and safety says they shouldn't. It's what we hear Kelly say at the very end. Because of his sacrifice, he thinks Maxo will have more good bouts, when the odds of such an old model moving forward with success are slim to none. This is just a great idea for a script, and Richard Matheson's teleplay is excellent. An easy recommendation, to be sure. Test your mettle with Steel in the main event of any fight night. In the Twilight Zone. Nightmare at 20,000 Feet is high on the list, if not at the top, of Twilight Zone episodes that have permeated the public consciousness. It's been parodied and referenced so many times that people who've never seen it are likely somewhat familiar with the premise or certain shots. I think it has to be between this, Time Enough at Last, Eye of the Beholder, and To Serve Man as the most popular installment of the series. What do you think? What's the most well-known of these episodes? Nightmare at 20,000 Feet follows Robert Wilson, a man on his way back from a 6-month stay at a sanitarium after suffering a nervous breakdown. With his wife Julia, Bob boards a plane for the first time since his panic attack, which just so happened to take place on an airplane. The ride home to his family turns terrifying when Bob starts to see a figure on the wing of the plane. The creature floats away into the storm bearing down outside whenever anyone else peers out Bob's window. Considering Wilson's fragile mental state, Julia and the crew try to calm him down several times. However, convinced that what he's seeing is real, Bob decides to take matters into his own hands before the gremlin damages the plane's circuitry and causes a deadly crash. Everyone knows that little sequence. It's even a popular meme. When this first aired in 1963, it scared the bejesus out of kids. There are many stories of the nightmares this gremlin caused younger viewers. Seeing it now, the costume is pretty hilarious. It doesn't take away from the excellent suspense of the story, and William Tuttle's mask on actor Nick Cravat is distinct enough, but that big fursuit is a tad much. Writer Richard Matheson, adapting his own 1961 short story here, would say as much in later interviews. While he liked the performances and direction, he wasn't pleased with the look of the gremlin. The suit must have also weighed a ton after soaking in all that water. Credit to Cravat, who every source has cited as Burt Lancaster's aerobic partner, for taking on that difficult task. The difficult shoot of Nightmare at 20,000 Feet has been well documented. Legendary director Richard Donner helmed his first of 6 episodes and talked about this one in many interviews, calling it a big headache. The set was huge, with a full-size plane cabin and wing sitting over a large water tank to contain the rain effects. They had Cravat on wires to pull him away whenever another passenger looked outside. The gremlin costume also came with special gripping shoes to help the actor keep his positioning on the slick metal. It's quite a bit of special effects work for an original Twilight Zone episode, but this was all well worth the effort. Donner, director of photography Robert W. Pittick, and the whole team made something that has absolutely stood the test of time. What's crazy to think about is how rushed the schedule became. Now, I've seen different numbers on this, but in more than one source, the production was said to have been crammed into just 2 days. Usually, principal photography lasted 3 days for a half-hour episode, but apparently the set was already scheduled to be used by another production, and the crew were forced to stay overnight to finish shooting. They rolled until the sun came up and somehow still captured thrilling material, including a fantastic performance from William Shatner. This was Shatner's second, last, and most famous Twilight Zone episode. His first was another high-quality Richard Matheson script, Season 2's Nick of Time. Outside of Captain Kirk and maybe, T.J. Hooker, this has to be his most recognizable television appearance. All the subtleties in his expressions and delivery do a lot to raise the part. When he's going more over the top in his signature way, it's pretty appropriate for the material.
Do I look insane?
No, darling, no.
Don't patronize me. I am not insane.
One of my favorite bits is when he steals the gun. It's shot from a single low angle, and you can feel the character's anxiety jumping off the screen. Another is his conversation with the flight engineer.
You mean you've seen him too?
Of course we have. We don't want to frighten the passengers. You can understand that.
Of course. I understand.
The thing we've got to remember.
You can stop now.
Bob.
Sir.
Get out of here.
It's that look and total change in attitude that simply sells the moment. From there, Bob knows he's on his own. Christine White played Wilson's wife Julia. She does well with her reactions to seeing her husband seemingly regress so soon after recovering from his mental health crisis. White appeared previously in the Season 2 episode The Prime Mover. Safe to say, this was by far her best episode. Nightmare at 20,000 Feet was adapted into one of the segments from 1983's Twilight Zone the movie, directed by George Miller and starring John Lithgow. That version of the story is much more manic and frantically paced. They also removed any direct mention of the main character's mental health issues and focused more on the severe anxiety and violent reaction he has to flying itself, among other changes, such as a more 80s-looking gremlin. Oh, and the 2019 incarnation of the show had an episode called Nightmare at 30,000 Feet, but there's little to no similarities outside the title. The gremlin continues his attempt to damage the aircraft on the wing. After feigning the consumption of a heavy-duty sedative, Bob stealthily snags the pistol off a napping police officer. He wakes his wife to go fetch him some water and opens his emergency window hatch. Strapped in with his seatbelt, he's halfway pulled outside, where Wilson fires 6 shots at the approaching creature. The gremlin falls over dead as Bob screams for his life thousands of feet in the air. Soon after, we see that the plane landed safely and Bob is stretchered off. They all think he tried to commit suicide, but Wilson is content with his actions. Only he knows the danger everyone was really in. As they haul him away, a bent panel on the plane's wing displays just how close this flight was to disaster. Everything about this climax is awesome. How that window was popped off the side of the plane, to Shatner hanging outside, to those snap zooms and the storm itself. This is peak zonage, bro. Everything looks great and creates a truly exciting moment. While Wilson considers himself in the right for this supposed act of heroism, they do build a bit of doubt because of the nervous breakdown he just went through and the sleeping pill he took earlier. Maybe he was imagining everything. But by the last shot of that bent wing panel, we know what he saw actually did occur. Just the suggestion of uncertainty was a brilliant stroke by Matheson. Is this a recommendation? Yeah, it might be the recommendation. It's well written, well shot, well acted, with superb atmosphere and effects. It's also not devoid of that sense of cheesiness only this series could bring. But I'll warn you, after seeing it, you'll never look out an airplane window the same way again. Maybe you'll imagine a Bigfoot monkey thing staring back at you from the wing. Or maybe you'll gaze into the distance and see something peculiar in the clouds. A simple reflection of light? Or a portal to the Twilight Zone. Year 4 of Twilight-Tober Zone wraps up today with a kind of a stopwatch. Pretty much anything would be a letdown after Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, but this one commits the sin of wasting a great premise with an uninteresting and meandering story. Is there anything to like about it? Sure. The background of how this short story reached Rod Serling is a journey with more twists and turns than the episode itself. Patrick Thomas McNulty is a motor mouth who chases off almost anyone he attempts to have a conversation with. After making hundreds of erroneous suggestions to his boss, the pompous employee is fired, leading McNulty to drown his sorrows at his usual spot, Joe's bar. His insufferable nature clears out the whole tavern, except for one man drinking alone. Referring to himself as Mr. Potts, the inebriated patron has a short exchange with Patrick before handing over a family heirloom and leaving.
E pluribus unum.
The heirloom is a stopwatch, and quickly, McNulty notices that whenever he clicks it, time freezes around him. He tries to get his job back by advocating for the watch to be reproduced, but his former employer, Mr. Cooper, kicks him out. Following another unpleasant chat with Joe the bartender, McNulty decides that he's going to use the watch to get rich. Rod Serling wrote this teleplay based on a short story by Michael D. Rosenthal. That credit has a complicated history behind it. According to Martin Grams Jr., author of The Twilight Zone, Unlocking the Door to a Television Classic, the actual writer of the original short story was Jerry McNeely. McNeely had plenty of writing and producing credits across TV from the 1950s through the 80s. He was also a professor at the University of Wisconsin during the early 1960s. A student of his, named Michael D. Rosenthal, came up with the concept used here, and his teacher liked it so much that he bought the idea from him. He penned a very short narrative around it and got in contact with his agent, who eventually got through to Rod Serling and the Twilight Zone. Coincidentally, Serling was already a fan of a premise like this and was waiting to discover a story he liked enough to make an episode out of it. This fit the bill. McNeely evidently told his agent that he didn't want screen credit for a kind of a stopwatch, and instead suggested his student's name in his place. Rod agreed to those terms and later brought McNeely into the fold officially by having him adapt a short story that turned into the episode The Self-Improvement of Salvador Ross. It's a very nice little story behind the story that honestly would have made for a better episode of TV. Taking his place as director for the second and last time was John Rich. Mr. Rich previously directed A Most Unusual Camera back in Season 2. I guess he had the market cornered on magical appliances. Much like his other installment, this one barely utilizes its strong main idea. McNulty doesn't use the watch until 9 minutes in, and we never see him take full advantage of it. He freezes his goldfish a few times along with a stock footage montage that feels like it was only there to burn time and save money. He tries to sell the watch for mass production, but his old boss reiterates,
"We make ladies' foundation garnets. Nothing else. Now do you hear me? Nothing else."
He takes a few bites of a donut and places some vegetation in Mr. Cooper's jacket for revenge. Guess he never saw Click. McNulty also shows off his supernatural timepiece to the guys at the bar, but they don't believe him because all he does is mess up one of the patrons' hair. It's just a big waste. Admirable aspects weren't easy to come by, but I came away with a few. I actually like Richard Erdman as McNulty.
Because he's got cash, loot, lettuce, kale, the old mazoo.
He's just got a humorous quality about him, and his catchphrase is fun to say.
You think about that now.
Even Rod got in on the act.
Now you think about that now.
Herbie Fahey, as Joe the bartender, played annoyed very well. I chuckled at a few of his insults to McNulty.
You know what you're looking at? A jerk. A nut. You want to stop there or try for moron?
There's a point toward the end where Patrick walks in on Cooper and his secretary in the middle of a frozen makeout session that admittedly got a laugh out of me too.
Mr. Cooper? Excuse me.
Looked like she was having fun hanging with Mr. Cooper. McNulty freezes time inside a bank and steals the money in its vault. On his way out, he drops the stopwatch and it breaks on the floor. When Patrick tries to click it to restart time, nothing happens. Frantic, he eventually runs to Joe's bar and continuously attempts to get time started again. No such luck. McNulty runs out of the bar in a panic as goofy music starts to play, and Rod's ending narration warns us about misusing the gift of time. You can add this one to the other Frozen People episodes like Elegy and the recently reviewed The New Exhibit. It became a popular theme on this series. I wish that loneliness Patrick feels in the finale was explored more. Might have been fun to see him on a bigger set with everyone around him stopped in their tracks. Van Cleve's music is meant to enhance the comedy, but it ends up sounding very generic and would be used for stock tracks in future installments. I wish it would have turned more serious when our main character found himself trapped in a suspended moment. I like that ending, but the way we arrived there left a lot to be desired. Either McNulty should have been someone we were hoping this would happen to, or the scene should have been presented from a more tragic angle. This episode was parodied a few times, including on The Simpsons, so it's definitely a memorable trip to the zone for some people. We've seen the frozen time thing used a lot in subsequent years. That could be one reason why I thought Rod could have done a lot more with the concept. Maybe you'll have fun with a kind of a stopwatch. Personally, I wouldn't waste my time on it.
You think about that now.
And that's all I've got for you this year, folks. I've been doing this series for 4 years, and I still have so much fun rewatching these episodes and giving you my thoughts. It's a ton of work when combined with my other duties here at the channel, but we're almost done. 2024 will feature our final October covering the show. Since there are 32 episodes remaining, you'll get an extra video next year. I hope you'll be there as we complete the voyage. Make sure you follow me on Twitter, or X, Instagram, Facebook, and subscribe to my personal YouTube channel for more content in the meantime. Indeed, the end is in sight on our extended tour of the Twilight Zone. Happy Halloween, everyone!